JavaScript full 7-hour course. This course has everything that you have been looking for. This is made for beginners as well as advanced students. You will go from the basic tutorials of JavaScript all the way to building multiple projects. And we're gonna go in increasing complexity. The coolest and my favorite project is Blackjack that you will get to build at the end. It has many things involved, so that linear progression that you'll have in this tutorial, in this course, I think you will really enjoy. We will also put everything in table of content format. That way you will know where you need to go to access what you need to access. Few of the important things that we'll be covering in this tutorial are what can you do with JavaScript and how much do JavaScript developers make. We will be covering that in just a second, but for now I have a special thing to let you know of that I think would be really valuable to you. If you are interested in becoming a web developer who can also become a freelancer and charge what they are worth, in the description below, I have put a link to a webinar training that's over an hour long. That training gives you all the pieces that you need to know to go from being a beginner or to an advanced, and what's the roadmap to becoming a six-figure developer or a six-figure freelancer. I think you're gonna get a lot of value out of it. My team and I worked really hard to put that together. That's gonna be in the description below. With that being said, I hope you're ready for this video. Let's jump right into it. So what can you do with JavaScript? There are many things that you can do with JavaScript, but the most important thing that people use it for is web development. Almost everything that's on the web is using JavaScript. And for example, YouTube and Google use JavaScript. Anything that you want to do with web development, you're going to need to learn JavaScript for that. So I think it's one of the most important languages to learn. In popularity, it's the #2 most popular language according to the Pipeline Index, right behind Python. So JavaScript is really popular. And how much do JavaScript developers make? This is a very popular question. And according to Indeed.com, in United States, JavaScript developers make on average over $112,000 or $113,000 per year. There are many factors that are taken into your skill set, your experience, your ability to negotiate your salary, things of that nature. What is the specific niche of the job that you're looking for? Are you trying to be a front end or a back end or a full stack developer? That determine your salary, all right? If you're in a different country, you're probably gonna be making, the average is gonna be below that. With that said, I hope you are ready, and now we're gonna get started into the actual meat and potatoes of this video, the real reason why you came here. Now, right before we get into this video, if you could help me out with beating the YouTube algorithm, I would really appreciate it by giving this video a like and by subscribing to the channel if you're interested in these types of technical trainings as well as tutorials that up-level your skill set when it comes to coding. With that said, let's jump right into the tutorial, starting from the very basics of JavaScript. Let's go. JavaScript crash course tutorial. Let's just jump right into it. So first thing I want you to do is install Visual Studio Code. Once you are done with Visual Studio Code, we are going to create a folder right on our home page, and we're going to call it JavaScript Crash Course. Now inside of this folder, we're going to create just a few files, and I'll show you how. First, we're going to open up our Visual Studio Code. Once our Visual Studio Code is open, let's hit Command-N or Control-N, and let's hit Command-O, and we will open our JavaScript Crash Course folder. Once this folder is open, we will go inside of this folder and hit this plus sign over here to create a new file. Now this new file, we will just call it index.html, like so. All right. I'm going to hit Command B. You can probably hit Control B if you're on Windows, and you can hide this. I'll show you how to run JavaScript in your browser. We won't be dealing with Node or any of that complexity. We will try to keep it pretty damn simple. So we're going to run HTML from we're going to run JavaScript from our index.html file. Here's a shortcut. Just do doc, hit tab, and hit save. So it's going to write the bare bone HTML code you need to kind of get started. And where our JavaScript code we will put it for now is we will put it right over here and test it out. Now, in between these script tags is where you will write JavaScript code. In the future, I'll show you how you create a JavaScript file and then write your code there. I'm going to say console.log hello. And now we're going to open up a Chrome tab like so. I'm going to hit Command O, or you can hit Control O, go to index.html and open that right up. And then hit inspect. Okay. Make sure you're using Chrome, please, because you're going to need to use the Chrome Dev Tools in this. And on the right-hand side, what you see is that it says hello. Now I'm going to hit save and refresh. You should see that hello again. If I copy this code and I paste it here and I come here and refresh, now you should see two hellos. If I write alert and I say yo, come over here and refresh, you see it says yo in big letters, or sorry, as an alert like that. This now should make sure that you are running your JavaScript code, and now you should be ready to go on to the more advanced things that we are going to be working on. So before we continue any further, I'm going to show you how you create your own JavaScript file, link it to your HTML file, and then we're going to be coding strictly in our JavaScript file from now till the end of the tutorial. That's it. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Beautiful person. Now let's link this script to the actual JavaScript file. That's how you actually code like a normal human being. All right. We're going to cut all of this and leave this empty. I will create it with Command N or Control N, create a new file, and I will call this, I'll save, and I'm going to call this home.js, okay? And I'm going to put console.log hello like this, and then I will say alert yo like that. We'll go back to our indexed file, and what I'm going to do here in the body is I'll add a script tag. I'll type in source, and I'm going to do home.js. Just so you know how the files are located is inside of JavaScript Crash Course folder. You should have home.js and index.html just like that. Okay, now that I've linked these files together, now if I go here and I hit refresh, look at that. It still says yo. I can change this to hello, this is Kazi. Go back. Now the alert says this is Kazi. Now we know this is working and we don't want it to run anymore. So what I'll add is something called a // which turns it into a comment. This is only for humans to read, and it tells the computer, do not read this as a code line. Read this only as something that's for humans. So pretty much it tells the computer to ignore it. Okay, that's how do you write a comment. This is useful. Now if I if I save this, Command S, and I go back here and I hit refresh, now it does not do that alert anymore that we were seeing earlier. So we can now just focus strictly inside of our JavaScript file and do coding here, and then and then we will run the code in our index.html file. So let's get started with variables. What are variables? Variables is something very simple. So I can do var, hello, or var b is equal to something, smoothie. Okay, now I can say console.log b, which just means read what b is. Oh, not like that, sorry, b, it's a variable. Now when I go refresh here, you'll see it says smoothie. And you can store that in a string. You can store a number in a string as well. Or sorry, you can store that in the variable b. You can store numbers into variables too, which is totally fine. So variable some number, and we can have 45. Okay, and I can do this, and I can just say some number. Refresh, and now it prints out or reads out in the log that number. Another cool thing that I want to show you earlier is that you can change code on the HTML page using JavaScript. That's what's cool about it. So I can take JavaScript and I can take a HTML page and add JavaScript code to that. So I can do document.getElement, and I can get a particular element by its ID, and then I can add things to that. So maybe in my HTML, I can have a little p tag, and I can give it an ID of some text like this, and I can go back, and then I can say some text. So it grabs that element by its ID, and I can say change its inner HTML to hello world, or hey there. Now when I refresh it, you can see that it actually writes it out right there. I can turn this into an h1 tag too if I wanted. Now when I go here, it reads the h1 tag. That's one of my favorite things about JavaScript, that you can take code, you can actually write it out on the page, and then it shows you results. It shows you real things, and that's what makes JavaScript so cool. You're basically doing GUI development so quickly, so fast. Now you can do a lot of things. For example, you can ask a user for, hey, what is your age, right? And when the user types in their age, you can actually store that somewhere. For example, say we have a prompt and it asks, what is your age? Okay, like this. And we go here, it'll ask you, what is your age? I'll say 45. But it doesn't do anything with that information. This 45 is just a coincidence because I have a 45 here. Let me just run it again so you don't get confused. Let's say my age is 10. So see, currently we're not doing anything with it, but I can store that in a variable. So I can say, I can call this var age. And then whatever age I get back, what I want to do is I want to add that age to here, and I want the main page to actually read out what our current age is. Okay, so I'm going to do this, and instead of saying hey there, I'm going to say read out whatever age is. So now let's give that a try. Let me see if I can hide the view on the left hand side. All right, so I went in view, I went in appearance, and I just hid my activity bar. I don't want to see that, so it makes it easier for you to view what I'm viewing here. And I'll move this more this way, just so you're more comfortable viewing this, getting a good experience out of this tutorial. Okay, so now let's talk about the age, yeah?
if I hit refresh on this page and I type in my age is 20, watch what happens. Now it's reading it and then it's writing it out onto the page. That makes us really happy. Things are working. So we can store a string to a variable. We can also store numbers inside of a variable. And there are lots of other data types that we can store inside of a variable as well, such as Boolean or an array or an object or a function. But we won't do that until later. We will increase one level of difficulty at a time. So we will try to keep things simple. That's it for this video. In the next video, we will be talking about functions and how they work. Back to the JavaScript tutorial. Let's talk about numbers. How do you deal with numbers in JavaScript? You can have all kinds of numbers, all right? We have var num1, and you could have a simple number like this, or you could have a floating number like this. And then you can also do lots of different operations on a number. You can do lots of arithmetic with a number, okay? Which means that you can multiply a number. So you could do console.log. I could do num1, or let's just keep it simple, 5 times 10. I go here, and if I refresh, let me go ahead and stop the H prompts because that's going to get annoying pretty quickly. So I'm going to go ahead and just comment that out for now. Let's go back here and refresh. So you can see that I'm having, it says 50 over here. I can also divide numbers. So I can do 50 divided by 5. If I go here, it tells you 10. I can increment and decrement numbers as well. So for example, I can go and say, hey, increase num by 1. So let's say num1 was 10. And I can say num1 equals num1 plus 1. Let me change this with num1. And if I refresh, what it should do is it should take this 10 and turn it into 11. Refresh. And there you have it. There you have the 11. I'm also going to mute that statement here, just so things are less confusing for you. All this statement is saying is, hey, increment num1 by 1. So the new num1 is equal to the old num1, this num1, plus 1. That's it. And then I'm just like, hey, read it out. If I want to increase it by 10, boom, I can do that. If I want to... So this is the way to increment it normally. Another way to increment things in a fancy way is I can actually just add plus plus like this. And if I go back and hit refresh, you can see that it's now 11. And I can then do it again. And if I refresh, you can see num is 12. Well, with that logic, what else could we do? We could also decrement it by 1, right? So let me leave this code here, and this will increment num1 by 1. And now let's decrement num1 by 1. I can just do num minus minus. So if I read it out again, it should say 10 again, because this increments it, this decrements it. You could divide, multiply, And you could also get remainders of numbers by doing this. So I can get remainders by doing that. So what does that mean? Well, let's take a look. I can go num1, remainder 5, and I can have it read it out. Let's take a look. 0. No, nothing left over because 5 goes perfectly into 10. What if I did 6? Well, the remainder would be 4 because 6 only goes once. Okay. Another thing I want to show you is while you can increment things by doing num++ and num minus, you can increment by, in this case, you're incrementing essentially by 1 or decrementing by 1. I'm going to show you how you can increment or decrement by any number you want. So increment / decrement by any number you want. And how you do that is I take num1 and I go plus equals. So plus equals 10. Now if I print it out, you should see 20 here. Let's leave that as a remainder. And there you go, you see 20. Now if I increment it by 20, you should see 30. I'll just leave a little note here that says increment decrement by 10. You can really increment decrement it by, again, whatever number you want. All right, that is it for this video. This is how you deal with basic numbers in JavaScript. About functions. Here is how they work. Functions. Baby. Let's say you have a function. Well, how you do is you just say function, and I can say fun. You open close paren and you do this squiggly bracket thing. And now inside of this function, you could add in something. So let's just throw an alert statement just to make it, this is a function, just to make this very obvious. If I go back to my code and I run it, and I run this page, nothing obvious is going to happen. Because I've created this function, now I have to call the function. So I guess here are the steps, right? For functions. This is how you create a multi-line comment, by the way, by doing / and then asterisk. And then you sandwich it up like this and you end it. Step 1, create a function. Step 2, call the function. That's kind of it. Okay, it's pretty simple. Now I call it. This is how you call the function. This is creating, create, and this is call. It's kind of like naming your child John. It's like creating a child, but then to get his attention and have him come to you, you got to say John. Here you got to say fun. If I go back here and I hit refresh, now it says this is a function. So that's pretty much the idea. Now what we need to do is let's start making it a little bit more complicated. I'm going to change this alert because alerts get pretty annoying pretty fast. Now let's create a function. And the idea behind functions is it should do multiple things. So we should create a function. And what this function should essentially do is it should take in a name and then return to you. So I'll write this down. Let's create a function that takes in a name and returns to you and says hello followed by your name. For example, if your name is Kazi, which mine is, the function should return hello Kazi. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. So let's code this up. We'll say function, and then we will call this greeting, open close paren. And what this function will do is it'll do a prompt. And the prompt will say, what is your name? Question mark. And we will store this in a variable called name. Then what we will do is we will create final result, or let's just call it result. And this will essentially, it should say something like hello plus name. Now, notice what happens and notice what we'll have to fix shortly. But first, let's just do this. And we will have it do console.log the result so we can read it. And remember, we created the function. Now what we need to do, because if we run it, it's not going to do anything. We need to actually run the function. So we'll say greeting and then run it. What is your name? Kazi. And look, it says hello Kazi. Cool. But let's add in we need a space here. So how do we do that? Well, I can add a space like that. Or I can add in a space like that. Kazi. Okay. This is called string concatenation. I'm taking a string, I'm adding a space to it, then I'm adding the name to it. This is fancy, so I'll leave a little note for this right here, and I'll say string concatenation, like this. Now, functions could also take in arguments. Which essentially just means, look, every function is going to have some kind of input. Here, our input is the name. So what we should probably do is have it outside of the function. And the function should be taking that as the input. That's the first thing that should be given to the function, because the function is dependent on that information. If you don't give it that information, the function just won't run. So I'm just going to comment this out for now. And if I comment this out, this function won't run. So when I refresh, no prompt or anything comes up. So let's write our greeting function, for example, but it should take in an input. So before we go ahead and do that, I'm going to show you an example with if we had to get two numbers, how do we add them together? Okay, how do we add two numbers together in a function? Here's how we do it. Write function, and then I will say something like sum numbers. And it will take in two inputs. So you can give it any amount of inputs you want. You could give it one input, or you could give it two inputs. And you could call them something like num1 and num2, whatever you want, whatever makes sense. So here I have a function with two inputs. The thing I'll do with this function is I'll simply have it print out Okay, let's go here and let's say var result is equal to num1 plus num2 like this. And then I'll go here and I'll do num1 plus num2 like so. Save it. And now I just have to make sure I call this function like this. I'll go here. And when you call this function, you can't just call it with emptiness. You have to actually give it the arguments it's expecting. As you can see, it's expecting num1 and it's expecting num2. So it's expecting two things. So I will go ahead and give it those two things. I'll give it 10 and then I'll give it another 10. So it should spit back out 20. And here is 20. How does this work? There's a function called SumNumbers. It takes in two inputs, 10 and 10. Then it goes here and it goes, okay, result. And since num1 is 10 and num2 is 10, it adds them together and gets 20. And then this statement, all it does is just reads it out. If I can change this statement to result to just keep it simpler, refresh, and you get the same thing. Now, because we haven't enforced that those be numbers, you can also add in strings here and you can say hello and you can say Kazi. Maybe put a space here. And when you refresh, I should say hello Kazi. All it's doing is combining two things together. Let's just leave numbers in there for now. And JavaScript has this another functionality. So if you had a string 10 and another string 10, let's see what happens. It actually puts them together like this, okay? What would happen if I gave it a string 10 and then a number 10? It would still put them together like this. So make sure that you are putting these in accurately and not putting quotes around it. You're just putting it normally and then it'll just combine them together like a number and add the two together, okay? So let's go back to the original thing that we wanted to do. We wanted to give function, so greeting an input and then have it do the thing that we want it to do. So let's go ahead and do that. I will put this prompt here of what is your name. I will say that greeting takes in your name. Your name. Like this. So now when we run greeting, we do the following. We take in the name and then we pass it to greeting like so. Okay. So let me go run this code and now watch what happens. What is your name? Kazi. And it goes hello Kazi. And what it did is it took in the name as input. And then this just becomes a name, and then that's it. So this is a better way to write the code. If a function is dependent on some piece of information, to write clean code, you just make sure you add that in there, because otherwise you are not writing clean code and somebody's reading your code will not know that that function is dependent on some piece of information. So make that very, very clear. Otherwise you will not get a job and the people who read your code will make fun of you and laugh at you. So just be careful about that. All right, in this video, we just wanted to cover functions. We wanted to cover functions with multiple arguments, and we're gonna leave it off at that. I hope that you enjoyed functions. You kind of understood the basics of how they work. That's it for this video. Welcome back to the JavaScript crash course. We left off talking about functions and how functions can take in multiple arguments. Now, what we want to be able to do next is, what if things have to be done multiple times? How do we do that? Well, let's talk about while loops. And then after that, we're going to talk about how for loops work. So, all right, let's talk about while loops. So say we have some number, and I'm going to put this number to 0. And what we'll do is we'll say while that number is less than 100, what this code is going to do is it's going to do the following. So when I hit refresh here on my page, remember to also comment out any of the prompt lines you had at the top. And what it does is it prints out from 1 to all the way 100, and then it stops. Now, I won't go too much into the logic. Well, let's go a little bit into the logic of it. But basically, this is how while loops work, right? This number started at 0, and it said, hey, 0 is less than 100. And if that's true, then I want you to run this part of the code, increase it by 1. And then I want you to run this part of the code, print it out. So it does that, prints it out. Then it goes through again. It goes, well, num is now 1. Is 1 less than 100? This goes, yes, it is. Then it runs this line, this line. Now, finally, when num becomes 99, it goes, hey, is 99 less than 100? It goes, yes, it is. So it turns num into 100, and then it prints it out. So you get 100 right over here. Then it goes back and it goes, is 100 less than 100? And it goes, nope. So this entire thing turns into false. And as soon as that happens, this code does not run anymore. Okay, if this is true, then this code runs. It's cool because it even highlighted it and it shows us. So that's how you write a while loop. Now, what we want to do is we want to write a for loop that effectively achieves the same thing. So how do we do that? So let's comment this out like this. Now we're going to do for loop. So what I'll do is I'm going to write for, and I'll say var num. And instead of var, the better habit I want you guys to get into starting now is actually let. So start writing let rather than var wherever you probably is. Let's actually cut that part out. So for, and let's just write let off. Damn it. For var. You can say var or let. If you're a beginner right now, it pretty much means the same thing. And now the general thing that you should start using is let. So let's just start using let from this point on. Again, it's the same thing as just naming something as a variable. So let some number equals 0. While that number is less than 100, keep incrementing the number. And then just print it out. And now let's run this. You can see it stops at 99. Okay. If I did this less than or equal to 100, now it stops at 100 completely. So this for loop is actually the same thing as this while loop here. For loops are much easier to write, much nicer to read, and they don't cause these weird problems that while loops can have, because if you forget to put a break statement, it still allows you to run the while loop and it can potentially run infinitely long. For example, if you had a statement like you never incremented the number, instead you just printed it out, it would just run infinitely. Whereas here, it would not run infinitely because for loop will guaranteed do something like increment it or make it come to a stop at a certain point. Great. Okay. And that's an example of a for loop. Now you can do all kinds of different things with loops, but we're gonna stop here. And some things that we're gonna be working on, we're gonna work on a little bit later. Like for example, when you wanna be able to add things to an array, and we're gonna talk about those types of concepts in the upcoming video. So that's it. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. This video, we're going to talk about data types. Let's get started. So there are different types of data types, and I just kind of want to expose you to them in this video. And in the upcoming videos, we are going to start working with them. So obviously, you know about, a number data type. So this is a number. Okay. So for example, if I did var your age is equal to 18, well, that's a number. And we can start getting into the practice of using let. If I did let your name equal Bob, that's a string. I can also do let your name equal Jane, and then last name be Doe. This is an object in JavaScript. All right. So these are examples. Again, you can refer to the HTML cheat sheet that we have available for you, and you can get access. Again, this is just a reminder, you can get access to this entire course along with all the assets, along with the downloadables and the cheat sheet if you just go to the URL we have for you, and in the description below, sign up, create an account, and then you will just be able to get access to all of this for free. So that's how numbers, strings, and this is how object looks. Now we're going to talk more about how objects work. And for example, this thing in Python, we call it a dictionary. So how does that work in JavaScript? We'll talk about this as well. I just want to keep introducing you to some of them, and then we're going to be speaking on these later. So you can have truth or false, like false or true. So these are going to be called Boolean. All right, and then you can have a list of things. So we can have groceries, we can have apple, banana, oranges, right? So this data structure can hold multiple things at once, and this is called an array. You can have a variable that's just nothing. And if you check the type of this, this will give you back an undefined. So you can also have an undefined. And another thing you can have is a null. And null is just null. Okay. Great. So these are the different data types we have in JavaScript. If you're coming from another language, this is called a dictionary and a list in Python. And almost most programming languages have these things where you have a dictionary where you can index, there's a key and a value pair, and then you have a list, which doesn't care about the key. Everything is about order, and this generally doesn't care about the order. We'll touch more in the next videos on how do you actually use these data types and what do we do with them and what do we use them for. That's it for this video. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Let's talk about strings in JavaScript and the common methods that you can use with strings. So for example, say we have a string and we will call it fruit. Now, there are a lot of things that we can do here. So we can obviously add in something to escape a line. So if we had to escape line, and to escape a line or add a new line, you can do that in a pretty simple way by doing /n. So if I wanted to let more fruits equal banana and then apple, right? If I actually ran this, in here, you'll see it'll say apple, banana. It's writing a new line. If I remove this and I go here, it says it in one line. So this functionality that we just added is new line. Okay. Now there are other things we can do as well. So I can go to this fruit and I can get its length and I can print that out. So let's do console.log and we'll see that it has a length of 6. So banana has 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And it's not counting from 0, it's counting the overall length. Now, another thing we can do is we can look for things inside of a string. So now I can do console.log and I'm going to do fruit.index of. So this is to get an index and to see if something can be found within a string. So if I have my string banana, well, can I find an n in there? So let's see what it says. If I refresh, it gives me a 1. Can we find a q in banana? Probably not. So now it should give me a -1. So this is how you can see if something can be found and what its index is. Now let's say that we give it a nan. It should say that it's finding at index 2 probably. Let's take a look. Yep. It starts finding it at 2. Okay. So that's how that works. What other things do we have? We can do slicing. So I can copy this and then I can actually fruit slice and I can say slice it from 2 to 4. Let's see what I get back and I get NA. Well, let's try it slicing it from 2 to 6 and I get NA. This is 2 because this is 0. Then this is 1. The A is 1. Then the N is 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And that's how this works. So it slices it from that N all the way to an A. So including and then up to. So up to 6 and then including the 2. So this is how slicing works. Besides slicing, there are a few other ones we can use. For example, we can use find and replace. Replace, right? So if wherever we find BAN, replace it with 1, 2, 3. Okay, so now it prints out, instead of banana, it says 1, 2, 3, Anna. Other common ones you want to use in JavaScript will be the following. To uppercase, fruit, and then we got to lowercase. Whoops. So you have banana all uppercase, you have banana all lowercase. Okay. What other ones we got? So if we have lowercase, we have uppercase. Oh, I called it incorrectly. Let's start from here. Editor, please edit this out. Start again. So now we're going to remove this and we're going to say .to uppercase. And let's test. Oh. Let's test it. You have banana, all uppercase. Then if we run it again. And you have banana, all lowercase. Great. What else can we do? We can also concatenate strings with .concat, but you don't need to do that if you are just using the regular plus sign. You can get the character of a string given the index. So I can say character at, car at, and I'll say 2, and it'll give me n. I can also get a character by doing this. So these two are the same thing. And then a few other common methods that you want to care about are the following. You always have dot split. So you can split a string on a comma. Okay, so this is saying, hey, split a string by whatever it's got. So it's splitting it based on every single character. So I'm getting back an array with 6 letters in there. B-A-N-A-N-A. If I said split by comma, it should just give me an array of 1. So now imagine if I had a CSV file that looked like this, that had apple and orange and, you know, berry, a blackberry. And if I go in here, now you'll notice it'll give me a list with 4 items inside of it, thanks to the split functionality. So I want to add a little note that, remember, this is split by a comma. And this default that you might think splits by a comma, because that's what the default in Python does. It does not. It splits by whatever is there. So this is split by character. All right. Great. Okay, so these are the common string operations that I wanted to share with you in this video. That's it. Thank you for watching. As always, I love your face, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Let's talk about arrays in JavaScript. So this is another data type. Well, how does this work? This one is probably one of my most favorite ones. So let's say that we have fruits again. All right. We'll create an array for this. We'll have banana, and then we'll have apple and an orange. And whoops, I did not mean to put this equal sign there. Go away. And pineapples. Okay. Now, that's one way you can create an array. Another way you can create an array is actually by doing pretty much the same thing, except, so I'm just gonna copy this and paste it. And the only thing that changes here is you say new array, and instead of brackets, you actually have parens. Okay, you have parentheses. So 2 ways to create the same array that you're looking at currently. All right. This is just the declaration. Now you can also, now let's start getting the values of this array. So I'll do alert 1 and I'll run this. Oh, fruits has already been declared. Let's do fruit. Fruit says, okay, so let is cool because it goes, hey, you've already declared it once, so now you can't keep using let and let again. So let's see where we declared fruits. Okay, so I can't do this here. Cool. Now if I refresh it, it runs. So when you do let, you can't do that again. You have to not have let and just have the variable name like this. So every time I refresh, you'll see that it says apple right over here. Now if I make that 2, it'll say orange. So let's change it to console.log before it starts to get really annoying. And when I refresh, you should see orange here. Okay. So this is how you access values. Okay, so access value at index second. Okay, so 0, 1, 2. So this is the third from the start, essentially. You can also change the values of things. So I can say fruits of 0. So we can change the banana, and we can actually change it to a pair if we wanted to. So I can do pair, and now if I do console.log and we print out fruits and refresh, you'll see that there's no banana anymore. Now it's pair. That's how change values. And something common that you normally do with lists or arrays is you loop through them. So say I can say for and I can say let index or I equals 0. Then I can say while I is less than fruits.length, because you can call length functionality on an array. Say I++. So keep incrementing the index and then simply print it out. When I refresh it, oops, I meant fruits, sorry. And here you have pear, apple, orange, and pineapples, okay? And all it did is just went through the array of fruits and then just printed out one item at a time. Now let's talk about array common methods. So there are lots of different methods you can do in an array. And let's just get started with some of them. So I can take an array and I can actually convert it to a string, and it can essentially turn it to the opposite of what split functionality does, okay? So I can do toString, and I'll do console.log so you can see what it does. Okay, and I'll put here and I'll say toString and then go like this. Put a space there and refresh, or we don't need to put a space there. So to console.log, you can give it multiple arguments. Here I've given it, I'm saying print this and then print this right next to it. That way in one box you'll see these two print statements, and maybe I can make this bigger. Right, so you can see these two print statements right here. One is toString and then pear, apple, orange, pineapples. All right. You also have join. You can do join, and you can join it by something. So I can say that. Now when I refresh it, look what it does. It takes that array and each item and it joins it by an hyphen. I can also put a star here if I wanted to. I can pop an item, meaning that I can pop the last item. So I'll show you what that does. So that'll require two. So I'll print out two different things. So I'll say pop, and then here I'll also say print fruits. Okay, and here I'll also write fruits. So first I'm going to print out what fruits was. Then what pop does is it pops off the last element. So from our grocery list, it's going to pop off pineapples. Then when I call fruits again, it will just read banana, apple, orange. My bad, pear, apple, orange, because we changed it. We changed the 0th item to pear. So you can see the pineapples has been popped off. So now let me remove this line here and run it. So it popped off pineapples, and when it pops it off, it also shows and returns that. So when you do fruits.pop, it pops it off and returns it to you. And now the list has been changed permanently after you call .pop. Another common one is to push. Push actually appends something, which is a really common thing to do. So we'll do that. we'll print fruits after pushing onto it blackberries. And let's refresh, and you will see that I have pushed, and when you push it, I'm doing the act of pushing this, and then it's return, and then when I print fruits, it actually returns to me pear, apple, orange, blackberries. This deletes items, removes last item, appends. Okay. Another thing, which is the same as essentially the push method, but it's kind of a clever way of doing things, is I can do fruits, and I can get the fruits.length here, which is going to say 6. So essentially it's the same way of saying at fruits equals 6, or sorry, fruits equal, because there are 4 items in here, right? There are 4 items inside of here. So if I did fruit of 4, okay, let's just start printing this out. Console.log fruits of 4. It should give me back undefined because there's nothing there. But if I do fruits of 3, it should give me back blackberries. On fruits of 4, what we are going to do is I'm going to add new fruit like so. And then I'm simply going to print that out. When I run it, you'll see that all I've done is essentially added a new fruit item. So a cool way of adding a new item, you can do this trick. And what this trick will essentially do is just same thing as push. Now, if you want to do the opposite of pop, you can also do that. So I can do fruits.shift. And what this will do is remove first element from a list. Generally, this is a pretty expensive thing to do. You don't want to do this if you can avoid it. So if we print it out, now notice that pear has been removed because that's what shift does. Now I can use something called unshift, and I can say, running out of fruit here, more oranges. Let's say kiwi actually. This will add first element to an array. Let's keep saying array because that's what they're called in JavaScript and not lists. Oh, and let's make sure to print it out. So if I print it out now, you'll see that we've added a kiwi. That's what unshift does. There's a delete method you can use in lists, in arrays, but that's one you don't want to use. Now let's say you had 2 arrays. So for example, we have this one called fruits, but let's say we had another one called vegetables. And in vegetables, we had asparagus and tomato and broccoli and let's say we wanted to combine vegetables with the fruits array. How would we do that? Well, we'll create all groceries, and what we're going to do is we're going to say fruits dot concat vegetables, and then we're going to print it out, and effectively you'll see that now we have this one big array, and this has all of the fruits, and then it has all of the vegetables all in one. You can also slice a array. So let's grab all groceries. And we'll slice it from 1 through 4. So including but not up to. So it should be not kiwi, but it should be apple, orange, and blackberries. And that's it. And indeed it is apple, orange, blackberries, and that's it. Now we can reverse an array. And now the order has been flipped. What if we wanted to get the vegetables first? If we wanted to get the vegetables first, then we just simply call reverse and it takes care of it. We can also call sort. So let's create an array of some numbers, and we will have 5, 10, 2, 25, 3, something like this, right? Now, sorting it manually would be a little bit of a pain, but luckily we have .sort to help us out. Oh, my bad. Some numbers. There we go. I misspelled some numbers. And wait, I don't think that did what I wanted it to do. So let's talk about sorting. Now, I put some numbers here, and we're going to come to this in a second. To sort numbers, there's a cool way to do it, but let's just sort an array first. Let's just sort a regular array of alphabets. So how do we do that? Well, I would just go here, and I'll call .sort. And that's it. Now I should have an array which is sorted by, which is alphabetically sorted. To sort numbers, JavaScript, you have to pass it a filter. For example, I can now do or some numbers, and I can call .sort on it. And now what I want to do is I want to pass it a function. So I'll do function a comma b, and then I'll say give me a pretty simple function where return a minus b, and that's it. Okay, and here we have numbers in a sorted order, and if I change this to a b minus a, now I have in a descending order. Okay, so I'll leave these here for you. I won't go too much into how they work. I'll just leave these here, sorted in ascending order, and we have descending order. Okay, great. Now, a common thing you do with an array that I do want to mention is you write loops and you add things to an array. And that's something we haven't touched base on yet. So generally what you do is you let empty array. Okay, you start with an empty array. So we can also say new array, just depends how you like doing it. And now we can write a for loop that adds things to this array. So you can say for num is less than 10. Okay. Num plus plus So I have an empty array, then I loop through, and I keep appending number. So I loop from 0 to 10, or 0 up until 9, and I keep pushing those numbers to this array. So basically this array at the end will look like the following: 0 to 9. If I wanted to make sure I added the 10th element in there, I'll just do less than or equal to. If I refresh, we have 0 through 10, like so. So this is a very common thing that you do, where you loop through and you append stuff. You definitely want to keep this pattern in mind. And these are the main methods and main ideas behind an array that I want to cover in this video. So thank you so much for watching. This is Kazi, I love your face, and I'll see you in the next video. What's up, guys? In this video, let's talk about JavaScript and objects. How do they work? Well, objects are also known as dictionaries in Python, and if none of those make sense, no worries, that's what we're here for. I also have something pretty interesting to share with you guys. I mean, you guys can also let me know in the comments below, but let's just jump right into it. So say we have a student, and we're going to do let student is equal. I'm going to create this object, right? First name is Rafe, last name is Kazi. And now let's just console.log that before we go any further. So you have Rafe here, okay? That is just fine. We got it. Great. Now, something interesting is that you can't, it seems like in JavaScript, you can't access using indices anymore. You can't access objects like this. So unless this feature is deprecated, because even when I'm going to W3 school, even W3 school, it's saying that you can actually access it like this, but I don't think you can. I think it's either been deprecated in the newest JavaScript, so just know that, don't fall for that. All right, and I can also do last, and it should print it out, Rafe Kazi. Now we're going to add in a few more attributes here for the particular student. So we're going to add a few more things. For example, we'll add in the age, and then we'll add in height. Okay, so we add in the height. Now you can see it's the object that I made is running along, so we're going to do a few things to make it look nicer. So we're going to hit enter here, and then hit enter here. This is just for formatting. This is not actually changing anything in the code. And you can even have a comma here at the end, and it wouldn't break anything. And what I actually suggest is you do keep this comma. I think it's good practice. Now, you can obviously change properties in this object. So I can go like this, and I can do student.first is equal to not Rafe. And if I go back and I hit refresh, you'll know, oh, whoops. It'll print out not Rafe. Okay, so this is how change value. So you can't even assign using this anymore. So I just don't think, I think this feature has been deprecated. Now, there are a few other things I want to show you here. Okay, so this is how you have keys, and you can access them from this object. You have, everything has a value. You can change the value using this. You can increment it. For example, I can do student.age, and I can just hit plus plus, and now if I read it out, it'll be 26 instead of 25. So you can increment things like that. And another thing I want to show you in objects is you can actually do a little bit of object-oriented programming. And this is how you actually do object-oriented programming in JavaScript. So I can go here and I can say, I can create a function that basically just reads out info about the student. So let's call it student info. And what this will do is we'll have it say return this dot first name, or return this dot first plus we'll put in new line, and then we'll say plus this dot last. Okay, so that's what this function returns. Now what I can do is I can console.log it, and I will say student dot student info. And when I run this, okay, and I'll comment out these ones because I'll comment out some of these because these make it a little confusing as to what's happening. There we go. Okay, so it prints out Rafe, and then new line, and then Kazi. So as you can see here, Rafe, and then Kazi. I can put in another new line, and I can also say the age. So I can go like this, and I can go plus okay. So here I did double quotes to just run it, and now when I do refresh, you can see it says Rafe Kazi. Oh, sorry. So now I'm going to create another new line, and then I will say plus this dot age. You'll see it says Rafe Kazi and age 26. This is the equivalent to self in Python. So this is how the basics of object work. This is the very basic of also some object-oriented programming in JavaScript. That is it for this video. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to start talking about the conditionals and the control flow. So let's get into it. Let's talk about how if and else statements work. So conditionals, control flows, and if else. All right. So my target demographic, most people who watch my video and then the people who become my customers are generally between the ages of 18 to 35. 18 to 35 are is my target demographic. Now I want to be able to write a statement of code that represents this idea. I can do that by doing something like this. If the age is greater than or equal to 18 and the age is less than 35, I can say less than or equal to 35. Well, then the case is the following. So notice that this outer paren is for the if statement, and then these parentheses are, this paren is for this criteria, this paren is for criteria number 2, and then we have an and statement that's a Boolean logical operator in the middle. Okay, so we have a few different Boolean logical operators. This is an and, This is an or. Important to remember. So I will say if these are the things, then status is equal to target demo. And then what I want to say is I want to say else status is equal to not my audience. Now we have to make sure that there is an age variable. Otherwise, if we try to run this code, it won't work. So I can have a prompt that asks the following. What is your age? Let age is great. Age is not defined. At 191. All right. So one of the weird JavaScript parts, if you write let, it won't work with prompt like you want it to. So you want to write var here. So var age. And then all we're going to do is just print it out. What's the status? Let's just print it. Print here as well. Let's refresh. If we are 24, it says we're part of the target demo. If we are 36, it says this is not the audience. That's how if and else statements work. Now let's talk also about how switch statements work in JavaScript. So say that if every day was a weekday, so how do we differentiate between weekday versus weekend? So if we're given day 6, for example, which is let's say that's a Saturday, and for day 7, which is a Sunday, if let's say day 6 is a weekend, it's a Saturday. So say that day 0 is Sunday. And then say day 6 is Saturday. How can we make it so that it prints out weekday and let's do another one. Let's do 4. So let's say day 4 is Thursday, which would be a weekday. All right, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday should be the weekend, and everything else, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday should be the weekday. Well, we can use switch cases in that. Instead of writing a bunch of if-then statements, which would take forever, it'd be way easier if we wrote switch. Say we have switch here, and let's give switch some random day to play with. Say if case is 5. So if case is 4, 5, 6, essentially it should be a weekend. Okay. Or sorry, if case is 0, 5, and 6. Because 0 is a Sunday. This is a Friday, and this is a Saturday. So we'll have case 5, and then we'll have a case 6. Cool. Now, say case 0, text is Sunday. So we'll say weekend. Case 5 is a Friday, so text is weekend. And case 6, text is again weekend. And everything else, which is the default, the text will be weekday. So now let's comment this out. All right, so now that we have got all of our switch statements, let's go ahead and change that line where we had prompt. Let's remove the prompt to just be a number so it doesn't bother us anymore. And let's come down here and we will say console.log text. And if we refresh, it'll say all right. Now, if I refresh, for case 6, it's weird that it says weekday when it clearly should be a weekend because that's what case 6 is. So the idea is that you don't want it to go through all of these statements because it'll always default to this one. So what you want to write here is essentially like a for loop. What you want to write there is a break statement like this. After each of the cases. So it'll break out of that loop essentially. So right here, it'll break out and return. And you can see text is weekend. And if I gave switch a 2 and came back, it would be a weekday, which makes sense. Because if we really write this out all the way, note to editor, just fast forward it to where all the days are completed. So right when I start writing it, like from day 1, it's very clear that I'm going to write day 2 Tuesday, day 3 Wednesday. So don't make the audience wait. Instead, after the day 1 is kind of completed, like just go all the way to where day 5, day 6 are completed and in order as well. So just skip to this part here. Great. So you can see how switch cases make it a lot easier. If you had to write if then statements, it would be a lot. If 0, then return weekend. If 1, then return weekday. If 2, then return weekday. If 3, return weekday. If 4, return weekday. If 5, return weekend. If 6, return weekend. So you can see it would take just bunch of if and then else if else if else if. So here you want to just make it a lot simpler and do this, and then that's it, you're done. All right, so that's what I wanted to cover in this video. Thank you so much for watching, and then I'll see you in the next video. What's up, guys? In this video, you're gonna learn JSON in 5 minutes. Let's get started. So I'm gonna switch over to my screen now, and we're gonna create a new file, and we'll call it students.json. Now, a few things I want to tell you about JSON are that it is used to represent data. It stands for JavaScript Object Notation. Generally, it's used for APIs to carry information that's very, very lightweight. So APIs and configurations. And that is all the theory you need to know. Now let's get into how it actually works, and we'll just put it to a test. Now, generally what it looks like is essentially it's an array with objects inside of it in JavaScript. How you would think about it in the Python world is that it's a list with dictionaries inside of it. Let's open up a new file here, and we're going to call it students.json. We're going to paste this code that I already had copied. But essentially, it's in JSON, you would call this an array with objects inside of it. In Python world, you would call it a list inside of with objects inside of it. So we have 2 students in here, okay? We have one student, his name is Kazi. Let's say we have another student, his name is Rafe, and age is 28, and this is the height, all right? We can change the height just a little bit. So we have 2 student objects in here. And now let's learn how to deal with this in our home page, okay? So I'm going to go to my index.html, and just in the body, I'm going to create a script tag. And inside of this script tag, we will take this JSON code, okay? And I'll show you how you can deal with it. So JSON is valid JavaScript. This is very important to know. So I can actually take all of this code right here. I can go right there and paste it. All right. So notice that this code is all valid. And now another thing I will do is I'll say console.log students. Okay. And I will hide this. So you can see things clearly. And over here, I actually have the Chrome extension where I have this file opened, okay? So I'll just go and do that in front of you as well. I'll go to my JavaScript crash course, and I will open up this index.html file. That's the one I have opened. I'll open up I'll inspect. And I'm going to, just for 1 second, delete this line that I had because you don't need it while you're watching this tutorial. I'll switch over to console. So now I'm in my console, and you see I have an array with 2 objects inside of it. Now, in order to represent this like an actual array when we get it, what I'm going to do is I'm going to parse this as a string. I'm gonna turn this entire thing into a string. Now when I hit refresh, you should just get a string. This is what a JSON object looks like. All you have to do to deal with this is you got to take that. So you got to do JSON.parse, and then you give it the file you want it to parse. Now if I hit refresh, notice that it gives me back and it understands it just like a JavaScript array with objects inside of it. So just like how it would deal with the JSON file. This is the command that you have to use, and that's it. And then now I can do whatever I want. I can get the first student like this. Now I can do whatever I want. When I get the result back, I can actually get the first student like this. I can get the second students like this. I can ask for the student's name or the age, and I'll get that. And that's it, folks. This is how you deal with JSON. I hope this video brought you value. This channel is all about helping you become a developer and a freelancer. So if this is the type of stuff that interests you, then definitely hit like and subscribe to the channel for more incredible videos. Thank you so much for watching. I love your face, and I'll see you in the next video. What's up, guys? How's it going? Welcome. Let's get started. Or as they say in my country, let's get swifty. So we're going to be starting from complete scratch, okay? So if you look at over onto the screen, cue that screen up right now. It's empty, okay? But this is what we want it to look like ultimately. So challenge 1, challenge 2, 3, 4, 5, blackjack, blah, blah, blah. We're going to start off with challenge 1 in this video, okay? And we're just going to work and figure out how to actually do that. So let's get started on this challenge, okay? The first thing we're going to need to do is, so by the way, the reason why I have the borders around it is so you can kind of see like visually, you know, once we're actually working on this challenge, you'll see how, you know, each border is supposed to represent like a div or a container. And if you don't know what the heck that is, don't worry, you'll learn. And I'll guide you through the process, okay? So the first thing we're gonna do is just add the HTML content, okay? So where it says challenge 1, your age and days, and maybe the click me button and the reset button, and we'll go from there, okay? So let's get started. On the left hand side, I want to show you in VS Code here, I have index.html file, and right next to it I have a static folder. In static I have my CSS, I have my images, I have my JS and sounds, okay? So you're not going to worry about the sound until we get to the blackjack project, so don't worry about the sound. The images you're also not going to worry about really until we get to challenge 3 and we get to the blackjack challenge. So don't worry about that for now. What you are going to worry about is CSS and JavaScript, okay? Because our focus in this module is JavaScript. And I don't want to just show you JavaScript by itself. I can and I will a little bit here and there. But my main goal is to show you JavaScript and how it works together with everything else, okay? So, you know, I'll show you a few things in JavaScript right now. So I'll go over to my JavaScript and I'll write something like alert hello, okay? And I'm gonna hit save. I'm gonna go back to my index.html file and I'll write my doc tab. It'll autocomplete a bunch of useful, common, normal stuff, and so I'll just keep that there. And for document, I will say, let's see, JavaScript on steroids. And when I come over here and I hit refresh, the tab, you'll see it says JavaScript on steroids. Now I need to link my JavaScript sheet to my HTML. Otherwise, it's not going to run the JavaScript code. Okay, it's kind of like the CSS and how that worked. Now on the left-hand side, you can see how they're related to each other. Okay, index is over here, and then you got to go in the static folder Then you got to go in the JS folder, and then you got to click on, then you got to select script.js. So we're going to do just that, okay? So right before the body tag is about to end, I'm going to add a script tag, and I will say something along the lines of source, and I'll make the source static slash JS slash script dot JS, okay? I'll hit save, and I'll hit refresh, and you can see that the JavaScript code just ran, and now it says hello, okay? This alert popped up. I can change this to hi, and I can come here, refresh, and now you can see the dialog box popped up and it says hi. I can comment this out. I can say console.log hello and hit save. I can hit right click inspect. I'll go into console, I'll refresh, and when I hit refresh, what you see here, let's make that bigger. What you see here, it says hello, okay? And this is the console. So anything I write and I say console.log, it'll just show up in the console right here. Console is very, very useful. And if you have Chrome, you can pop into this and check it out. Developer tools, and I'm sure Mozilla Firefox has those developer tools as well, okay? But I encourage you to use Chrome because that's what we're gonna be using for this course. So now let's get started and see how can we add this challenge 1 your age and days, right? We're going to just add the HTML content. I'm just going to comment out some of the JavaScript, and we'll work on the JavaScript part together. I'm also going to hide the tab by doing Command B. Okay, I'm going to hide that little tab right there. And we're going to go in our body and we're going to get started. So first, I'm going to write an H2 tag because I think that's an H2. I'm going to right click, inspect, and yeah, that's H2. Okay, so I'm going to go back. And my H2 tag, I'm gonna write this. So boom, refresh. Challenge 1, your age and days. So cool, we're done with that part of the code. Now I want to add a few buttons and you know, make them look kind of nice. How these look. So let's first just add a button, and then the button will say click me, and then we'll have another button, and I'll say reset. Okay, I'll come over here, refresh, and now we have 2 buttons. Okay, cool. So we got the buttons, but now what? Now we want to make it look a little bit nicer. So what I'm gonna do is, instead of designing my own epic buttons, I'm just gonna use Bootstrap, and Bootstrap makes it really easy to just style my stuff and make it look a lot nicer, okay, without me having to write a lot of code to style my button. I'm gonna go get Bootstrap and just do it. So here, Bootstrap CDN, and quick Bootstrap CDN stack path. I'll grab this complete CSS path, okay, CSS. I have copied it, and I'm gonna go over here and I will say link, and then paste that Bootstrap. Okay, now that that Bootstrap has been pasted, all this is, by the way, guys, all this is, by the way, is just a CSS file that's hosted online. Okay, so you could take the CSS file and you could actually paste it into your own CSS file like that, and notice it's like many lines of code. It just is all horizontal and on one line. But I wouldn't do that. I'll just use the one that's online. Okay, so I'm just gonna link to that path. That's kind of all we're doing here by linking to that path. Instead of linking to a local path, we're linking to an online path. And after linking to it, for these buttons, I'm just gonna add the class button primary for this one. And now what you're gonna notice, if I come here and hit refresh, this looks like a beautiful, juicy Bootstrap button. Okay, and then for this button, I'm gonna add class is equal to button danger, like that. Okay, hit refresh, and you can see now it looks like a nice, juicy Bootstrap danger button. Okay, so you have the blue button, we have the red button. Now, what else is going on this page, right? So on this page, we have all this content nice and centered, and Whereas on ours, we actually don't have it nice and centered, right? If I look at ours, it's kind of like all the way to the top left. It's like squeezed up there. So we want to, if you notice, we kind of want to bring it in the middle and give it a little spacing from the top. So we're going to do that. So we're just going to play around with it and see how we can do it, okay? I'm going to put a container here in a second, because what I want to do, I want to show you guys something called Flexbox, okay? And Flexbox makes your life really, really easy. It's going to allow you to put things in a nice little grid and organize them instead of how we had to do it before we had Flexboxes. You had to use like coordinates and percentages and do a lot of math to create things into their own grids and columns. But with Flexbox, it makes it really easy to put things either in a row or in a column, and it just calculates everything for you. It looks super nice and organized, okay? So that's what we're gonna do. First, I will create a container class, okay? I'm gonna call this container 1. Okay. I have this, move this over, and now I'm gonna create a Flexbox class. Okay, I'm gonna give this class Flexbox container 1, like that. And I'm gonna save this guy. I'll hit div, and I'll add in this button. Okay, and I'll just put each of these buttons in their own divs. Okay, so cool. So I have basically what I'm doing is I'm putting a flex box at the top, and inside of it I'm putting in 2 buttons, and each of those buttons is in its own div. Okay, so I'm gonna hit refresh here, and you just see that each button is in its own div. Now what I want to do is put them all kind of in one space. So before I go and do all of that, let's just do Flexbox container 1, and I'm gonna go in here and I'll just add a border. Okay, I'll add 1 pixel. Let's do solid and black. Come here, refresh. Flexbox container 1. Let's go back here. Why isn't it showing up? Oh, obviously because I didn't link to the sheet. So I'm just going to do link, and I'm going to do static / CSS / style.css. Refresh here, and now you can see that it's actually showing up somewhat. Okay, so we got those 2 divs there, and then what I actually want to do is I want to say display flex. Okay, so I'm doing display flex now, and I'm gonna do flex. Let's add a little bit of padding to this. Okay, adding a little bit of padding here. Oh, and this div here, let's move this down. So sorry, my container div wasn't closing all the way at the bottom. That's kind of where some of the stupid errors were coming from. I don't know what the heck I'm doing here. And this div is supposed to be closing all the way at the bottom here. Cool. So now what's happening is this div is being closed here, this is closed here, this is closed here, and this one's closed there. Cool. Now let's refresh. Okay, cool. So now we have the 2 buttons inside of one container. Okay, this is the container. This is what I added the border around. Okay, so if you notice here, right, I'm gonna hover over the elements here real quick. I'm gonna move this here, and I'm hovering over the container element, and you can see that this element that says Flexbox container 1, that's where actually that border is, and that's the one you actually see highlighted right now, right? Okay, now what I want to do is add some padding in between the buttons too. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put each of the buttons in their own little box, because right now they're part of one Flexbox, so they're kind of like pushing together with each other. So what I want to actually do is give them a little breathing room. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say inside of the Flexbox container class, if there's any div, just give it a padding of 10 pixels. And so now you see because click me is a div and reset is a div, it's giving it its own space. I can also say, hey, border, add 1 pixel solid black here. And so now you can see that the reset and click me are actually their own little thing. And even though their own little thing, they have a little padding inside, right? So if I actually take away the padding, right, I click this, you can see what happens. Or if I go in here and take away the padding, so let's see on the right side if it lets me take that away. Right click right here. Yep, right there. So if I take that padding away, you see how those buttons are squeezed together like that? But then when I add padding, they get a little bit of breathing room. So now what this is doing is that inside of this class, every single div, it's selecting that, and I'm just styling each of those divs that's only within this particular container class. Okay, hopefully you're following me so far. Okay, so right now we're just kind of doing the styling part. We're gonna add the JavaScript part in just a little bit. So now what do we want to do? Okay, we have all of this together. One thing we want to do is that we want to justify our content. Okay, we want to justify our content, and we want to justify it as space around. And when we refresh, it's adding space around it. So Flexbox has like smart things. Okay, there's some other options too. For example, see if VS Codes will make those suggestions for you. So to justify content, and then see it does right, flex start, flex end. So I could do flex start, for example. Okay, hit this, refresh, and now it's at flex start. I could also do flex end, and now they're all the way to the right of the Flexbox, right, where the Flexbox is ending. So have you ever seen those testimonials on a page where at the bottom, like some of them are starting from the left to right, and then right below it, it starts from right to left, and then right below it starts from left to right? Well, using Flexbox, you can actually make it really easy for you to do, and it's kind of cool. And we'll do flex here as well. So there we go. Justify content, we'll add a flex wrap. Flex wrap will come in handy later on when we have things that need to wrap around or start going to new lines. So it won't really take too much effect right now, but I'll show you what it does afterward. And instead of flex end, we're gonna again do space around. You can also do space between, space evenly. Cool. So our div 1 is looking somewhat decent. We're gonna do align items center. Okay. Now what we want to do is make sure that the entire challenge is inside of a container. So what I'm going to do is I already have it inside of a container. What I want to do is just make it visual so you can actually see it. Okay, so I'm just going to do dot container 1, and then I'll just do border 1 pixel solid black. Okay, and there we go. So now you can see that the entire thing is actually inside of one container. And this one over here is a flex box inside. That flex box has 2 flex items, and one is click me and one is reset. Okay. I can do, different kinds of things with this. Like I can choose my flex direction. So I can do row, which is usually by default, and I can also do column. And now notice that each of those are in its own column, which again is pretty cool how it makes it so easy for you by just doing column. I can also do column reverse if I wanted to switch their orders, right? And I can also do row reverse. So here, now reset and click me gets switched up. So pretty nice but right now we're just going to keep it at row. Now what we want to do is when somebody clicks click me, it should essentially add how many days old you are, okay, and then let you reset it. So we're gonna now work on that, okay. So what we're gonna do for this is we're gonna go inside of our index.html. We're gonna go right below our div flexbox container one. We're gonna create another div here. We're gonna give it the same class of flexbox container one because we want to inherit its styling. And then inside of here, I'm gonna create a div, and I'll give it an ID of flexbox result. Okay, just like that. So now this is gonna be empty. This is gonna be empty. There's nothing in there yet. What we're gonna do is we're gonna create a h2 element and we're gonna add it in there. So that's kind of where that is gonna take place, but you're not gonna see that right away. So let's go ahead and do that. Now we're gonna go to our script. I will remove all of this, and this is gonna be our challenge one, your age in days. Now this is the fun JavaScript part, okay? Okay, how do we do age in days? Well, think about it. First, what we need is, here's what we need to get, okay? We need to see what year somebody was born in, okay? So let's say that you were born in 1994. Well, how would I figure out how many days old you are? In a simple way, okay? I will take your age and just multiply it by 365. Because there are 365 days in a year, and that will give me your age in days. So if you're 10 years old, I'll do 10 multiplied by 365. That number, 3,650, those will be the number of days, and that's how old you are. And that's essentially what we're going to be doing here, okay? We're going to take the age and then just subtract. So for example, I can do something like variable birth year is equal to 1994. Whoops, let's do this. Let's do birth year. It's 1994. Now I'm gonna do 2018 minus birth, or sorry, I can do this. Age in days, right? What's the formula for age in days? Well, that's just 2018, the current year, minus your birth year. Okay, and now if I print out age in days, it says 20, or sorry, I gotta do this multiplied. Let's put a parentheses around this, multiplied by 365. Okay, now if I do age in days, it gives me 8,760, and that's how many days old I am. So that's essentially it. It's not too complicated. It's a pretty straight up thing. So we're going to do birth year is equal to, but how we're going to now take this input is by using something called prompt, okay? So for example, I can say variable, let's see, apple, okay? I will say equals prompt, how many apples do you eat every day? Question mark. And now notice it just pulled up a prompt, okay? It says how many apples do you eat every day? I will say 6 and hit enter. Now that I've done that, I'm gonna go in the console and hit apple, and look, it says 6. It gives me a 6 as a string. Very cool, okay? So that's the information that you're actually gonna be, that's how you're gonna be taking in information from the user. That's how you're gonna be using the prompt. So I'm gonna go here and I'll say prompt, what year were you born, good friend, okay? So let's save it, let's come here, let's refresh, and boom, there it is. I was born in 1994. Awesome. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna connect that button to to triggering this. Okay, so every time we click, instead of just me refreshing the page and it popping up this prompt, what I want to do is that it should pop up once I click the click me button. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this inside of a function. I'll call this function age in days. All right. And I'll go in my index.html, and what I'll say is that in this button, I'm going to give it another attribute, and I'll say on click, run that function age in days. Okay, let's say run that function. So I'll hit refresh, and now look, the prompt didn't pop up, but when I click me, the prompt pops up. Cool. So that's pretty exciting so far. Let's keep going. We got our birth here. What can we do now? Well, let's just pop up. Hopefully it's Postmates and we got some delicious food. We'll see how it is. It's probably really good. And let's just keep rolling with it. Okay, so I'm gonna do var. All right, so age in days. Okay, we just did birth year, and now we're gonna take your age in days. Okay, how are we gonna do that? I'm gonna call this age in days a bad variable name because the function is called this. So I will just do age in days. Okay, terrible. Normally shouldn't do that, but I just will. Okay, and I'm gonna move on with this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say 2018 minus birth year. That's kind of what we did earlier. Multiplied by 365. That's gonna give me the age in days, okay, of this person. And let's actually just print it out to the console. So I'm going to do console.log age in days, which is a variable here. I'll go here. I'll hit refresh. Now I'll click me, and I'll do 1994. And in the console, it's giving me the right result, okay, 8,760. The only problem is that it's giving me in the console, but it needs to give it to me actually in our file, right, or in our index.html. So what we need to do is add it to that. Okay, this is something called DOM, D-O-M, document object model, and we just need to create a new H2 element and just put it in our DOM. Okay, so I'll show you exactly how we're gonna do that. You see this little empty box here? We're gonna just attach it kind of to that. So let's get started with that. I'm gonna say create an H1 variable. I'm gonna say document.create element, and I'll create a H1 element. Okay, now once I create that H1 element, I'm gonna say text answer document.create text node. Okay, so I'm now creating text, and I'm gonna add that ultimately to the H1 content. Okay, so I'm gonna say you are here plus age in days. So this is what we're doing right now, is string concatenation. So we're taking a string and then we're adding a variable to it. Okay, it's just a fancy way of saying like we're attaching two strings together. Got it? Okay, good. All right, let's keep going. So I'm gonna take this, I will add days old to that. Okay, so this is gonna create that text node. This I'm grabbing this age in days over here, and that's going to be my text answer. Once I create this text answer, I want to add it to my H1. Okay, so how do I do that? I'm going to say set h1.set attribute, and I'm going to say set its ID to age in days, and then I want to do h1.append child text answer. And then lastly, what I want to do is document.get element by ID flex box result. Okay, and append child H1. A lot going on here, and I'm going to explain it in just a second. So I'm going to delete all of this, or that one line. I'm going to hit refresh. I'll hit click me. I'll hit 1994, and boom, you can see that it says you are 8,760 days old in my code. Okay, doesn't say it anywhere else, and not in the console, not in an alert. It actually says it right in my page. So how is this working, okay, I can always right click and hit inspect. Whenever you're in doubt, just inspect. Okay, think of it like you're a detective and you're trying to figure out like what's actually taking place. So while I'm looking at this, if I hover over, I can see my age and days. And another thing I want you to notice is you see here on line 8 where we're setting this attribute and we're saying set this h1 tag's ID to age and days. Well, check it out. This h1 now has an ID which is age in days. And then what I'm doing is I'm adding that little h1 that I created, right? To that I'm appending the text answer I created earlier. So it's adding this guy right here to the h1. And then once it does that, I go grab the flexbox result, okay, which is right over here, flexbox result. And to that, I append a child, which is the h1 tag I ended up creating. Okay, so if I hit refresh, it goes away. When I hit click me, 1994, it calculates it for me and gives me how old I am. Now we just need to do two things. One, it's to make sure that when we hit reset, this actually goes away. Okay, and that one is not as hard. So I'm gonna do function reset, and I'll say take that document, get that particular element by its ID, okay? And the ID we gave it, flexbox result, that's the ID of it, right? So I'm gonna do flexbox result, or actually I'm gonna do age in days, because that's the ID that this guy has. So we wanna grab that guy and remove him, okay? So I'm gonna do get element age in days, and I'm just gonna call remove on it. And now I just want to make sure that this function reset runs when I click the reset button. See if you can figure this part out, because we did the click me together where I gave click me the ability to run this function age in days. See if you can get the reset one to figure it out. I'm going to give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, now I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you didn't get it, don't worry. Beat yourself up just a little bit because you should have gotten it. But if not, you know what? It's okay. This happens, and we're here to learn, and we'll just figure it out together, okay? You and me, okay? We're in this battle together, so let's figure it out. I'm going to go to my button, okay, reset, and I'm just going to go here, and I'll say on click, and I will say run the function reset. That's it. So now I'll refresh. I'll hit click me, 1994. You are 8,760 days old. I'll hit reset, and boom, it just grabs that div and just deletes it. So now it's gone. Okay. If I actually removed all the borders, you wouldn't even see anything here. It just look empty to you. And the last thing we want to do in this challenge is just make sure everything is kind of like centralized. So what I want to do is I will go to my style.css. I'll go to my container, and I'm going to do margin 0 auto, and I'll hit refresh here. And I'm going to go to my width, and I'll make my width like about 75%, and I'll hit refresh. And now you can see that it's a little bit more centralized, right? But the text is still not centralized. So last thing I want to do is align text, or I think it's text align, and center. I'm not a front-end expert, guys. I barely spend any time on front-end. So take this with a grain of salt. But this is good. I'm going to save it. I'm going to come here, refresh. Look at that. Nice and centralized, looking sexy. We're ready to get into our challenge 2. I hope that you got it so far. You understand it. Whether you understand it or you don't, what I want you to do is try to do this all from scratch. Okay? Don't get discouraged because you're gonna fail this the first few times. It's gonna feel a little bit like it's gonna hurt your brain, but it's gonna start to make sense. So do this for your first few times. Get the hang of how the HTML, the CSS, and the JavaScript all connect and speak together with each other. One thing is styling it, one thing is creating it, and the other thing, JavaScript, is helping speak to your code, your buttons, and make everything essentially work.
Okay, so that's it. I hope you're excited for the second challenge. I know I am. And as always, that's it for this video. And I'll see you in the next video. What's up? How is it going? I hope you are excited, and I know I am, and we're gonna work on the second challenge in this video. Okay, this is the cat generator challenge, and this is gonna be super exciting, a lot of fun to work on. And this is where you hit that green button and it generates cats for you. Okay, kind of like that. And we're gonna work on this together. We're gonna build it up. Now, the things that are gonna be like the most complex in this project, right, is not really the JavaScript portion. It's going to be the HTML and CSS portion. So we're going to focus more on the HTML and CSS part for this project. And then the JavaScript part is going to be a little bit easier, and we're going to do that at the end. In the start, we're going to do HTML, CSS. And now you might be wondering, hey, Kazi, this is the JavaScript module, so why are we focusing more on the HTML and CSS? The reason is because I want you to learn in a project-based way. Now, I can just teach you the JavaScript part, and we can just do console.log all day and not actually build any cool projects, but that would be boring. You're going to want to shoot yourself, and you're not going to actually make any forward progress. So I want to avoid that. You might actually make progress, but it won't be as enjoyable, and you won't feel that deep sense of achievement, okay? But I promise you will learn JavaScript in a more deeper way, because you get to learn how it connects to these projects, okay? So it'll be a lot of fun. Hang in there with me, and let's get started. So for this, let's talk about the HTML and CSS part, okay? So you saw me just generate 5 cats right now, okay? And notice what happened. Like, the cats didn't run across this border, right? They didn't run across to the right or to the left. They nicely move on to a new line in this case, okay? So how are these images intelligent like that? How does that happen? How does it know to automatically go to a new line when it can't fit on the top one anymore? And I'm going to show you some really cool ways to be able to make something in a really super simple way, the simplest way, okay, to do that, okay? Normally, it used to require math, and for you to know percentages, there's something so much easier. So it's a little bit of how we did the last one, the age and days, except I'm going to break this one down a little bit more, okay? So first, I'm just going to take a picture of this challenge right here. Let's just talk about this particular challenge and nothing else. Okay, so let's go like this and talk about this challenge. Now, everything that's in the gray area in this picture, I want you to think of that as the body. Okay, that's the body of the entire HTML document. So for example, here, this white area, right, that's the body. The thing in the borders, like these over here, those are the containers, right? So we made the containers and then we shrunk them, right? And we made it like so it's more centered. All the content is centered on the page. But the outside of it and like the whole document is actually like the body, okay? So I just want you to be aware of that distinction. Now, first, I want to talk about this, okay? So this is a container that contains everything about our challenge, okay? So it's literally just a div, okay? And that div has a class of container. That's all this is. So this red thing, I'm just gonna call this a container. All right, now what's going on with the rest of the stuff, right? This challenge thing is just in the container, and the button we can just say that it's in a container. Right now I have it in its own div, which is like a flexbox div, but that's really not necessary. And in this challenge, we're not gonna even do that. But you can if you want to. So we're gonna ignore the button, but the button is essentially, just think of it like it's in the same place as where the challenge is, okay? It's just in the container, that's it. And now where are these cats, right? These cats are actually inside of something we called in CSS a flex box. So they're actually inside of another div, okay? So I'm gonna highlight this blue, and I'm gonna make
It's a little bit tricky, but I'm gonna do this like this. And then I'm gonna move this, oops. I'm gonna move this blue bar right on top of this. Okay, that should be good enough. Okay, so that blue box is another div inside of the container div. Okay, so the container is the parent, and this blue one is not the parent. Okay, it's the child, and this is the flexbox div. Okay, within this flexbox div, we have a few items. Now, flexbox is something that's pretty intelligent, and it has pretty smart built-in ways of telling it to, hey, space things evenly, or when something runs across, make sure it doesn't run across. Instead, it actually runs down below and starts a new line. Okay, so we're gonna talk about that too. And all these the images, they're just image elements. Okay, so if I have to highlight them, I'll highlight them for you as well. So each of these are just image elements. That's it. Okay, so if I had to write that down, I would just write img here, and that's it. It's just the image class or the image element. That's all those are. Now, where this padding thing is coming from, right? Like, how is there this spacing that takes place in between? So if I have to draw this out, how is this happening? So let me go here. I'm gonna type this out because my handwriting is not the best. Okay, this 10 pixel margin, where is that taking place? That's actually taking place in the flexbox. So in the flexbox styling, we can actually define it to just space all of that div's items by 10 pixels. So that's essentially what's causing that spacing. Okay, now what is causing it to wrap? Instead of going across the body and running into the body, right, and getting outside of the flexbox div or the original container, the reason why when you pop open a new image, it goes down below is because of something called wrapping in flexbox. And there's an intelligent way how wrapping works. So here, I'm gonna just highlight it, and essentially the code we have for that is flex wrap. Okay, so that's the specific code that's actually making the wrapping work. And another thing I want you to be aware of is how there is how everything is spaced kind of evenly, and then there's space around it. Okay, so notice here, right? This is not just that 10 padding, this is something else. Okay, and then notice this here and notice this here, right? How is that? So this is actually something we call space around. Okay, and space around is what's causing this to happen. And more specifically, the line of code would be this. So let me delete this and then write in here, if it would let me, justify content space around. Okay, like that. So that's actually what's allowing me to have that equal spacing take place. Okay, so at the end of the day, we have two divs. One is the container div, and then the one is the flexbox div. Flexbox div, it's intelligent. We just tell it, hey, make all the items of that div flex. So all the elements in that div will be flex items. So for example, if the item is an image element, which in this case is an image element, it'll be part of that flex box. If it's an H2 element, it'll be part of that flex box. No matter what it is, what element it is, it'll automatically be a flex box element, and it'll have all those properties. In this case, we just happen to be putting an image. Okay, so that's taking place at the CSS level. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna kind of code it up. So I'll try to put this on the left side. Hopefully this will work. I haven't tested it actually yet. And and we'll just kind of code it up a little bit. So first I'll say div class is equal to container, and we'll make this container 2. Okay. And again, if you want to take a stab at it and go for it, okay? Definitely. But this is just more project-based learning, and you know, mostly I just want you to kind of follow along. But definitely, if you want to stop and learn and see if you can try to put this together, go for it, 100%. So, okay, I have the container. Now, within the container, remember, I have my h2, okay? And my h2 says challenge to cat generator. So I have that. That's within the container. And then I have a flex box. So I'm just going to say div, and we'll call this class. I want to stick to the naming conventions I have so it doesn't get confusing later. So let me just see what I have here for my naming convention, and it is div class flex box container 1. Okay, or actually, yeah, we'll call it container 2. Okay, so I just have a container here. Okay, that's all. So because I have container 1 in the age and days challenge. So here I'm simply gonna have a container 2. So that's the Flexbox container, the thing that's blue. Now what we can do, oh, and let's add the button as well. So button is gonna be pretty simple. That's button. And for a class, we will say button success, because that's what gives us the green button in Bootstrap. And the text is going to be generate cat. Okay. So that's the HTML part of it. Okay, that looks pretty good. Now I'm gonna go in my style part of it, and let's just start coding this. Let's do the style part of this. So remember, the class I called it Flexbox container 2. Oh, and yeah, container 2. So remember, for container 2, I need to give it the same settings as container 1. So all I did, you know, I can do it like this. So here, I can do dot container. All right, and I'll do border, and let's just say 1 pixel solid, and I'll give it red, so it has a red container around. And I'll give it a width of 75%, so my content remains like inside of the body, and it's not 100% of the width of the content, it's 75%. 100% would mean like the normal width of the content, and 75% means, hey, shrink it a little bit. So that's why you get that nice little style where everything is centered and in the middle. Margin 0 auto will make sure everything is centralized instead of, so like for example, right, normally if I did 75%, like, so normally content is here, right, it's like this, so this is 100%. Now when I do 75%, the content will become like this. Okay, but by doing margin 0 auto, it'll become like this. Okay, so now it's nice and centered. And then I want to do text align, and I want to do center, because that'll put my H2 text in the center. So that's what I want to do with my container. And then I have a flex box as well. So how do I want to deal with the flex box? So let's work on that. I'm going to do dot flexbox container 2. Okay, and I'm gonna give it a display of flex. So this is actually what activates that div to become a flex box, and then any item you put inside of it becomes a flex item. All right, so that's essentially what I'm doing here. And what I'll do just for now is I'll give it a border. I'll give it a border, and I'll say 1 pixel solid blue. Okay, and we're just gonna go and check out what it looks like. Okay, so I'm just gonna move this guy over to my other screen, and then we will just come to our page, the one that's not finished, and we're just gonna hit refresh. Okay, so we're gonna hit refresh, and now here we see the red border around the entire container, and then we see this blue line kind of running across. Okay, now doesn't really that line really isn't telling us much unless we put some images in there. Okay, so we're gonna go to our index page, and let's just pop some images in there. Okay, so I'll do image, and for source, image, or here I have this link. I'm gonna go to this link, and that's the important link. So this is the link that basically somebody put together this website where it's called like catapi.com, and every time you run their URL, it gets you a new image every single time, some random new image. So I thought that'd be cool, and it makes our life a lot easier. Okay, so if I paste that every time and run it, you can see I keep getting a newer and newer image. And also, because I want a small image, in the arguments of the URL parameter, I said size is equal to small, okay, and type is GIF. Now you could probably change the type, you could probably change the source, and you could probably change the size, but I like small and I like GIF because GIFs are awesome. So let's go back to our JavaScript steroids thing, and I'm just gonna paste that. I'm just gonna paste it. That's it. Okay, I'm just gonna paste it as a source, and we're gonna hit refresh, and you can see one of the images popping up in the Flexbox, right? It's popping up in the Flexbox. Let's try putting another image and another image, and then refreshing and seeing what happens. So now what I want you to notice is that these images are really close to each other, and there's no padding, right? So if I put this to the left-hand side, if I put this to the left-hand side, you see that this has padding, except our images on the right have absolutely no padding. And then another thing I want you to see is that it actually runs across instead of running on a new line, right? So if I added another image here, it'll kind of look really ugly. And I press refresh. Like, notice that the images are now just literally running across, right? Running across the page. If I refresh again, same thing. Those are running across. So now, what should I do? Well, first, let's just highlight each image green so you can actually see each of the elements inside of that Flexbox, okay, or inside of that container. So I'm gonna say Flexbox container 2, and I'll go here and I'll say select the image. Okay, so I can go one level down that container and just select the image, and I'm gonna give border, and I'll say 1 pixel solid, and I'll say green. Okay, and we'll refresh, and now you can see that each image has a green border around it, so you can kind of see what that, like, which part of that is the image. Okay, so yeah, it's a little confusing because there's an overlap between the Flexbox and the image, but I think you get the idea, right? Okay, so now how can we make it so the images actually run across, run down? Okay, so first let's do that. So make sure that the image is actually running down. So my container, the type is flex, and then what I want to do is I want to say flex wrap and enable the wrap. And when I hit refresh, you'll notice that now when it's about to run across the div or the Flexbox, it'll automatically go to the new line. So now that's a pretty good sign. That's a pretty good thing that we have done. But if we look at the padding is still kind of annoying. And also it spaces it kind of weirdly, right? It's all left justified, and it's not centralized, and it doesn't feel like equal amount of spacing, and it kind of feels a little messy, right? So if I full screen the page, it looks like this, and maybe if I put a few more cats here, and now if I full screen the page, yeah, I'm not a really big fan of it. So one thing we want to do definitely is add some padding. Let's try adding some padding here. Okay, So now this is a little bit better. That's maybe what we want most of, because we definitely want some padding to be taking place, right? And what we're essentially doing is between each image, we're adding some padding. So that's what we're doing. Before we had the padding in the div, but what we actually want the padding in is between each image element. So now between each image element, it has a padding of 10. So this has a padding of 10 and this has a padding of 10. That's why they're kind of equally they're spaced out from one another. Now notice how these images, like the images below, are lining up to the images at the top, but notice how what we had on this page, these images at the bottom are not actually lining up to the images at the top, right? They're not left justified. They're more like centralized in a really intelligent way. So to do that, what we essentially need to do is say justify content, and we want to say space around. Okay, and once I hit refresh, you can see that because of space around, the images at the bottom don't actually run all the way to the left. They're more centralized. Okay, cool. So flex boxes are pretty awesome, and they make our life, a lot easier. So we've added the padding, we have the images, we pretty much have everything we need at this point, right? The challenge is essentially complete at this point. The only thing that we need to do is make it so that when we hit the generate cat button, it automatically creates the image element, right? Instead of us having, right now we're manually writing it. So what we want to do is we hit the generate cat button, it automatically adds those cats. So I'm going to do generate cat, add the cats for me. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to delete all the cats for now. Okay. Once I delete all the cats, you can see that the cats are gone. If I make the page full and I hit generate cat, because I don't have any JavaScript attached yet to my page, well, nothing is going to actually take place, right? Nothing is going to happen. Nothing is going to get added. So now we need to do a little bit of JavaScript magic, okay? But that part is actually very, very, very simple. So what we want to do is I'm going to go here and I'll give this an ID. Okay, so I'll call it cat gen button. Okay, you can really call it whatever you want. Again, let me just see what I have here. So the naming convention is the same. We'll actually call this cat generator right here. Okay, we'll call it cat generator. So that's the ID of this green button here. And then I'm gonna go over here and I'll add something called on click. And I'll say on click, run a function called generate cat. Now I'm going to go over to my JavaScript, and in my JavaScript, I'm going to create a function called generate cat. And what this is essentially going to do is it's going to first get that, it's going to create an image element. Then I want to create a div element. So I'm going to say, or actually, we don't need to create a div element, but what I do need to do is get access to the Flexbox div. Okay, so I'm going to do this, and I'm going to say get element by ID. So what I need access to is actually this guy right over here. And the idea is that once I can get access to this container, I want to just keep appending image elements to this every time somebody clicks a button. So to get access to this, let's just give it an ID. So that way it'll make getting access to this a little bit easier. Okay, so I'm gonna say ID is equal to flexbox or flexcatgen. That's the ID I'm gonna give it. Let's go over to our JavaScript. I will say flexbox or flexcatgen. And that should get us that div. And now what I want to do is set the image's source. Okay, so the image element that I created earlier, I want to set its source to a link. And that link in this case will be the cat whatever link. And then what I want to do at the end is to that div, append a child, and that child is going to be the image. Okay. And save, I'll hit refresh, and I'll hit generate cat, and boom, it works. And generate cat, and it works. And generate cat, and generate cat. And if I refresh, you can see how it's working. Cool. There's only one thing that we actually need to add, and we're gonna do that in just a second. Okay, so the box shadows are not there. Notice with my cat, it looks pretty clean, right? You see how the image looks like it's like popping out a little bit. That's what I want to give you, because otherwise you're gonna have an image that looks really flat and your website looks pretty stupid and amateurish, right? You want to give it a little pizzazz to it. So I'm gonna just pretty much have you copy my code here for that. And what we're gonna do is I'm gonna copy my box shadow code, and you can play around with it so you can really see how it works. But there are websites like CSS-matic or something, I think, and you can go to them and actually create boxes and shadows and things like that, like visually, and it gives you the CSS code for it. All right, so I'm gonna go in image here. I'll paste it here, and we'll refresh and generate cat, and generate cat, and generate cat. And, you know, it looks like the box shadow is popping up over here. And it looks like that part of it is looking pretty good. Now, another thing I want to do, I'm going to hit refresh. Take that away. Okay. So I don't actually even need padding, because that padding was adding the white border around and actually didn't make it look that good. But with the space even, or the space around that we did with the flexbox, it automatically gives it inherent padding, and that kind of looks really nice, right? And that's essentially what we want. So it's looking pretty good, honestly, at this point. A few things we can actually improve here is, first of all, we can take away the borders because they look a little ugly. The only reason I had them is so you can kind of compare them with the little picture that I made. But I would pretty much take away, like, let's say at least that border, and then the red borders I have, right? Maybe just make them black for now. Ultimately, you don't want to have any borders. The reason why I have the borders there right now is so you can see very easily like what is what. Okay, so I'll refresh, and I just made the borders black, so this way it just looks a little bit cleaner. Now, you might notice that there's a lot of like repetition of code. Okay, so what do I mean by that? We have display flex, and for flexbox container 1, I have display flex. I have flex wrap. I have for flexbox container 1 flex wrap. Flex direction row, by default flex direction is row. I only just chose to write it here so you can see, you know, what it actually is. And then we also have justify content space around. And then I have border 1 pixel black, and I have border 1 pixel black. So since there's so much overlap of the code, there's really no reason to write its own, like write these lines again. What I can actually just do is say flex box container 2, okay, like that, and just hit save and delete this. And when I come over here, refresh, and hit generate cat, you see it generates my cats, and my cats look pretty good. Okay, so that's the situation with that guy. Container 2, border 1 pixel solid, width 75%. And you can see like the code is the exact same as container 1. So what can you do? Right, you just the same thing. We'll do container dot container 2. Okay, so essentially the same code is there. Okay, and you can see that that's also working just fine. All right, so now when I do generate cat, right, it's still good, but here's the thing. One thing that makes it look a little ugly is like, look, there's no padding or margin between those images. There's no breathing room for the images. Whereas if you look at my final version, right, look at the images and look how there's this nice little margin between the images. So we're gonna basically add that. And here you're also gonna get to play around with the difference of padding and margin, okay? A lot of the times you want to just be using margin, but sometimes you should use padding. Generally, I like to actually use margin. So here, like, you'll notice what happens. I'll do 10 pixels here, right? To that image, I'm gonna add a padding here and I'll refresh. And you'll notice how it's adding that little white thing, because essentially what it's doing is extending it out. But what we want to do is we want to give a gap between each image element. So now instead of adding padding, I'll say margin and I'll go refresh and I'll do generate cat a few times, and boom, look at that. Instead of like extending each image box, what it did is it just added spacing between each image box. Okay, so now this looks super clean. I love it. I hope you love it. And you can see the power of flex boxes, right? The more I hit generate cats, the container grows to fit it. The flex box grows to fix it, to fit it. And then the flex box is also very intelligent in terms of how it wraps, how it spaces around evenly, how it centralizes it. So I am a big fan. I love it. And there you have it. This is what your CSS actually should look like, okay? These were the new things that we added, literally like this, and I believe this line here, okay? That was all that was added in the CSS for this one, or actually in container 2. This is all we added in the JavaScript part for this video, and this is the only part that we added for the HTML part in this video, okay? That's it. I hope that you enjoyed it. I hope that you loved it. This was a super exciting part. I had a lot of fun creating this with you, and I hope that you did too, and that you just learned a lot, okay? In the next one, we're gonna work on building rock, paper, scissors. It's gonna be a really fun challenge, and we're gonna crush it. But that one is gonna get a lot more into the JavaScript part of the things, okay? So that's it for this video. As always, I love you and your face, and I'll see you in the next video. You know what time it is. It's time to make some JavaScript gains. And with that said, let's jump right into it. So over here, you can see that I got my rock, paper, scissors challenge, all right? As I hover over it, you can see that the stuff turns blue in the background. And let's say I pick scissors. The computer has also picked scissors. Let's say I pick paper. My thing is on the left, my choice, with the blue highlight behind it. And you can see the computer's choice is on the right-hand side with the red highlight behind it. And it says you have lost because, as you might know, scissor cuts paper. Okay? If you don't know how rock, paper, scissors works, first of all, step out of your cave, go learn what it is, and two, just Google it and you'll learn, okay? Paper, scissor cuts it. Cool. So how do we actually make this game? That's the topic of this video, and we're gonna break it down and work on it one step at a time, okay? So number one, we're gonna work on the HTML part. Number two, after that, we're gonna work on the CSS part. And then number three, we're gonna work on the JavaScript part. Now, the HTML and the CSS part of this video is relatively short, but the part where we're gonna actually make the JavaScript, that part is the one that's kind of longer, okay? So hang in there with me. You're gonna enjoy this one. This is gonna be pretty awesome, okay? So let's jump right into it. I'm gonna right click and first of all, just see like how all of this is working, right? So I'm gonna hit inspect, and once I hit inspect, now I can see what's going on. Now there's this trick that I haven't shown you yet, but you see where it says select an element in the page to inspect it? I'm gonna click that button all the way to the left of the console, okay? If you're not on Chrome, get on Chrome, okay? And right click to see things. So I'll give you this project file so you can download it and then open up this index.html on your computer as well. But you should be able to look at things like this. So that's what we're looking at right now, okay? So now wherever I hover over, it'll tell me what that is. So when I hover over the main page, it tells me like, yo, that's the body, okay? When I hover over this H2, it tells me like, look, it says in the pink, you can see it says H2, and it tells me how long it is and whatnot. When I hover over the rock, it says, hey, it's the image, and the ID of this image is rock, right? That's what the hashtag represents. When I hover over the paper, it says, hey, that's an image with the ID of paper. And when I hover over the scissors thing, it says similar thing, okay? And notice all these images are 150 by 150, so that should tell you a little something as well when you're about to make these. And when I hover over this div, surprise, surprise, look at the name of it, right? Look at the ID. So the ID is Flexbox RPS div. And then the class name for this div is Flexbox RPS. So what does the name Flexbox, you know, what does it hint at you? And what it should hint at you is that it's a Flexbox, okay? That's what it is. So when you're looking at it, you're like, oh, okay, cool, this is a Flexbox. So now you know you need to make a Flexbox. And when I hover over a lot of this stuff, it tells me that this is actually all part of a container, right? So this is the container 3 in this case. That's what the div is. It's from the class container 3. And I assume the class container 3 has some styling that tells it to, you know, kind of be in the middle instead of run across the entire way. All right, so those are kind of the important things that we need to first identify before we, you know, continue further. Now, when I pick a choice and the humans is on the left side and the computer is on the right side, I can select that thing. So then when I hover over, it tells me what it is. Okay, so it still looks pretty simple, but everything looks like is inside of its own div. So this text is in its own div. This image is in its own div, and this image is also in its own div. And then inside of this div, there's an image, okay? So what I assume took place is that we created a div, then we created an image, attached that image to the div, and then took that div and put it in our Flexbox div. So our Flexbox div being this div that actually spreads across the entire way, okay? How did those images go away? So for that, what we essentially did is remove those images and then just pick the choices that the computer and the human made. We'll go over that more in depth. Okay, I'm gonna refresh the page again. And when I refresh it, now another thing I want you to notice is that when I hover over it, it kind of becomes blue, right? So let me hit inspect on this thing. Okay, so you can see that I just clicked on hover in styles. So I inspected this and I clicked hover. And now all these force element states popped up, right? So there's an active, focus, focus within, visited. So for us, we're looking at the hover. And in hover, you can see that it has a certain styling that comes, you know, as soon as I click it, you can see that it comes up. So what we know right now is that the styling is related to the hover forced element state, okay? So that's what's taking place. On hover, we make it do something, and that is controlled within the CSS portion of it, okay? So now that we've kind of looked at how it's working, we're gonna now go and start off with the HTML part of it, and then after the HTML part, we're gonna jump into the CSS part of it, and then after that, go into the JavaScript part. Okay, so let's jump right into it. So first of all, we're gonna start off by creating a div, and I'm gonna call it class container 3. And inside of this container, right, so we want to have that one big container that contains the entire challenge. We want to keep that theme, you know, consistently across every single challenge. And now what we want to do is H2, I want to say challenge 3 and rock, paper, scissors, okay? So our page currently looks like this. It doesn't have any of that. Now when I save, refresh, I got challenge 3, rock, paper, scissors. Cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to put it inside of, it's already in a container, but that container doesn't have any CSS associated with it. So right now we don't have a border around it. We don't have it margined auto, 0 auto, where it puts it automatically in the middle. And we don't have the width of it being 75%. That's why it doesn't run across like if you see this div or the second container here, challenge 2's container, that's why it doesn't run across all the way. It just kind of runs across 75% of the width, right? Not 100% of the width. And so we just need to do a few of those things, okay? So we're gonna do that in a second, but first we're just gonna continue with the HTML aspect of this, okay? All right, also the images you're gonna need, I'm gonna have them in this video or in the section after this where you can download all the images and everything you need, okay? And so that way you can have access to all the files. It's definitely gonna be in this module, so just look for that. I will do div. Oh, and feel free to also find your own rock, paper, scissors images, okay? I didn't create these images. I just looked them up online and found them from somewhere, downloaded them, and that's how I'm using them. You can certainly choose to not download them and just use the online ones as well, because images only need a link, okay, for them to work. That's all they need. All right, so here, for this div, I'm gonna say the class is flex box RPS, and then for ID I'm going to say flex box RPS div. Okay, and I will say image. Okay, and now this I'm gonna copy over these lines and I'm just gonna walk you through them because it's gonna take a second to write them all out. All right, now that we've pasted that line, let's just kind of walk through it a little bit. So here I have a flexbox div, which I'm gonna style later, but the whole beauty of flexbox, it lets me put items in a nice little organized way. That's why all of these are spaced out kind of equally. And I have an image element in here, and you can see that the image element, you know, I got my source right over here. You can see my source. And I'm just pulling this from images.clipart panda or whatever, okay? You can find your own image. And what I'm doing with the height and width is making it 150 pixels. So, you know, so my image and width is relatively small, because if I don't do that, then the image might be like huge, right? And I don't want that. I want it to be small and manageable. And then what I'm doing is I'm saying on click, run a function called RPS game, okay? Which is the function we're actually gonna write in JavaScript. Okay, so we are not gonna worry about it now, but just remember that it's here and we're gonna come back to it and we're gonna talk more about what this is. It's kind of an object-oriented programming thing, and we're just passing this particular image element into the function. And we'll talk more about this, no pun intended, in the JavaScript part of this code. All right, now I'm gonna copy the other line of code and then paste that here as well. Okay, paste. And I'm also gonna copy the final line and paste that over here as well. All right, so now when I go on to the JavaScript on steroids thing and I refresh, you can see that all of these are here, okay? All of the images are here, and that's looking pretty good so far. Now, notice that it's not in a flex box. That's why it's spaced out kind of unequally, and we're gonna work on that in a second. But the images are there, and that's looking good. They're all 150 by 150. If I right click and inspect, and I click this thing, and then I hover over, I click this thing and I hover over, you can see that it says image ID rock, image ID paper, image ID scissors, and they're all 150 by 150, and that's kind of what we were looking for. All right, now we're gonna go, so this is it for the HTML part, okay? That's it for that. We're now gonna go to the CSS part and just style some of this stuff up right away. All right, so let's go over here and we're gonna do flexbox. So let's access that class, flexbox RPS. And what I'll say is that for each div, we want to give it a certain style, which I'll explain in a little bit. Which I'll explain when we're doing the JavaScript portion. Let's touch on the hover for now, okay? And for the hover, I'm gonna copy the box shadow code that I have here, and I'm gonna paste it in here. Okay. So now what is going to take place is for every image element that's in the Flexbox RPS class, it's going to have what should take place on the hover. Okay, that's why I have the active state, attribute here that which says colon and then hover. So for every image element and on hover, it should do this. So now let's refresh. I'm going to save this, refresh. And now on hover, you can see that it has a blue highlight kind of behind it, right? And that's what you want to be able to do here. And that's what looks kind of beautiful. Okay, now let's go over to the JavaScript part. Now there's one little component that we're going to add to our CSS, but that makes a lot more sense if we add it when we do the JavaScript part, after we do the JavaScript part. So I'm going to leave a little note here for now. And what we want to do now in the CSS part of it is that put all of this inside of its own container. Okay, so we're going to do that. So first thing I want to do is pretty much the CSS part of it, this needs to be all in a container. Now I can say container 3 and what should take place, because remember, all of this is in container 3. If I hit inspect and I go here, notice that this is a div and it has a class called container 3. So now I can style container 3 the same way that I've styled container 1 and 2, or I can just put it right here. So it styles it the same way, but this is a shortcut. So I'll do container 3. And now when I come here and I hit refresh, you'll see that container 3 just pops into place. That's what we want. But the thing that's not right is that this is not a Flexbox div yet. It just has the name Flexbox, but it's just a regular old div. And since I want to style it the same way that I have this div and this div right over here, I want to do the same thing. I want to do the same thing for this, or sorry, this div. Once I hit generate cat a few times, and I do this, and if I hover over, this is the Flexbox container, so I want to style it the same way. Flexbox RPS. There. Now when I hit refresh, you can see that it's spaced out a little bit more evenly, and just looks more organized and nice. And now if I full screen it, you can see that it's actually spaced out equally, right? Whereas if I don't have that line there, it doesn't look good. So refresh, cool. So now the container is styled, the Flexbox div is styled, and we have defined what takes place on hover of the image. And yeah, so far it's looking good. We just have to do one more thing, but that thing we're going to do after the JavaScript part. So let's go there. Challenge 3, rock, paper, scissors. Okay, so now this does have a little bit of logic that goes into it, and there's a little bit of coding involved, quite a bit actually. So we're gonna now step through it. I'm gonna break it down into a separate video. Okay, so we're gonna start the next video off from the JavaScript part, because otherwise this video will get too long. Okay, so that's it for this video. I'm excited. Now let's jump on and attack the JavaScript part and crush it. So that's it, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey you, welcome back to another video of making JavaScript gains. Let's get started. All right, so we covered a little bit of the full HTML part of it, most of the CSS part of it, and now we're getting started on the JavaScript part, okay? And this is gonna be really exciting. It is involved, so I'm gonna need you to really pay attention, because this is the part where it starts getting challenging, also practical, and everything you've learned so far in this course, it all kind of starts coming together, okay? I'm excited about this. I really hope that you are too, and let's get going. All right, so I'm gonna start off with creating the RPS function, okay? And we're gonna leave a lot of these things kind of blank, and then you'll see how we work through it, okay? And we're gonna just get started now. So I'm gonna create function, and I'm gonna call it RPS game. If you remember in the HTML code, I say that on click, this function should take place, okay? So what does that mean? When I click this image, trigger the RPS game function. Now the RPS game function, we're gonna have it take one argument, and in this case, the argument is gonna be called your choice. So since we're gonna be passing it this. This is the object that you click on. Okay, so if I click on this, it's gonna pass me this image element. If I click on this, it's gonna pass me this image element. Okay, this has to do with the JavaScript object-oriented programming. If you want to look deeper into what this means, look up JavaScript object-oriented programming. Okay, but that's a little outside the scope of this particular video, and the important idea is that you understand ideas, okay? And you'll see what I mean when we start working on. You'll get a good sense of how it works. I'm avoiding saying the word this because I don't want to confuse it with the JavaScript this. So I'm gonna just do console.log, and I'm just gonna do print out your choice, okay? And I'll hit refresh. I'll go inspect, and we'll click on this image. So as soon as I click it, it runs this function that says RPS game, your choice, passes it this object. I say print out this object or your choice, and look, it prints it out. So it's just that particular element, right? When I click this or click this, it gives me that particular element. Now, what's the beauty of this? I can also do your choice. Since it's an image element, I can get its ID or I can get its source. So for example, I can do this and hit refresh, click this image, and now you see that it gave me that image's actual image element or whatnot. And then when I go over here, this is actually its source, its link, and it's because of this particular line of code, line 28. So I have access to that object, okay? That's how I would refer to an object-oriented programming. So when you have reference to that object, you can do that object dot something else, okay? That's all. So I'm gonna just leave this line here for now, and now I'm gonna write some code that's gonna be boilerplate code that's gonna allow us to write our next functions, and is gonna give us an idea of what we're doing, okay? Generally, this is like a pretty good idea, and this is a good way to code, to have like a certain skeleton and then write down your next lines of code or your next functions based on the thing that you kind of create or prototype in the start. So you'll see what I mean here in just a second. So my RPS game function, right? I am going to say that it's going to have two different choices, right? Human choice or bot choice. Okay. So these are the two different variables that it's going to have. Now, I can initialize the variables like this and then use them throughout. So human choice is going to be your choice.id. So this is going to be what choice the human made, right? So for example, since this rock has an ID of rock, when I click it, it's gonna give me the text rock, okay? The ID of this. When I click this, it's gonna give me the ID of, paper. That's the reason why we created those IDs with those particular names for this. All right, so for bot choice, what I'm gonna do is we don't exactly know how we're gonna make bot choice work, so I'm gonna just leave that blank for now, okay? And all of these lines of code, actually, I'll comment them out so we're not confused by them, and we'll come back to all of these later, okay? Another thing I want to do is like, okay, so we have a human choice, we have the bot choice, and now based on those two, we want to be able to get the results. We want to be able to decide the winner, okay? So what that should look like is we're going to have this variable results, and what that's going to store is we'll write a function called decide winner, and this function is going to take the human choice and is going to also take the bot choice, okay? And it's going to return to us the results of the game, and it might return to us the results kind of like an array, right? So it can be like maybe the human won and the bot lost. Okay, so it might return an array of 1, 0, or it might return an array of 0.5, 0.5 for a draw, or it might return 0, 1. Okay, meaning human lost and bot won. Okay, that's what that means. So I'll also leave this commented out for now, and we'll come back to it later. So here I'm mapping out what the RPS game would look like at a high level. And then we're going to write each function that takes care of every little thing. So for example, the decide winner function, we're going to need to write that from scratch. We're also going to have to figure out a way for the bot to choose randomly, okay? Because in the game, the bot is choosing on its own. All right, then another thing we want to do is what type of message the game should print out, right? So for example, when I pick paper, let me go to index.html here, the final version that I have. When I pick a certain choice, it says you tied, okay? Or if I full screen, it looks normal now. Or you won, right? Or maybe it'll say you lost, which, you know, hopefully I'll lose at some point, and now it says you lost, right? So we want to be able to print out those particular messages in our game as well. So I'm going to write message, and what I want to do is I want to say final message is going to take in the results, okay? So if you give this function final message the results, okay? So you give it that array of 0, 1 or 1, 0, basically telling it like, look, human won and computer lost. Then it should know what to print out, right? So if the human won, then it should say you won, right? So if the array is 1, 0. If the array is 0.5, 0.5, what should it print out? It should print out you tied, right? And maybe color it yellow like we have it. And then what about if the array is 0, 1? If the results come back and it's 0, 1, so the bot won and you lost, right? So the final message actually should just be a string that says you lost, or it should be an HTML element or whatever, right? In this case, we're probably just going to have it be a string. That's all. So it's going to return some kind of like you won, something like that, okay? And I'm going to comment this out for now. And then what we're going to have is the final line of code, or the final function that's going to actually show us the front end once we pick a choice. So once the human picks a choice, what that front end looks like and what it does, right? So what takes place? Well, remember, when I click one of these options, what actually happens is all of the images get removed, okay? All of this, so it's actually blank. And once they're removed, we take our choice and the computer choice and then pick those images and then put those in the front, okay? So we remove all of the images and then we put the new images in the front and then we highlight them a certain way. So the last function should know how to actually do that based on, and the last function requires a few different things, right? It needs to know a few things. What does it need to know? It needs to know the human choice. You see the blue one? That's the human choice. It needs to know the bot choice, so the one that's in red. And it needs to know the message, what the message is that it needs to print out. Okay. And that's what that's the most important thing here. Okay. So I'm going to call this function RPS front end. Now remember, these functions are not written yet. We're going to have to write them. So it needs to take in your choice. Okay, and we're going to give it your choice. How it figures that out is yourchoice.id, right? So if you click on rock, well, it'll print out rock. You know, or if you click on paper, it'll print out paper. Or if you click on scissors, it'll print out scissors. It also needs to know the bot choice. And then it needs the particular message that it needs to print out. And what we're going to be doing is that in the message function, what it's actually going to do is instead of returning a string, our message function will actually return a dictionary which not only is going to contain the particular message, but will also contain what the color of that message is, right? So for example, instead of us getting back a string, we might actually get back a dictionary and the or object in JavaScript. That's what we call it, object. In Python, it's called a dictionary. So when I say dictionary, I just mean object in JavaScript, okay? And it's gonna say something like, hey, message is this, okay? So the key is message, values you want, and then the color, right, is, and messages is string in this case, and the color will be, you know, let's say green. Okay, so the benefit of this is that when we send this dictionary, right, and we call it message right here, when we send it, or sorry, object, when we send it to our RPS front end, the function, in that function, now we know what the message is and what color it has. So then when we're doing the styling using the JavaScript, we can actually color it the right way. Okay, that's really what's important. So now we have the entire skeleton for the game. Okay, if you want to take this challenge on yourself, you can go ahead and write these functions and fill out and complete the game from here. It'll be pretty difficult, but you know, you can give it a try. But now I'm going to kind of jump into it and we'll walk through it. All right, so if you're feeling like you're more of a beginner right now and you're kind of lost, I want you to just follow along with me, and you know, you'll build this base of references. If you follow along with me, really learn what I'm doing and then come up with either your own examples or just redo what I have done from scratch without watching my video. That's another great way to learn this stuff. All right, so let's get started with the first function and a few things that, you know, that might be tricky. So one thing that we want to do is the bot needs to choose randomly, right? So bot needs to choose randomly. So we have to create some kind of function that knows how to do that, that knows how to take something and basically, you know, choose randomly between that, okay? So one thing that we want to do here is kind of have a thing like number to choice. All right, first what we need to do is give the computer a way to pick a number randomly, right? How many choices are there? There are 3 choices. So we need to give the computer a way to pick 3 numbers, 0, 1, and 2, and we need to be able to allow the computer to do it randomly every time. So I'm going to show you a cool way to do that in JavaScript. Okay, so so in JavaScript, what we can do, let me cross this out. Let me open up REPL.it for you here. All right, so now I'm inside of JavaScript, and what I want to do is just pick out a number randomly. So I'm going to do console.log, or I don't even actually have to do that here. The one thing I want to do is pick a random number, okay, between 0 and 2, 0, 1, and 2 included. So let's do math.random. And what you'll see math.random does is it picks a number between 0 and 1, okay? So if I just keep going forever, it's just going to keep picking a number between 0 and 1 forever. What I want to do now is multiply it by 3, okay? What it's going to do now is it's going to pick a number between 0 and 2, and it's going to kind of do that forever, okay? But you see that it does a little decimal action, but it'll never go to 3. It'll just be 0 to 2, okay? Now the last thing I want to do here is, since we don't care about decimal numbers, what I want to do is call math.floor on this, okay? So I want to wrap the entire thing. So whatever result I get, right? Let's say I get like 2.8. If I call math.floor on it, it's just going to floor it instead of sealing it. So it'll bring the 2.8 to 2. 1.9 will become 1. 0.9 will become 0, okay? And if I run it forever, you'll see I get 2, I get 1, I get 0, I get 2, I get 1, I get 0. So I'll keep running it, keep running it, keep running it. All right, you get the idea. I could have also just written that in the console part here, except I think in the screen it might look too small to you and it will be hard to read. So that's actually why I went to REPL.it. But on your computer, feel free to just write in that line of code in your console, hit enter, and then press up and then hit enter, press up and hit enter, and you'll see you'll get a number between 0, 1, and 2, including 0, 1, and 2. So that's essentially what we want to do. But now we want the bot to be able to pick between the different choices, okay? So let's create this function first, a random function. So we're going to call it function random to RPS integer. So random number to rock, paper, scissors integer, okay? That's what I decided to call it. And what it'll do, it'll just return math.floor and math.random. And remember, math starts with a capital M. That has thrown me off multiple times, so don't let that throw you off. And you'll see the reason why I'm creating multiple functions, so you also get to practice with how functional programming works and how you can break down each component into its own little function. And then next thing I want to do is, now that I'm getting a number between 0, 1, and 2, right? Imagine if I had an array, and that array had rock, paper, and scissors, right? Now, if I pick 0 of that, it'll get me rock. If I pick 1 of that, it'll get me paper. If I pick 2 of that, it'll get me scissors. Well, what if instead of picking a number, like hard coding what number I'm picking, what if I just paste the random number generator? Because we know that this thing will always get us between 0, 1, and 2 every time. And then we'll just index that array by 0, 1, and 2 every time. And you can see that every time I run this, I'm going to get a different answer, right? So I get rock, rock, paper, paper, scissors, rock, paper, scissors. It just shuffles between those 3. That's essentially what we're trying to do here, okay? So I created a function that lets me generate a random number. Now another function I'm going to create is I'm going to call it number to choice. So if you give it a number, it'll pick the choice for you. So I'm going to do function number to choice, and all it does is it takes in a number and then it returns paper, scissors, and it just returns. So if, for example, if number to choice, I gave it 2, it'll return scissors. If I give it 1, it'll return paper. If I give it 0, it'll return rock, okay? So to pick the bot choice, what I can actually do is I can say, is like, hey, first get the random integer, right? Random to int, or what is it called? RPS int. Yep, RPS int. So this automatically will get us a number between 0, 1, and 2. And then what we want to do is we want to pass that number to choice. Okay. And this is how the computer will pick the random number or random choice every single time. Okay. So that's how the bot is going to pick. So as soon as we click one of these choices, the bot will pick his own thing randomly, okay? And we can even test it out. So I'm going to do console.log and I'll do bot choice. So just to make sure that the bot's thing is working, I'll uncomment this out for now and put a semicolon here, hit refresh, click. Oh, okay. So I'm going to comment this out. That's where the error is coming from. Duh. So I'm going to refresh, click. And now you can see it's telling me what the bot choice is, okay? I can even put an alert on it so you can see it in a more obvious way. Refresh. I'll click paper for myself, but you see the bot pick scissors. I'll click here and it'll say bot picked paper. I'll click here, bot picked paper again. Now bot picked rock. So it seems like the bot thing is working. So I'm just gonna leave that uncommented. That looks pretty good to me. So let's keep on rolling here. Now what we want to do is we want to be able to decide the winner. This is going to be kind of the most challenging part, but it's also not that difficult. Okay, it's like you know how to do if-then statements, and that's all you have to kind of do here. Now there's a clever way to do it, more clever way. There's like one mathematical way to do it. I'm not that great at math, so that's not my first instinct to do the more mathematical way. I know like a nicer way to do it just programmatically and like what data structures to use there. So I'll show you that way. But if you even do this part, deciding the winner, kind of just using if-then statements, that should work. Now, how many possible statements will there be if you decide to go the if-then route, right? So for example, if human picks rock and computer picks rock, return draw. If human picks rock and computer picks paper, return computer won. If human picks rock and computer picks scissors, return human won. So this way, for rock, if human picks rock, you need to describe 3 different scenarios and what happens. If the bot can pick rock, the bot can pick scissors, and the bot can pick paper, right? So that's 3 scenarios. Now what you need to define after that is what takes place when the human picks paper. Now there are 3 different scenarios that can take place. The bot can pick rock, the bot can pick paper, and the bot can pick scissors. And then so now you have a total of 6 cases that you have covered with your if then else statements. And then the last case you need to cover is the scissors. So if the human picks scissors or you pick scissors, what actually takes place? The computer can pick between rock, paper, or scissors. Again, those are 3 different choices. So now you have a total of 9 different cases. So you have to basically just use 9 different if-then statements to chain this and make it work. But I'll show you a cleaner way to do this. So I'm going to do function decide winner, and I'll do your choice and computer choice. So remember that we wrote this function right over here, and now we're actually writing the code for it. Oh, sorry, I don't mean to put a semicolon here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is create a database. I'm just calling it a database. You can call it whatever you want, but this is kind of like what all of the possibilities are, but it's a more organized way to share this information. Okay, so you'll see what I mean in just a second. So I'm just going to call it RPS database. And it's just the object, okay, I'm creating. And what this will have is rock and what are all the possible outcomes. So here the key is rock and the value is going to be a dictionary, okay? And this dictionary is going to contain what are all the possible outcomes that take place if somebody picks, if you pick rock and then the computer picks either rock, paper, or scissors. So let's describe what rock will lose to, what rock will win against. So if somebody picks scissors, rock wins, right? So we'll say 1 for that. If the computer picks rock, well, we'll say 0.5 for that. And if the computer picks paper, that'll be a 0 for us. Okay. That's the first value, or that's the first key, rock. Now we're gonna put paper, and what happens if if you pick paper? Well, here are a few things that can happen. If somebody else picks rock, you win. Somebody else picks paper, you draw. And if somebody else picks scissors, well, you lose, my friend. And then the last case scenario is going to be scissors. And what takes place here is somebody picks paper, you win. If they pick scissors, you draw. And then if they pick rock, you lose. Okay, so this in a really nice way defines what actually takes place. If you know a little bit more about programming, you can see this data structure is almost like a JSON object, right? You essentially have a dictionary within a dictionary, or an object within objects. And then the key also has an object. So it's a nice little data structure to get accustomed to. You'll see this a lot. And now the solution is just beautiful. It's so nice, so easy. And I haven't really seen this or anybody else use this anywhere. So I don't know. I feel like I might have pioneered this. And if I did, let me know. Reach out to me and be like, yo, you did this. It might blow up on Stack Overflow. And what I'll do is I'll say your score is RPS database, and here's how we're going to figure out your score, because we need to return a numerical value, right? So this function's job is to return 1, 0, 0, 1, or 0.5, 0.5. Like, it needs to return an array, as you can see here, and it needs to describe what took place. Human lost, bot won, something like that. Okay, so that's essentially what we want for our results for a decide winner function to be able to do. So here what we're going to say is, now we're passing in your choice. Okay, so based on what you click, we already have what your choice is. We pass the human choice to the decide winner function. Okay, that's your choice right here. So we're gonna access the RPS database, this entire thing, and we're gonna access the and we're gonna go your choice. So let's say you pick rock, it'll go to this key, and then it's gonna go to this dictionary over here. And then we're gonna pick the bot choice or the computer choice, and I'm just gonna say computer choice. So what it'll do is it'll go here, and then it'll go to this dictionary, and in this dictionary it'll pick the computer choice. So let's say the computer picked rock, then it'll access this, and then it's going to return, like, this whole thing is going to return 0.5. Pretty neat, right? I like this one a lot. So that's how your score is determined. Computer score will be determined in a similar way, except we're now looking at things from the computer's perspective. Okay. All right, so here we can see your choice. If you pick rock, what takes place, or you pick paper, and then here computer's choice, what happens if computer picks scissors and the human player picks, you know, one of those three options. And that's how the winner is going to be decided. And then what we want it to do is return your score and then the computer score, just like that. Okay. And now what I can do is console.log this and print it out and just see if things are working out as we want. Okay, so now I'm going to uncomment this line, and I'm going to do console.log results. Okay, so I'll hit refresh, and I'm also going to console, instead of this, I'm going to console.log this bot choice, and I'm just going to say computer choice like that and do comma right there. Okay, so now it's going to console out computer choice, what the computer actually picked, and then it's going to send the human choice and the bot choice to the decide winner function. Decide winner function is going to figure out what took place, and then it's going to return an array like 0, 1, 0.5, 0.5, or 1, 0, and then console.log is going to just print that out. Okay, so line 33 is going to print that. I'm going to hit refresh. Let's click. Decide winner is the function name. So decide winner, my bad. Okay, that was probably annoying for you to look at that for so long. Sorry about that. So let's say I click rock. What took place here? Paper, blah, blah, blah. All right, so the reason why that error showed up is I have to uncomment this line, human choice, because it doesn't know what this human choice is that I'm passing here. So I've uncommented this. So now human choice is your choice.id, whichever one I click here. And now we're passing that to the function. So I'm gonna hit refresh, click here. And now look, I picked rock, right? And the computer choice was paper. So paper beats rock. So the array that was returned is 0, 1. Human lost, computer won. This case scenario. Now I'll refresh and I'll pick rock again, and it looks like the computer picked paper again, and I lost again. I'll hit it, and now it looks like the computer picked scissors, except rock beats scissors, and so we got back 1, 0, and that's exactly what we expected. So far, it looks like it's going well. Now all we have to do is write up our message function, and then the front end function. The front end function is probably going to be the trickiest one to do, but and the message one shouldn't be that difficult to do. So let's jump on that one now. Okay. So this function is going to be called final message. Okay, it's going to take in the array. So it's going to take in, your score, comma, the computer score. Just like that. And now all it needs to do is just define like what takes place. Okay, so there are only a few options that can take place here. There are only 3 possible array options here. The array will return 1, 0, 0.5, 0.5, or 0, 1. If you get 1, 0, it should say you won. If you get 0.5, 0.5, it should say you tied. If it does 0, 1, it should say you lost, right? And that's essentially all we need to take care of. And so what we're going to do that with is just if then else statement. So I'm going to say if your score is 0, okay, and do 3 equal signs. You can do 2, but 2 is not the best way to do it because, for example, if you do it with 2, well, it's going to say the string 5 and this 5 are the same thing. But if you do it with 3 equals and you do this, it will say that that's false. So just to be very strict about it and make sure that we're always on the same page, stick to using 3. Okay. And I will say return message, and remember we're returning a dictionary, okay? So something like this, or sorry, an object. So remember we're going to return something like that. So the message should be you lost, because again, your score is 0, okay? Because the array is going to be 0, 1 or whatever, right? So that's why if your score is 0, it should say lost. Cool. Color, we're gonna pick red for this, and that's that. Now we're gonna say else if, whoops, let's go here and let's do else if. Let's write the condition for it. We'll say your score is equal to 0.5. Again, we don't have to check for the computer score here, right? If your score is 0, obviously the computer score is 1. So you don't have to check for the computer score. If your score is 0.5, obviously the computer score is 0.5. If your score is 1, obviously the computer score is 0. So we don't have to check for the second number. We just really have to check for one number. 0.5 return message you tied, exclamation mark, and then we're gonna say color is yellow, okay? And then we're gonna do else return message you won, and then we're gonna say color is green. Okay. So final message is going to be the object. Object's going to contain the message and the color. Okay. And it'll also make your code pretty readable. So now I'm going to uncomment this line out. Now the final message function should know what to do. The reason why, again, we want to break down a lot of these things into its own functions is because if something goes wrong, like for example, if the winner isn't being decided correctly, well, now you know it's the decide winner function. If the message isn't being printed out correctly, you know it's the final message function. But if you have all of the code in just one function, it's going to be really hard to see where the mess up is taking place, and all of the code is going to be kind of like jumbled in one place, and you're not going to enjoy it. Okay, so that's why we break it up into different parts. All right, so let's see what's taking place here, and we're going to print this out as well. So I'll do console.log message. I'll just break this up a little bit so it's easier to see. Okay, I'll hit refresh and I'll click this. It says your score is not defined. Okay, let's see where that thing is taking place. Your score. Line 64. Oh, my bad. Okay, so this just needs to be a capital S, that's all. And we will refresh, go back, and click, and that should work. Okay, so now you see the computer picked rock. I picked rock, as you saw, and the array returns 0.5, 0.5. So this is the decide winner function returning this, and the message that we got is you tied, and the color is yellow. Perfect. And if I click this, it says you lost. The color is red because the computer picked scissors. If I pick scissors, it says the computer picked rock and you lost again, and the color is red. Perfect. That's exactly what we wanted it to be able to do. Now that we have all of our backend logic done, right? Our logic is completely correct. The thing that we need to work on at this point is what the function should actually, like what the front end actually should look like. Okay, so we need to work on the front end part. We're gonna call this function. So this is gonna be the most meaty part of the code, and this is where the rubber really will meet the road, so to speak. So we're gonna do function RPS front end, and it's gonna take in three things. It's gonna take in the human image choice, the bot image choice, so like what the human picks and what image or what the bot picks. Okay, I just called it the bot image choice. And then is gonna also do what the final message is. Okay, now here are all our items. We actually don't even need items. This is not important. So we're gonna first create a database of our images because we're gonna need to use this later. So I'm gonna say images database, and again, it's gonna be just like a JSON object kind of thing, looking thing. So it's gonna be just a dictionary. That's it. It's just an object. That's all. So I'm gonna say rock, and rock, we're going to give it the image source because these images we're going to be using later. So I just want to collect them and put them in one place so it's easy to access them. So get element by ID, and this is just the rock ID, right? That's all. Like if you go to our index.html, the ID is rock, paper, and scissors for these images. And to get the image source, all I have to do is .src. Okay, so document.getElementById by ID should get this element like that, and if you get this element and just do .src, that'll give you this link over here, and that's what we want. Cool. I'll go here and we'll do paper document.getElementById. We'll do paper.src. and we'll do scissors document.get element by ID scissors.src. Cool. So this is now now to get any image I need, right? All I can do is just images database, and I can just do rock. It'll get me the image for rock. And if I do paper, it'll just get me the image for paper. So it makes it really easy for me to access any image I want. Okay, it just makes the code more readable instead of putting the link there. It looks ugly. Cool. Now what I want to do is I want to remove all of these images, right? So as soon as you click, all of these images should get removed. Okay, so I'm going to say let's remove all the images. So document.get element by ID, and I'm going to do rock.remove, and I will do paper, and I will do scissors. Okay, and now when I refresh, let's go here and let's uncomment this line out, and let's now click, and you can see that all of those images get removed. Okay, and then what we want to do is, based on the choices that the human and the bot have picked, then only go to those particular images and then show those images. That's all. Okay, so we're gonna do that now. Whoops. So now this is a few step part, and I'm gonna break this down as we go. Okay, so the first thing we have to do is now create a few divs. Okay, so remember that when I go here and I pick something, and if I hit inspect and I go into this, click this button over here and highlight, this is an image, right? But notice that it's actually in its own div. And then notice that this you lost is also in its own div, which it's not showing, but just trust me that it is. And then this image at the bottom is also in its own div. Let me go full screen here. Okay, you lost is in its own div, this is in its own div, and this is in its own div. So that's effectively what we're gonna be needing to do, except we need to create these divs on the fly with JavaScript. So we're gonna do that. I will say human div. So this is gonna be the div that contains the human choice, so human image choice. So for example, rock, right? So we need one div for the rock in this case, one div for the paper, and one div for the you lost, right? So here, human div, and we're gonna just create it for now. So I'm gonna do create element, and I'll say div. Okay. And we also need to create a bot div, and then we need to create a message div. Okay, so the div that actually shows the message. Cool. Now what we need to do is actually write the inner HTML for them. Okay, there is a cleaner way to do this as well, but I want to show you the inner HTML way. Then later in the course, I'm going to show you like nicer ways to deal with images and styling. Right now I'm going to kind of show you like the raw way of doing it. Okay, so what we want to do is I want to go in the human div, and I want to do .inner HTML. Okay, and what I'm going to do in here is literally write HTML code. Okay, just directly write in here. So I'll say image source, and what I'm going to set the image source to be, and notice that I'm actually opening up a quote here. Now, if you don't follow this carefully, you're going to mess this up quite a bit. So you have to really pay attention to like the single quotes and the double quotes and how I'm using those. Because if you don't do it right, then your code isn't going to come out right either. Okay, so I have to give this image a source. Now remember that I have access to that in the images database, so I'm just going to reference that. I'm going to say images database, and I will say human image choice. Okay, so we already have access to that because we pass that information in. As soon as you click out of the 3 choices, as soon as you click, we already have access to that information. Okay, so that's how we're gonna pick the image for the human's image. And then what I'll say is we're gonna style it a certain way. Okay, so let's not style it a certain way, and let's just end it right here for now, and let's just see what happens. So I will close the. So here's what I will do. I will close. So this single quote will close the source attribute, and then I'm going to close the entire thing. Okay, I'm gonna do this, and now I'll close the entire image tag. Oh, whoops, like that. Okay. So let's hit refresh and let's click this image. Oh, well, my bad. Let's go here. Let's click that image. And right now it's not going to show up because we're not really putting it anywhere, right? So I have the inner HTML, but I'm not really appending it to anything. I'm not really doing anything with this. So this is the part where I'm going to have to actually append this to something, and that's what's actually going to cause it to show. Otherwise, this is not going to show at all. So I'm going to go down, and I will say document.getElementById, and I will say get the flexbox RPS div. Okay, so this random div that I've created, what I'm doing to that is I'm writing its inner HTML code, and now I'm going to go to the flexbox RPS div, and I'm going to append that human div. Okay, so now I'm going to hit refresh, and let's just click the rock, and boom, it's actually showing the rock. So that's pretty good, and it's attaching it to that div, and that's pretty much what we want to be able to see. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is, instead of ending this right here, I'm gonna write more code in here. Okay, I'm gonna write more to this inner HTML. So I'm gonna say height, set it to 150, and width, set it to 150. Okay, let's save this, come here, refresh this, and hit rock. And now it's picking the human choice, and it's kind of holding it in place, and that's good. So when I click, it removes all of the images, and then it recreates the divs, and it recreates the human image, and then it puts it into place. Okay, and appends it to the flexbox RPS div. So if I go in this element, I'll hover over, and you can see the flexbox RPS div. Okay, and to that div we appended the rock image that we created. I'm gonna refresh here again. All right, so that's looking good. Now the last thing we want to do to this is make sure that it has that nice little box shadow, right? Because if we don't have that, then it doesn't have the blue thing behind it. So if I go here and I click, you can see that it has a blue thing that stays behind it. So you want to add that box shadow, and we don't want to wait for somebody to hover over it. We just want it to be there the entire time. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Let's get out of the mobile mode. So now I'm going to write style. And remember, you can style things directly from the HTML code. And right now we have access to the inner HTML. Box shadow. Now I'll do 0 pixel, 10 pixel, 50, and RGB. Again, this is something that I just kind of did in CSS-matic and created that style design, and I'm now just using that same piece of code everywhere. Okay. All right. So now I saved this, and I'm gonna refresh, and now I'll click rock, and you can see that it's now showing the human choice of rock nicely in place. okay? And it's highlighted in blue. If I click paper, it'll do that for paper. If I pick scissors, it'll do that for scissors. We also want to do the same thing for the bot choice. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to say bot inner HTML. Bot div.inner HTML. And since we already have the bot choice, I'm going to do bot image choice. And we're passing it in this function, remember. And that's essentially it, except we want it to be red, right? So in the box shadow, I want to say 243, 38. So this is RGBA. 24. So refresh, and now let's pick rock. So weird, huh? The bot choice is not showing. Well, can you figure out what's taking place? Well, we're not actually appending it to that RPS div, right? So I'm going to go here and I'm going to say bot div. Save, click rock, and now when the bot picks rock or the bot picks scissors, we can actually see it. Cool. Right? And it's looking nice. Now, the last thing we want to do is make sure that when we style, when we pick the styling and we showed rock or scissors or paper, we also want to make sure that we show the message. Okay, so now that's what we want to create. We want to create, you know, since we've already created the div for it, what we want to do is add it. Okay, so I'm going to do message div.inner HTML. And I'm going to do H1 because it's going to be an H1, right? Style. And I will color it a certain way. So how will I color it? Well, let me show you. Let's just leave that at color, colon, space like that. And I'll do plus here. So I'm doing string concatenation now. And I will say final message. So this is the function I'm running, final message. Or not the color, but or sorry, not the function final message, but here I'm getting the final message object. Okay, so I'm passing in something that looks like this. Okay, what the message is and what the color is. So it already has that. So I'm accessing the final message object's color here. And then I also would want to access its text. Again, you have to be careful following this part that you don't make a typo. Okay. So now, so I ended the color part of the styling. Now I'm going to do font size, and I will say make it 60 pixels. So it's pretty big. And I'll say padding, make it 30 pixels. So it's nice and padded. Okay. And then I'm going to do plus final message. Okay. And get the message out of the final message object that I have. And then basically just end the H1 tag. So like this. Okay. That should end it, and that looks good. Okay. So basically what it looks like is something like this, right? I got H1. It has certain style attributes like, so color, you know, what the color of it should be. So let's say it's green. And then what I want is, so let's put a semicolon here. And then I want so then what the message actually is, right? So here, and then the message is actually you won, and then it says, and then we end the H1. Okay, that's essentially what I'm writing with this code. Obviously, I have font size and padding as well, so it will look like font size 60 pixels, and padding is 30 pixels. Okay, but this is just that's HTML code, and if I write it here, it won't really do anything. It's going to give me an error. It's going to be like, hey, what is this? Because it's expecting JavaScript code. So now that's looking good, and the reason why it wouldn't show up is because I'm not appending it to the div. So I just got to make sure that I go here and I say message div, and I want to put it in between. I'll refresh, click, and now it says you lost. I'll refresh, it says you lost again. I'll refresh. Now let's go full screen, and as we can see, it's looking pretty nice, right? I'll hit inspect, refresh, click. Okay. So each one of these elements is showing up on its own. We didn't put it even in a div right now. Like all of these are kind of just like their own elements. That's why when I hover over it, it doesn't actually show me that each of these elements are in its own div. It's just showing me on their own. So you can choose to leave it like that, or you can put it in its own div if you want. In this case, it doesn't really matter because it's looking nice and organized, okay? All right, awesome. So look at that. We can now click paper, and if the bot picks scissors, it'll tell us you lost. We'll pick rock, and if the bot picks paper, it'll tell us you lost. You know, if we pick rock and the bot picks scissors, it'll tell us you won. I mean, this is awesome. This is exactly what we wanted to make, and we have made it, okay? So I'm just gonna highlight what parts of the code that we did, just in case you wanna kind of double check everything. So this is what we added in this video, okay? If I go to challenge 3, and I'm highlighting all the JavaScript that we added, okay? It's quite a bit, so good job for hanging in there with me. We'll go to style.css, everything that we have added, and we actually don't even need to do this unless you want to do it, but it's not necessary. We added the flexbox RPS. We added flexbox RPS here, and we added container 3 here, okay? That's all for the CSS part, and for the index.html part, this is it. Okay, so that's essentially all for this video. It's looking awesome. Our project is working. I mean, isn't it exciting? This is really cool what we're working on, right? In the next one, we're gonna now work on the buttons and be able to change the colors of almost all of the buttons on the page. And this challenge will be really fun, and you'll learn a lot. And there's certain parts of it that get kind of deep in terms of how they work, okay? It sounds simple, but it gets a little involved. It's gonna be exciting. I hope you're excited. That's it for this video, and as always, my beautiful person watching this video, I'll see you in the next video. Hey you, what is up? Welcome. I hope that you had a lot of fun and it was really challenging for you to work on the rock, paper, scissors challenge so far and the cat generator in your agent days. This is the challenge called change the color of all buttons, okay? This is gonna be a really fun challenge, and that's what we're gonna be covering in this video. I hope that you are ready for this, okay? This is how it's gonna work. So let's pop on over to the screen now, and I will show you how it works, okay? So I want you to look at this, and these buttons, okay? If I hit red here, you see all of these turn to red, these green, all these turn to green. Don't worry about what's taking place at the bottom or below this, okay? Just worry about here. And if I hit reset, it goes back to actually the original colors that were there. And if I hit random, now it just generates colors for itself randomly, okay? So how is this working? That's what we're gonna cover in this video, because it's gonna be exciting, and it's a little bit more challenging than you think, though it might be a little easier than the rock, paper, scissors challenge, okay? But it's different. So let's get into this now. We're going to start off with the HTML portion, like always, and then we're going to work on the CSS portion, and then we're going to move to the JavaScript portion. Now, the CSS portion for this is pretty much non-existent. The only portion you really need to worry about, because like, look, what's the CSS? It's just one flexbox div, right? So let me right-click here, inspect, and highlight this. This div is called, okay, let me click here first, select an element in the page to inspect it. This div here is just called flexbox pick color, okay? That's it. When I hover over, this is a select element, okay? You can have an input element or you could have an image element. This is just select element and its ID's background. Here is a button. And this button has a class of, it has two classes, okay? And it has button primary class, okay? So button class, and then we dig deeper into that, and then we have the class button primary, okay? So that's what's actually giving it the color blue. Now, how are we giving it the color red? This is button danger. How are we giving this the color yellow? Button warning, and button success, okay? This is known in Bootstrap, okay? If you just look up Bootstrap button colors, the way you control the Bootstrap colors is, just use the predefined terms that they have. So here, button danger, I know, turns it red. Button primary turns it blue, button warning turns it yellow, and button success turns it green, okay? So I want you to remember that fact in the back of your head. Other than that, all we have is a container, okay? So this is container 4, as you can see, for challenge 4. And we got a container, we got a div, and here we just have our H2, okay? And that's essentially it. And inside of this flexbox div, we have the buttons, okay? So this way they're nice and organized. And, if I move the screen to the right-hand side, they still are nice and organized and all that. Cool. So now let's just get started, okay? This is enough of what we need to know for now. Okay. I will do div, we'll do class equals container 4. Go in here, pop in H2, we'll set challenge for change the color of all buttons. Save, refresh, go back to our page, hit refresh, and change the color of all buttons is now there. Cool. Now what we want to do is we also want to give this H2 an ID, okay? This ID, we could actually use it later or not. I actually don't even think we're going to use it, but let's just give it an ID. So maybe we can access it, change my color, okay? If we want to just test something and change H2's color or whatnot, that'd be useful. I'm going to go into div here, and I will do class flexbox pick color, okay, like that. And we're going to create a form, okay? So I create my container 4, and then inside of that container, I created my div, that flexbox div, okay? And then inside of that, I'm gonna have my form, okay? And the form is just the thing that has, so that select thing that I showed you, the select element, it's part of the form, okay? So action is gonna be none, and then here, we're gonna do what kind of options are there. Whoops. And let's also give this, let's do select here, and then we're going to select the options afterward. So we're going to give it a name of backdrop. We'll give it an ID of background. Not particularly good IDs. And then we'll just say on change, do the following. Button color, change, and this, okay? So this will allow us to pass this existing object over to our function. So once we create the button color change function, this will allow us to pass, this select element. And then what we want to do is go here and then option. Okay. So option 1 might be value might be random, and the text will say random, okay? So let's go to this page. Let's hit refresh, and now we got random. Okay, we'll add another value. This will be red, and this will be red over here, green, green, and then we will have reset, I believe. Reset like that, refresh, and boom, we got all of those options. Okay. And on change is kind of like saying on click, except we don't want things to take place when we click. We want things to take place when we change. So when we change it to red or we change it to green, if it's the same and we select green again, it shouldn't do anything. Okay. But only on change, something should take effect. So that's why we have an on change trigger right there. We're going to close this form. Okay. And then what we're going to do is below this form, we want to now add all of our buttons. Okay. So buttons in that form are going to be in that flexbox div, which they are. All right, my first button, I'm gonna give it a class of, remember it's a blue button, so I'm gonna give it a class of button primary, and the text is gonna be we. All right, and I'll come over here and refresh, and you can see the button just popped up. Now we need to give another button, and another one. So the second one we have is gonna be red, and red is button danger. The next button we have after that is yellow, and that's warning. And then the one we have after that is success, which is green. Okay, so this one is going to be Yahoo, this one is going to be Google, and this one is going to be Facebook. Doesn't matter what the text is, you can call it whatever you want, but as you can see, if I click these buttons, nothing really takes place. Okay, and also notice that these buttons and the select and the form are actually on the same line. Here they're on a different line. So to put them in the same place, we're just going to make sure that each of these elements are in a flex box, and then it's going to end up becoming, each of these elements are going to become a flex item or a flex element, and then it'll be organized on the same line. If not, it'll wrap around. So we'll go to style.css, and I'm just going to make this div, the div that's containing the form and the buttons, I'm going to turn it into a flexbox div. Since I have all the content already written here, I'm just going to add this as well. Flex box pick color, I believe that's what it's called. Refresh, and boom, there you go. Okay. And now the reason why it's running all the way across is because the overall container 4 doesn't have the CSS applied to it. So the CSS needs to make it come in the middle, margin auto, and then put a border around it and align the text to be in the center. And I can recreate it, or I can just add it here since all of those things are already there. And refresh, and boom, we got challenge 4, change the color of all buttons, nice and organized now. Awesome. We will go over to our JavaScript, and now we're going to get started. We're pretty much done with all the HTML and all the CSS. So I'll go here and I will say challenge 4, change the color of all buttons. All right, so we're pretty much going to start off by collecting all of the buttons. Okay, so what is one way to collect all of the buttons, or in other words, basically getting all of these elements? Well, I'll show you. So what I can do is I can do var all buttons, create a variable for this, and I'll say document dot get elements by, did I misspell it? Elements, whoops, get elements by tag name. Okay, like that. And I will just give it a tag of button. So now any button, so any of these that have a tag of button, this one is a tag button, this one is a tag button, button. Okay, so this is going to return to me an array with all of those button elements being inside of it. Okay, and I'll print it out so you can actually see what it looks like. Refresh, hit inspect and go to console, and now I can see an HTML collection with 7 items inside of it, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, that's what we wanted. And if I click this drop down, I can see the 0th button is button primary. I can see the first button element and all of that. Okay, so if I highlight it, actually even takes me to those, right? How freaking cool is that? And if I double click it, it takes me pretty much exactly to it. Okay, so let's get out of that. Now what I want to do is, even though I'm going to write this part last, I do want to mention this because this is the trickiest part. So green is going to be green and red. Making them green and red is going to be fairly easy, and even random is fairly easy. But the one that's tricky is a reset. So you might think the reset, like, oh, it'll just remember all of the colors. Except the problem is pretty interesting, right? Like, so check it out. If I take this pillow, right, and I turn this fully red, I turn it to look like the YouTube pillow or something, right? But like just fully red with nothing on it. Now if I go like, and I bring you in, and let's say you have no idea what the color of this pillow was. Okay, I bring you into my house, and I go, hey, and again, you're coming in and you have no idea what the color of this pillow was. All you see is just a red pillow. That's it. And I go, hey, reset the color of this pillow. You'll look at me and you'll be like, wait, what? I don't understand. What do you mean? You're not going to know, okay? So what I want to do before I change the color of this to red is maybe I want to write down somewhere, maybe on the wall or on a piece of paper, like original color of this was black, and then paint it red. And so then when you come in the house and I say, hey, reset the color of this, you might look around for some clues, and you might see on the wall it says original color was black. And so then you just go and paint it with black, and then we get back to the black Python pillow. Okay? That's essentially what we need to be doing with our code here with the reset. So we need to write that message down before we change any of the colors, and we want to write down what all of these colors are right now and store that information. So then when we paint all of these red or green, we always remember what their original colors were and in what particular order. So then we can go back and just paint them that original color according to their original order. And how we're going to do this, I'm going to say var copy all buttons. So this is a copy of all the buttons. And right now it's just an empty array. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say for. And here I'm going to show you some new things that I want you to start using, because in the new JavaScript, using var is not a good idea anymore. So you should either be using let or a const. If you're confused, just always use let. Okay. So now I'm going to start showing you guys that. So instead of saying var I equals something, I'm going to say let. Okay. And the more we get advanced into this, the more and more we're going to start using let and const. Okay. But the reason why I want to use var is so you're not super confused, and var is pretty much used everywhere. So if you look at tutorials and try to learn from online, you'll be like, oh, okay, I know what var is, okay? But just remember that where we're headed now, we're going to be using let and const. Cool. So I'll say let I equals 0. So this is just a regular for loop, okay? And I want to loop the same amount of times as the length of the buttons array. Or in that case, remember HTML collection, it said I had 7 buttons. And I want to basically do I++, so increment I. And I want to say copy all buttons dot push I. And the next part is the trickiest part. So I'll explain to you what we're doing here. Okay. So again, what I'm doing here is I'm just saying, hey, like loop through the same number of times as there are buttons. Okay. So this loop is going to run 7 times. That's all that loop is doing. And basically I'm saying do this 7 times. So what is this doing? This is saying to the array, copy all buttons, because this is an array, push each button. So this way I will remember what each of those buttons are. Okay, so all I'm doing is like duplicating, literally just duplicating all buttons. So if I hit refresh, and actually let me do console.log copy all buttons, do this, and we'll go to console.log. If I hit refresh, you'll see that all the copy all buttons is just an array, okay, and it's pretty much just a duplicate of all buttons. That's all. Now what I want to do is so I'll show you something cool that you can do as well. Okay, so let me do copy all buttons here, and whoops, copy all buttons, and hit enter. Now let me get the 0th button. Okay, so now you see I got the 0th button, and it tells me all the attributes of that button. So it's class, it's on click, and all that, right? Let me get that buttons. I can get the information for that button, and I can get the classes on that button. So right now that button is button primary, right? So what I can do is I can go to its class list and hit enter, and now it's telling me how many classes it has. So it's telling me like, look, it has the button class, and then it has a button primary class. Cool. Now the class that's actually more interesting is the button primary class, because that helps me define the color, right? So right now, like I know that it's a button primary is the blue color, okay? So what I can do is I can go to that and say class list. So from the class list, I can remove that particular class. So I can say button, and I can do primary like that. And now if you look, the class from where it said click me, it's removed, right? And I can do the same thing for the other ones too. Like for example, I can go here, put 1. 1 should get me the reset button, and I know reset button has its second class as button primary. So I'm just gonna, or button danger. I'm gonna say remove button danger. Okay. So now it has removed its second class, so it's called button danger. First class is just button. So this way I can go and remove the styling, right? But I can also similarly add the styling. So I can actually say add button danger, or I can say add button success, or let's do warning, and I'll hit enter. So now you'll see that it has turned the reset button into a yellow button, okay? And I can change the click me button to be a red button, or any other color I want, right? So that's essentially what we're going to be doing. We want to be looping through and removing all of their classes, and then adding a new class. So if you want to turn every button green, well, we're going to be removing the second class. Okay, so the first class is button, and the second class is button primary, or button danger, or button warning, because all of those buttons have that second class right now because we're using bootstrap buttons. So all we want to do is remove the second class, and then what we want to do is just add the button danger class to all of them. Okay, if we want to turn everything green, we just remove all of the button colors at the end, or button class at the second button class at the end, and then we just change it with button success. Okay, so that's how we can turn it either red or green. So let's go ahead and start coding this up now, because I think we have a good understanding of what we're doing. Okay, so I'm going to remove this console line, and I'll remove that as well, and let's just get going. So first I'm going to write the main function. This is going to be called button color change. Okay, this is going to be like the ultimate function that defines what takes place. So again, we're going to be using like some functional programming, and hopefully you'll learn something from this. So I'm just calling it button thingy to give it a cute name, but essentially it's this object that we pass when we click on any of the select options. So on change, this is a function we want triggered. So we'll say that if the button, okay, here's another thing. So before I actually write this, I will leave this empty for a second. Okay, And what I want to show you is how to get the value of a particular button. Okay, so I want to say something like, hey, if I select a particular button, right? So on change, I want to get a value. So let me just go inside of this function now, and I will just do console.log button thingy dot value. Okay. So I'll hit refresh. I'll go here and I'll go red. So you see I got red. I'll do green. Got green. Reset. Reset. So remember, this was the value that we added here. That option value random, red, green, reset. Okay, that's, we put it all in lowercase and we're getting it all in lowercase as well. So I'll say if button thingy dot value is red, then I want to run the button's red function. Okay. Now just keep in mind, I haven't created the button's red function, but we'll create it. So this is the main controller function, and if somebody passes in red, it will know which function to send you to. If somebody selects green, it should know what function to send you to. So that's what we're gonna do with this function. Okay, button color change is gonna be like the master of all the other functions. Okay. Else if button thingy dot value is green, buttons green. Okay, again, this function doesn't exist yet either. Else if button thingy dot value equal reset, button color reset. Okay. So basically we're saying like run the red function if the value, if the human picks, if you pick red, run the green function, run the reset function, or ultimately we'll do else if button thingy dot value is random, then run the random colors function. Cool. So this won't do anything yet because we have a bunch of functions that actually don't have a name yet, and we're gonna now name them and give them something to do. So we'll start off with the buttons red function first, and I'll say let I equal 0 while I is less than the all buttons dot length. Increment I. So basically this will run 7 times because right now there's 7 buttons. And I'll say loop through all buttons. Okay. Oh, and right over here, I just wanted to make a point. I started off making a point, but then I forgot. Since we only care about the last class to paint the colors, right? We just want to know button danger, button primary, button warning, and all that. We want to get the last one. So so what we want to do is like do this class list and access that button's class list and just get the second class. Okay, 0 will give you the first class. It will give you the second class. So now before I continue, I will just print out. I'll just console.log copy of all buttons. Okay, so when I refresh this, let me just delete this for now. You can see that I just have a bucket that says the second classes of the button. These are this is what's most important. And because it's an array, this also gives us the right order, right? So like the first button is blue, right? Button primary. The second button is red, button danger. The third button is button success, green. This button is button primary. This is button danger. This is warning. This is success. Okay, so the order is kept and is preserved thanks to us using the array data structure. If you use the object data structure, it would not keep the order there. All right, so cool. That's what we needed. Now back to writing our function. Okay, so what we're gonna do is loop through and say, hey, buttons red, get the class list, and then remove. Okay, And what we want to effectively remove is we're going to get the all buttons I, and we want to remove that button's second class. Okay. So I'll explain what this line of code is doing. Okay. So I'm saying like, hey, go to each button. So like if I'm looping the first time, I'll be on the 0th button, right? Because I is 0. So all buttons of 0 basically will get the first button, okay, or the 0th button. And then I'll access that button's class list. And then I'll say, hey, remove a particular class. And the class that I want you to remove is going to be the second class. So in this case, it'll remove the, it'll change this with button primary. Okay. And what this line of code is doing is all it's saying is like, hey, the 0th button, the first button, just get its second class. That's all it's saying. Okay. And then what we want to do is I want to say all buttons. Okay. So that same button, we want to remove its class and then immediately add another class to it, and we just want to call that class danger. Okay, so that's what will make it red. And yeah, I believe that's it for this function actually. So let's refresh. Let's go here and let's change red. Whoops, buttons red is not defined. Oh, I just didn't save it. That's all. So just remember to save. That's sometimes throws you off. So look, when I do buttons red, look at that. All of the buttons change to red, right? Super cool. But if I do random or green or reset, it doesn't know what to do. Because when I do let's say green, it goes here, else if button value is green, run the button's green function, but then it goes, hey, the button green function, what the hell is that? It doesn't exist, right? Button color reset is not defined, or button's green is not defined. So we need to define the button's green function now. And button's green function looks a lot similar to the button's red function. So I'm going to go here, copy it, paste it, change this with green, and come here and instead of saying danger, I just want to say success, save, refresh. And now when I hit green, look at that. It just turns it all green, turns it all red, turns it all green, turns it all red. Cool. So now buttons green knows what to do. And let's work on the button color reset one now. Okay, so this one is slightly tricky, but we'll make it work. Button color reset. And what I want to do is loop through. Again, I equals 0, I less than all buttons dot length, and then all I plus plus. So looping through 7 times because we have 7 buttons. And then I want to do all buttons. So, if I'm looping through and I'm on 0, then I want to get that 0th button's class list. And I want to go ahead and remove that particular button's second class. That's all. Class list 1. There. Okay. Put that a semicolon. And then I want to... Now this line is kind of tricky, okay? So I'm going to explain this. All buttons. So I've removed its second class, and now what I need to do, okay? Remember what I said about leaving a little note up here? All we now need to do is access that note and paint it over. So before, we were just hard coding, like we were removing the first class no matter what it is, or in this case, the second class, because 0 is first and 1 is second. So we're removing the second class no matter what it is and adding danger no matter what. We're removing the first class and then we're adding, removing the second class and then just adding button success here to make it green. We don't care. We're hard coding button success and button danger. In this case, we can't hard code it because if we hard code it to be button success or button warning, then if we do button warning, then all the buttons will turn yellow. If we do button primary, then all of the buttons will turn blue. But that's not what we want, right? What we want is for it to reset based on all the colors that we remember from the start. So this is where this list that we preserved in the start, that's where this list will come into play, okay? The list that we did with copy all buttons, okay? So now here's what we're gonna do. Class list dot add, and I'm gonna do, instead of all buttons, I'm gonna say copy of all buttons, okay? And add that, okay? That's essentially it. And so what this is gonna do is, like, so for example, right? If I'm on the 0th button, I'm gonna remove its class, and then I'm gonna go to that same button, and I'm gonna add a class, and the class I'm gonna add is this one, button primary, okay? Then I'll loop through and go to the second button, the reset button. So this will be now 1. I'll go here, I'll remove that button's class, and then I'll go here and I'll add a class, and I'll add button danger, okay? So let me hit refresh. These are the colors, right? Remember, blue, green, red. Oh, sorry, blue, red, green. Remember this, okay? Blue, red, green. I will come over here and paint everything red. So now everything is red. Now when I hit, when I hit reset, notice blue, red, green, and all of the colors are back. Okay, this is pretty cool. And now for the slightly more tricky one and fun one is painting everything random. Okay, so we're gonna now do, what did we call this function? Random colors. So we're gonna create random colors. Do this, do that. I'm gonna do var choices, and for the choices I will do button primary, button danger, button success, because remember those are all the choices we have, right? Button warning. Okay, so now what's the idea here? The idea is that, like, look, this is an array, okay? So like, let's say these three are like, just look at the pillows that I have, right? So this is a red pillow that I got. Let me move the mic here so you can hear me. This is a red pillow that I have. This is the pink / Instagram pillow, pink pillow, and this is, we'll just call it a black pillow, right? So imagine this to be an array. Okay, this is effectively an array. And what it actually has is, like, let's just say button primary, button success, button danger, whatever. I'm just giving it random names or whatever. Okay, so these are the 3 buttons I have, and this is an array of 3 items, and I want to be able to pick randomly from these 3 items. Okay, and so how do I do that? Well, remember, we learned how to get a random number between 0, 1, and 2. In this case, we have 4 choices, right? Button primary, button danger, button success, and button warning. So we want to be able to pick a number between 0, 1, 2, and 3, okay, including 0, 1, 2, and 3. And then we can index this list by 0, 1, 2, or 3, and we should get a random number, randomly selected thing every single time, okay? So for example, if I take this list and I paste it in the console, we index it by 0, look what we get. We index it by 2. We index it by 1. We index it by 3, right? And if we just keep indexing it like randomly, we're always going to get a random number. Except we don't have a random number here. We have a hard-coded number. So how do we get a random number? Well, remember, math.random will give us a random number between 0 and 1. Multiplying it by 4 will give us a number between 0 and 4. Okay. It won't ever give us 4. It'll give us 0, 1, 2, and 3. Okay. And then what we want to do is call math.floor on all of this. So we always get a whole number, except not like 1, 2, 3, 4. What we want is 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay. So every time I run this, you can see that I get 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. And I'll never get below 0, and I'll never get over 3. And that's exactly what we want. So now I can access that same list, okay? So let's just take this list and we'll give it a variable name. Oops. So I'll say var choices is equal to, I'll paste that there, okay? So now when I do choices, it shows me this. Now when I index choices, with this randomly selected number every time. Okay. So you can see every time I run it, I get a randomly selected item from the array. So I'm just doing up and enter, and you'll see I'll get success, danger, primary, and all of that, okay? So that's effectively what we're trying to do here, okay? I will run the loop, I equals 0, I is less than all buttons length, okay? And then I'll do I++, and then I will generate the random number. And then all I need to do is remove the second class, okay, just like we have been doing, because that effectively removes the color. Whoops. And then, so now after removing, what we need to do is now add a class. And how we're going to add it is we're just going to index choices with the random number, okay? Now, one thing I've kind of done but not talked about too much is like notice, you know, so again, we can call this let and this let as well, just to stick with good naming conventions, or like good way to name variables. Now notice, like, I didn't put random number outside of the loop. I put it right here because, like, if you give it a variable name, right? So let's say I pick a random number like this and I say rand number, okay? Now every time I call this number, it's just gonna be 0 forever. What it's not doing is running that random line of code every single time and randomly generating a new number. What it's doing is that it only ran one time, stored that in the variable rand number, and now rand number just refers to that number that it stored the first time, okay? So what you want to do is, if you want to keep generating a new random number, you have to keep running that line of code over and over again, okay? So here, because there's 7 buttons and I'm looping 7 times, I'm also generating the number 7 times. That's why I put the random number to be computed inside of the for loop and not outside of the for loop, okay? Because if I did put it outside of the for loop, then all the buttons will have the same color, you know, but kind of like randomly. But in this case, all our buttons will be differently colored, or most likely differently colored. And that should essentially be it for random colors. Let's save. Let's come over here. Let's do red, green, and now let's do reset, and now let's do random. Okay. Look, blue, green, blue. Okay, let's do red again, and let's do random again. Notice yellow, green, blue. Okay. Let's do red again. Let's do random. Red, yellow, blue. And now I'll refresh to the older colors, and there you have it. I'll do random again, and then we'll do reset. And so now you can see that buttons red is working, buttons green is working, button color reset, random colors is working. This is the main function that's making all of the other ones run. And that's effectively it, my friend. That's effectively it. You have completed the change the color of all buttons challenge, okay? Great job. I hope that this was fun for you. You learned a lot out of it. You got a lot of value out of it. You know, go ahead, post your results or what you've built, and share this in either the group or post it in the comments in this video. And yeah, I'm really thankful for having you watch this up until this point, and I really hope that you got it, right? If you don't get it, it's still challenging. You know, repeat the video and kind of go through it a few times. If you're getting stuck with the technicality of for loops, practice some for loops online, look at how for loops work. Because again, this is, we're doing project-based stuff. So I'm not going to take too much time out to like go into like how loops work and all of that and how arrays work. But certainly look that stuff up. And if you find yourself a little weak on how these different things are working, okay? But I think this should be pretty clear. And definitely give it a try and try to code this up from scratch. You're going to have a lot of fun. Okay, that's it for this video. And as always, I'll see you in the next video. Hey you, welcome to this video. In this video, we're going to be making challenge 5, Blackjack. And we're going to break this down because this is going to be a big project. So there are some layers of complexity that we'll be peeling away at, but it's also going to be a lot of fun and very, very practical. Now, before we just like jump into it and start coding, I'm going to tell you how this one is going to work. Okay. So first, we're going to do the HTML portion of this. And then we're going to move on to the CSS portion. And then after that, we're going to finally do the JavaScript part. Okay. Now, JavaScript part also has multiple parts to it. So we might break that down into multiple videos. Okay. So this project should be like at least 3+ videos. All right. So before we start coding it up, we need to know a few things. First of all, is like what this even is, right? How does Blackjack in this case work? So most of the blackjacks are a lot, they're like there's chips involved and there's money involved. This one is a little bit simpler than that, and it works slightly differently. So let me just show you how it works, okay? So right now it says my score is 0, dealer's score is 0. So how I have programmed it and how we're going to program it in this game is that you're playing against a bot, okay? And how Blackjack works is you want to see who can get to closest to 21, okay? And if you get closest to 21 without going over, then let's say your opponent, you're closer to 21, then you win. If your opponent is closer to 21 without going over 21, your opponent wins. So let's jump into it, okay? And at the bottom, we got some scores. So win, losses, and draws. So let's go. Hit. So Jack, Queen, King is 10. And ace is 11 or 1. And then every other number is just that, right? So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They're just all those numbers. So right now my score is 17. Now I can hit, but I feel like I might bust and go over 17. So I'm going to not do that. And at this point, I'm going to choose to hit stand. So as you saw, I just lost because the computer played and he got a 19. And so he won this round. Okay, he got to 19 and he stopped. And so basically this was an L for us. We lost. Let me just zoom in a little bit. Or actually, let's leave it like that. That's fine. All right. So now I want you to notice a few things that we're going to take care of later. We're not going to do them necessarily in the HTML portion of the video. So for example, where every time I hit the card, you hear a certain sound, right? Or when we lose, you hear a certain sound. It goes, oh. So I want you to notice that. Now I'm going to hit deal. And what it's going to do is it's going to reset this to 0, this to 0. It's going to change this text back to let's play. And the card images are going to go away. So notice when I hit deal, right? And let's just play it again. 9, 19. Let's do stand. Damn. So we lost again. The computer got 20. We got 19. So the computer is closer to 21. Let's go again. I'm at 15. I think I'm going to hit one more time. Damn. All right. So I went over. I ended up going over 15. I ended up going to 20 plus. Okay, 22 plus or whatever. Now let's hit stand. Let's see what the computer does. All right, so the computer did not go over 20, did not bust, so it's not a draw. We lost again. Let's go again. I'm at 17. I'm going to stop. Nice. So we finally won, right? And you heard the sound that was made when we won, and at the bottom you can see that we won. Let's play one more game. Stop at 16. Damn. All right, I don't like losing. Let's go again. Damn. Oh, we both busted, so it was a draw. Draw again. Draw again. That was weird. It's a lot of draws in a row. Okay, I think I'm going to win this one. I'm at 20. What? All right, sorry to blow your ears, but that was not expected. 21 is really tough to get, but it looks like he got it. All right, so you get the idea of this game, okay? That's how it works. In the next video, we're gonna do the HTML part and finish that, okay? So that's it for this video. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. On the HTML portion for Blackjack Challenge, okay? So let's jump on it. All right, so the first thing I'm gonna do is hit inspect, and by the way, you have the solutions file in one of the sections of this module. So just go and download the solutions file, open up the index.html, and you can see the solution in this file. I would suggest not to copy the solution from it, or not even to look at the solution from it right now, but just open the solution so you can at least hit inspect and see kind of what's going on, right? So I'm gonna hit inspect here, and let's see what's taking place. Now, this guy over here on the left hand side, right? I'm gonna select elements. Now, that is a div. This is a div, dealer box, okay? And this is also a div, okay? We're not worrying about flex boxes and all that stuff right now. We're just looking at it as if it's, you know, just like the HTML portion. And then this div is inside of this one, all right? And then there are buttons here, okay? So I'm clicking on select an element in the page to inspect it. Let me see if I can zoom this one in too so you can see it bigger. So right now I'm clicking this button just to be clear. All right, there's a div here, and this div is called flex blackjack row 1, and that's the div that has this one and this one inside of it, okay? And then there's an overall big div that's called, if I can select it, it's called container. It's called container 5, and that one has all of the Blackjack Challenge, okay? So that's the most important HTML part. Now, one more HTML part that I want you to focus on is this one over here. We have row 3. It's a div, and that div contains a table, and that table, if I can highlight it correctly, is this one right here. That table has 3 headers. TH stands for header. So table header wins, table header losses, table header draws, and then it has this table cell, which is goes, you know, apparently it's TD, and this one here, and then this one here. And also these are span tags. And the reason why I put these in span tags, the difference between span and div tags is that if you create a new div tag, it'll go to a new line. If you create a new span tag, it'll still stay on the same line. And so the benefit of that is I can just go to the span tag and change its current text, and it won't cause a new line break or whatever. It'll change things in line, okay? And that's kind of what takes place over here. I put let's play in a span tag so later I could change it, okay? So it's important to think about this because when we do the JavaScript portion, it'll give us the raw material to play with, and also our CSS portion. And these are just H2, and this is an H2 as well. And that's essentially it. So let's go and work on strictly the HTML portion of this. Okay, this is H3. So we're gonna go back to our code, and we currently don't have challenge 5, so let's get started on it, okay? I'm gonna open up the correct project because right now I have the one that has the right answers. I wanna open up the one that does not have the right answers right now, okay? So let's go ahead and do that. Okay. So I'm going to create a div, and this one is going to have a class of container 5 like this. And then in here, I want to have my challenge 5, and the challenge will be called blackjack. Okay, let's go back. Let me remove that. Zoom in so you can see clearer. Let's go back, refresh, and we have challenge 5 blackjack. Okay. Now remember, all of this was inside of a container, right? This, if I highlight this yellow one. So that's why I'm making this container right here. Now underneath this, we have that H3 tag right here that says let's play. So I'm going to do H3, and then I want to do let's play. Okay. And let's hit refresh. Let's hit refresh here, and we got let's play. But we want to make it a span tag like this one. So I'm going to go back, and I will put span and I will give this span tag an ID so then I could access it later at any point that I want. Blackjack result. And we will end the span tag right here. Okay, let's hit refresh. Let me right click, inspect, open up developer tools, and you can see when I highlight this, it tells me that it has a span blackjack result, okay, with that ID. Cool. All right, what else do we need? So we have that. Now we need to create, this div that contains the first row. Okay, so this is row 1, this is row 2, and this is row 3. So when I was creating it, how I thought about it is, okay, row 1 will contain dealer you and the dealer. Okay, so you and the dealer. Row 2 will contain the buttons. Okay, and then row 3 will contain the table, the results. So that's essentially how we're gonna do this. So I'm gonna go in here, and we will create a div. It'll have a class flex blackjack row 1 like that. All right, and then inside of this, okay, we're gonna have your box, okay, which is basically you. And then your box will say, it says you right over here, right? So that's what we'll have. We'll have H2 tag of you, and then it'll say 0, just like that. So let's go back to our file, and I'll hit refresh, and you'll see it says 0. But remember, what we wanted was that what we want is a 0 to be a span tag, so later we can change the text of the 0 specifically. We don't want to change the U, we don't want to change the semicolon, we want to be able to change the text of the 0. So what we're going to do is we're going to put the 0 in a span tag, and we're going to give it an ID so we can access it later. We'll say your blackjack result. Okay, so that's that 0. Now we want to make the dealer box. Okay, so I'm going to do div, and I'm going to give it an ID of dealer box. All right, and this will have an H2. They'll say dealer, and then we're going to have this in a span tag. The span tag will have an ID of dealer blackjack result. All right, just wanted to make sure the video is actually recording. Good. So this will have dealer blackjack result, and I will put 0 here for now as well. So let's go back, refresh. We got we got dealer. That's good. And the reason why we put these two in their separate divs is because remember, this is a div, this is a div, and it's all inside of this row 1. Okay, so that's what we have here. We have row 1, and then we have the your box and the dealer box inside of the row 1. Okay, and then we have this inside of the container. So far, our HTML portion of it is looking good. Now we want to make this row. Okay, so we're gonna work on now our second row. So I'm gonna get out of here. I'll say div class flex blackjack row 2. All right, that's the second row, and then the second row has a div inside of it, and that div actually contains the following buttons. Okay, now notice this div does not have an ID or a class, so we need to respect that. But these buttons do have an ID, and the reason for that is that later when we make our JavaScript functions, we want to be able to access these specific buttons with their ID. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So I have this row. This row has a div inside of it, and this div has, this div has 3 buttons. Okay. And these buttons for now, I'll just say hit. I will say, what's the other one? Stand, and then we have deal. Okay. So when I hit refresh, we got hit, stand, deal. We got these 3 buttons. Now to make them JavaScript buttons is really, Bootstrap buttons is really easy. That's just passing in the class, and button primary is the blue button. And button warning, I believe, is the yellow button, and then button danger is the red button. So if I go here and hit refresh, we have those Bootstrap buttons. So that was easy enough to add kind of the CSS for, so I just went ahead and did it anyway. Okay, so that's looking really good. And then what we want to do is we want to make, so this is looking, we want to give these buttons an ID so we can access it later. Okay, blackjack hit button, blackjack stand button, and blackjack deal button. And the little margins that we have, we're going to give those two. So you can see that I have a class of actually button large, button primary, and then I'm giving it a margin of 2. So we're going to go ahead and do that. That's actually what's creating the little spacing in between hit, stand, and deal. If I take that away, it kind of goes away. Okay, so I'm going to keep that margin. And this is coming from straight from the Bootstrap as well. So we're going to say button large, and then I'm going to say margin 2, just like that. So when I go here and I hit refresh, you'll see the hit became a lot bigger, and it gave a margin between hit and stand. So it gives it a little breathing room, and we're going to do that for all of these buttons. And for the last button, we actually don't have to give it a margin because it's the last button. But we can if we want to, not because we have to. So let's hit refresh, and there we go. We got hit, stand, deal, and they all got a margin. If we add a margin here, it will just add a margin to the right of deal, which doesn't make that much sense. But so far, looks good. Okay, we got all of this. Now we just need to give this also an ID so we can access it later. Blackjack hit button. Okay, ID is equal to blackjack stand button and blackjack deal button. All right, so now these guys all have an ID. That's good. It shouldn't really change anything on the front end for us. And then we just got to make the last blackjack row that has the table inside of it. Okay, and then we just got to make the table. So let's get out of here, and we're going to create div class flex blackjack row 3. And then this row is going to have a table inside of it. So we're going to do table. All right. And then this table is going to have a row. So TR means table row. And the first row is going to have 3 headers. One is wins, one is losses, and then one is draws. Okay. And then with this table, let's just take a look at what this table looks like right now. This is what it looks like. Okay. And then what this table is going to have is another row. And this row is going to be table cells. And the table cell is going to be the following: 0, 0, 0. Okay. When I hit refresh, this is what you should see here: wins, losses, draws. It's all looking pretty small. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit. Okay. So that's essentially what this table should look like. Wins, losses, draws, all should have a 0 at the bottom of them. Now, to see that border, all I can do is I can say style border, and I can give it a border of, let's say, like 1 pixel black. Okay, something like that. And if I refresh, whoops, that did not do it. Did I misspell something? Oh, I think I have to put solid here. Refresh. There we go. All right. So once I add a border to it, it puts that here. Okay. But we're not going to have that right now for this one. Let's delete it. Let's come back. Oh, oops. I meant to delete up till there. That's it. Refresh. All right, so we're gonna have a border around it later in the CSS section. Right now it's gonna stay pretty much just like that. Everything is looking pretty good, and we just have to do one last thing. We just want to make sure that we add spans around the numbers: 0 for wins, 0 for losses, 0 for draws. So then later when the wins or losses or draws increase, we have a way to access them. Okay, so basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a span tag here with the ID that's going to say wins. And then I'm going to add a span tag here with the ID of, you guessed it, losses. All right, and then I'm gonna do pretty much the same thing here. I'm gonna add a span tag with the ID of draws. All right, so there we have it. That's looking pretty good. And let's go back to our page. I'm gonna hit refresh. And this is essentially it. This is the HTML portion of it. We got the H3, we got the H2, we got the H3, we got this div over here. Let's actually inspect with our inspector and just see what's going on here. Let's click this thing, and you can see that we have this container 5. we have this H2, we have this H3 with the span of blackjack result, right? We have this H2 here. I don't know if it's gonna let us highlight it all in a perfect way. Maybe I have to play around with it a little bit from the developer tools. Just I'm a little tight on the spacing here. Right, so if I highlight flex blackjack row 1, both of those divs are inside of that, right? So I have the your box div inside of it and the dealer box div inside of it. That's exactly what we wanted. Now let's look at row 2. That should have the buttons, and it does, right? It has, row 2 has a div inside of it, and that div has the buttons inside of that. And then we got flex blackjack row 3, and row 3 has the table inside of it, and that's exactly what we wanted, okay? So that's it for the HTML part. Now in the next video, we're gonna work on the CSS part and add some styling to it, okay? Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. All right. Welcome back. We're working on the Blackjack Challenge. This is Challenge 5. And we just got done making the HTML portion for this, right? So here is our HTML portion so far. Not looking very pretty, so that's why we need to spice it up with a little bit of CSS. All right, so let's do that. Let's look at our solution 1, and I'm gonna hit inspect, and I'm just gonna walk you through kind of what's taking place here at a higher level. Okay, I'm gonna hit this button over here that says select an element in the page to inspect it. Command-Shift-C is apparently the shortcut, but I'm just gonna click it. Now, we have to first style the container 5, okay? So container 5, what it's saying right now is like, look, this material is not running across 100% of the width. Otherwise, the parts you see in yellow would not be, or whatever color that is, would not be that particular color. The picture would actually be filling it up, right? So this green background would be going all the way across. So that's the first thing I want you to notice about the styling. The second thing I want you to notice about the styling is that everything is kind of centered. So the text is centered and all that, right? So let's go back in our CSS and make that one happen. So I will go here and I will just open up this page. So I'm gonna do that, hit enter. All right, this is the HTML file we're working on. And this is the CSS file that we need to work on, okay? And now notice how I have everything organized for this project and for all of the projects. So just make sure you have everything organized this way. You have a folder called static, CSS, images, JS, and sounds, just like that in there. And index.html is right next to it. Okay, so look, it's centered, right? All of that centered. So here, let's do it. I'm gonna do container 5, and I will say width of it is about 75%. I will save this, and we'll go hit refresh. Whoops, refresh. Do I have it container 5? Yes, I do. Cool. So when I highlight container 5, I want you to notice that now it's running across 75%, and the other 25% is in yellow. Okay, so it's not running across as much as it was before. But now what I need to do is make sure it's centered. How do I do that? It's margin 0, auto, save, refresh, and it's somewhat centered now, so that's good. Let's do text, align, center. And let's hit refresh, and boom, now it's really looking centered. Cool. Let's make sure that we have, let's go back here. Let's open up this guy. Okay. And make sure we have everything being closed correctly. This div, let's see if it's closing in the right place. or I'm sorry, the container one. Yep, the container one is looking good. Okay, let's go back in here, and we'll also add border 1 pixel solid black, just like that. Now we'll go back to our container, and you can see that it's showing up just fine. Okay, we're gonna need to do a little bit of CSS for our table as well, to make sure that our table and everything is showing fine. But for now, I want you to notice that challenge 5, blackjack is showing in the center, let's play is showing in the center, you, dealer, all of that. Okay. To bring the wins, losses, and draws in the middle, we're simply going to add a flex box. Okay, so don't worry about that for now. Now let's work on, so notice that the code here is really similar to all of the code here. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to throw container 5 like that in here, like this, and remove this because there's no need for that. Hit refresh, and we have that container. So this is looking good. Now what do we need to do? Well, if I go to this guy, this guy is in H2, this guy is in H3, so that's good, right? But these guys are inside of that div, and so basically it's a flex box div that we're dealing with here. All right, and the height of it is apparently looking like the width is 522, but the height is 350. And here, if you notice, the height is 350 as well. Okay, 522.38 by 350. So that's one good thing to notice. I'll simply go back, and now we're just gonna make sure that we add, we turn this div into a flex box, okay? Because each of these divs is a flex item. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna go here, and I want that div to be flex, so that's why I want to say display flex. I want it to have a border, so I would add a border to it. I also want it to have a certain amount of padding, so I'll add that. And for each item, I want it to eventually wrap. So for example, when I keep adding images to something, I want the images to start running on the second line rather than like for example, images of cards. I want them to start running on the second line once it can't wrap once it runs across, instead of just like keeps running across, right? So remember the cat generator challenge we did. The direction I want it to be is row. Row is usually by default, and I want it to also have some space around it. So instead of creating this whole thing from scratch, I'm just gonna throw the container in here. So what I'm gonna say is I'm just gonna say flex blackjack row 1, like that. Okay, let's hit refresh, and now you see that you and dealer are thrown inside of it, and they look like two different flex items, right? That's why they are spaced out evenly. If you notice, if I remove, let's say, dealer, you will be perfectly centered. So let's use this tool, and you can see that we have row 1, and then we have you right here. It's probably not going to allow me to select the div unless if I highlight it. So you see this is a div, and then this dealer box is also a div. And if you look at our solution thing, that's kind of what we see here as well. Okay, that's what's going on. So that's what we want to do. Now we also want to put these buttons in their own flex box. Okay, so right now they're just in a div, but that div is not a flex box. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. So I'm gonna basically do that flex blackjack row 2, and I guess from here I'll just bring it down a line. Let's hit refresh, and now you see that these buttons are actually in a row of their own. Okay, and let's actually, I'm gonna highlight row 2, and then inside of row 2 there's a div. So that's actually what we want. And that particular div, I also want to turn that div into a flex box. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. And then also what we're gonna need to do afterward is add an image. So actually, let's just go now and add the image. Okay, so you can get whatever image you want, but I have a URL and I'm just gonna copy it. You can choose to copy mine, or you can find some other green background image. All I did was like look up, you know, blackjack table or green blackjack background, and you can find it. But I'm going to go ahead and open the one where I have the answers. I believe it's this one. I'll open that, and I'll go to its CSS counterpart as well, and that has my link that I need. So simply gonna go all the way across and copy this, come back, and let's now work on this guy. Okay, so now what is taking place here? Well, I'm just adding that background URL. Okay, so here's how it's gonna work. I'm gonna do flex blackjack row 1. Okay, so behind row 1, I'm gonna add that background. Okay, I will say background URL and just simply pass in, or actually I'll just paste it like that. Okay, it didn't copy all the way, that's fine. Game view / table background.png. Hopefully there are no typos, but we'll see. Here it is. And we'll leave it at this for now. I'll go here and refresh. Nope, the picture is not here. So I assume there was a typo right there. Refresh. And we got the picture. Cool. The picture is now here. Can you see it? I can see it. And because the text is getting harder to read, I'll say color bunch of F's like that. Refresh. So this will make the text white. So this will make the text actually pop out. Now, notice here that even when I just refresh and come here, this div is like these divs are big. And the reason why they're like that is because I made the image, I made it so it has a certain amount of height to it. Okay, so I'll talk about how I did this in just a second. For now, I'm gonna add center to this, and I'll explain to you afterward how this is working too. But what I want to do is put the center of the picture in the, you know, as a background, not necessarily like starting from the top of the picture, because it's really dark at the top of the picture, and in the middle it's nice and green and lighter. So you probably just saw it become a little bit lighter here. All right, so now what I want to do is all of the divs that are inside of row 1, which in this case are the your box div and the dealer box div, I want to make them all so they have 350 pixel height, okay? And I want to make them so they also have a black border so that you can visually see. Now, once you finish the challenge, you can remove all the borders, so make it all look really clean. I just have them here for instructional purposes, okay? So I'm gonna add a border, and then I wanna add a little bit of padding. I wanna make it flex item, and I wanna align the text in the center. That's why the U is in the center, and the dealer is in the center. And I wanna make the height 350 pixels, okay? So let's start with that. So flex blackjack row 1. I'll do div, and then inside of this div I just want to do, first of all, solid black. Okay, refresh. So now you see that box right there. Okay, cool. Now it's really tight up against the box. We want to give the text a little bit of breathing room. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to say padding 10 pixels. Refresh. So now it has a little bit of breathing room. I will say height 350 pixels. Okay, let's refresh. And now the height is, you know, a little bit more, a little bit nicer. And what I also want to do is text align center. Okay, so here it doesn't really make that much of a difference because the text is pretty, you know, that's the only item that's in there. So generally in flex boxes, it's kind of automatically there. All right, so that's looking pretty solid right now. Now we want to add that row as well. Okay, so we want to go to the image in flex blackjack row. Okay, flex blackjack row 1. We want to access the image and we want to make the height about 25%. Okay, so let's go here and let's refresh. Now, one thing I want you to notice here is look at how these flex items are not taking an equal amount of space. So in flex world, what we can say is like, these are flex items. So we can use some flex attributes to say, hey, I want you both to be equally important and take equal amount of space. So like fill up everything. And the way we can do that is I'll go to the divs and I'll simply go and I'll say, hey, flex 1. All right, so what this means here is give yourself equal importance, and then here it just makes it that big. Right now you can try playing with some different numbers, like, oh, what happens if I do flex 2 or flex 3? Not gonna change much for this case, so just keep it at flex 1 and just know that it's giving it like equal amount of priority. Okay, that's effectively what's taking place. So now our background is looking good. It's kind of looking like how R looks like in this one, right? Which is what we want. And now notice that we also have the image running into our second row. So that's what we want to do. So we want to go in our second row and add that image as well. Okay. So let's go back and we'll simply go here. We'll say 1 and then we'll do flex blackjack row 2, refresh, and now boom, it's there as well. Okay, and we want to, this thing is in a div, but we just want to make that div a flex div. Okay, because look, these buttons look slightly different than these buttons right here. Okay, so if we look right over here, we have that to be in a flex box, and we should actually throw the last one in a flex box, blackjack row 3 as well. Okay, whoops, this page. So now notice that this item automatically came in the middle, the table item. Let's go back here now what we're gonna do is go underneath our blackjack guy here. We're gonna do dot flex blackjack row 2 button, and around each button what we also want is a border, and same thing, solid black. And then we want to put a little bit of padding in between each as well. Okay, and we're going to do that in just a second. So we just added that little border around it, kind of like how we have here. And adding borders is just for instructional purposes. So if there's a margin there or something invisible, border kind of allows you to visually see it. I would prefer to not have any of these borders in the final version. Just like remove it and make it clean. And then what I want to do is that the div that's inside of the flex blackjack row 2, so the button row, what we want to do is put a border around that as well. And then that's essentially it. So let's go back, and we got that border around it. Okay. And that's effectively what we wanted to do there. Okay. We got flex blackjack row all over here. Okay. Now, this is pretty much it for the CSS3 part. The only thing that we really need to take care of now is, why is this table looking a little funny, right? So we want to make sure that it has the same borders that it has here. Okay, it's not looking much better here, but we can at least add that in. Okay, and we got a little padding action going on here, so let's make sure we have a little padding between this as well, because this looks a little too tight. So we'll go and we'll add some padding here. We'll come back to our thing and refresh. That gave it a little bit of padding, and then we'll also add some padding in between each button as well. There we go. Okay, so that now makes it look pretty similar to this version over here. Okay, if you notice, it looks same. And then this now needs to have a border. So here are the things. We need to have a border around the table. We need to have a border around the header and the table cells. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. I'll go here and I will say table. And I'll start with this so you can see what I mean. We'll do padding 5 pixel because we want to give all of this stuff a little bit of room. Okay. And then I'm going to go here and I'll say border 1 pixel solid black. Let's come back, refresh. So you see the first border come through. Now, if I remove the padding, you'll see that, well, you don't see much of a difference here, but let's see if we see a difference in if we do table head and add this. Okay, so you see table head got a little bit of breathing room. Let's remove the padding and let's see what happens. A little less breathing room, right? So we definitely want more breathing room. And now let's add the borders around the bottom as well. So the table cells or TD. Let's do it and boom, there we go. Okay, if you want to add more of a border around it, go for it. But you know, it looks okay here. If you want to style the table, you can do that as well. I just decided to keep mine pretty simple. So, you know, let's just double check the CSS part. Let's look at this version here and let's look at this version here. And our looks pretty damn similar. I mean, I might even go as far as to say they look the same, right? So our CSS looks pretty good. And this is awesome. Now the main thing that we actually need to work on is make sure that that our final version, you know, the JavaScript portion is now added and we're ready to go. So that's what we're gonna work on, the actual functionality, because right now if we do hit stand deal, nothing really takes place. Okay, so let's go ahead and work on that. That's it for this video, and as always, I'll see you in the next video. Hey you, what is up? How's it going? This is Kazi, and this is going to be an amazing challenge. And in this challenge, we already finished the CSS part, okay, of Blackjack, and we've already done the HTML part. So in this video, we're actually gonna start on our JavaScript portion. All right, so now we're gonna continue on with our JavaScript portion, because remember, that's what we hadn't started that yet. So we're gonna get started. And how I'm gonna break this down into multiple different parts is based on simply how long each of these videos is gonna be, because I don't want it to be too long in one video, okay? But the overall idea is that first, let me just pop on over to the final version. I'm gonna full screen this. And the overall thing is like, okay, hit. When you do stand, the computer plays, and then you pretty much deal, and then you go from there, okay? When you do stand, the computer needs to be playing. So that's what's going to take place. And ultimately, it keeps track of the score. So what we're going to be working on is first, we're going to just add the logic for us hitting the button and what should happen, okay? And then we're gonna add more layers of logic on top of that, okay? So then we're gonna add the second player, and then we're gonna ultimately add the computer, and then we're gonna add like what happens if you hit deal and whatnot, okay? So we're really gonna go through this one step at a time. Let me pop this to the right, and let's get started. All right, so I'm gonna say challenge 5. Blackjack, and with that said, let's continue. All right, so first of all, we're gonna add an alert. So I'm gonna go back to mine, JavaScript on steroids one. Okay, this index.html for me, that's the solutions file, like the final version, and the JavaScript on steroids is the right version. Okay, so your index.html is gonna be different than mine. When you hit stand, the computer will automatically play all of his moves. Going back to JavaScript on steroids, or the current file that we're working on, we just got done with the CSS. All right, so now what we want to do is when somebody hits hit, right, you notice how none of these buttons is doing anything, because that's where we left off. What we want to do now is that when somebody actually hits the button hit, it should actually just pop up an alert. Okay, so let's start from there. So I'm gonna say, let's add an event listener. All right, so I'm gonna say document.query selector, and I'm also gonna introduce you to a new form of selection. Before, we were selecting things with get element by ID, or get element by button, or get element by class, or whatever. Now we're gonna be using query selector, which is the CSS selector, which is a much better way to do things. And once you learn this way, you're not going to go back. You're not going to want to go back to the other one, okay? And this is the same way of selecting stuff as in our style.css, how we select things, okay? So this way is going to be just similar to that. All right, so I'm going to do query selector, and then I will say Blackjack hit button, and then I'm going to say add event listener, and we're going to do click, and then second argument is going to be Blackjack hit. Okay, so now what this is doing is it's saying if somebody hits something with this ID, which is this button has that particular ID. If I go into my index.html, you can see that ID right here, Blackjack hit button. If somebody clicks that button, the event listener, what it should do is it should listen for the click event, and once it's clicked, it should run this function called Blackjack hit. So now we're going to create the function Blackjack hit. Okay, and simply I'm going to add an alert. It's going to say, ouch, Charlie bit me. But we're just going to have, you just clicked me. Okay. and I just saved. I'm gonna pop over here, refresh and hit. And as soon as I hit, you see that it says, ouch, you just clicked me. So now clearly we're listening to this event. An event listener is a nicer way to deal with all this stuff, because now you don't have to write this in your index.html saying something like on change, or how we were using on click. We don't have to use that attribute. Now we can write this all in our JavaScript directly. That's a lot nicer. Okay, now what I want you to do is the Blackjack assets folder that I gave you. So in this module, there is a post, or there's a lesson I created called Blackjack assets, and that has all the sounds and the images you need. Okay, so what you should do is get all the sounds and the images. So images include the card images you're gonna need, and the sounds include the hit sound, and the when you win sound, the ka-ching, and then the sound of what happens when you lose in blackjack. Okay, so all those assets, I've put them up nice in a zip folder for you. So just download them and then put them in the right place. So I'll show you what I mean by the right place. Okay, so I'm gonna go in my GitHub. I will go here. Okay, so I'll show you what you need to do. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy this blackjack assets file, paste it here, double click it. So all you have to do is unzip that file. You're gonna get images and sounds. Okay, just copy the images and sounds, go to your whatever you're calling your file, go inside of static, and then simply paste it. Okay, and you can hit replace. You probably won't even have it, so you don't have to hit replace. But here, these are my images for the cards. And I named them a specific way. Okay, I named them like 2, 3, 6. And then for sounds, I have the 3 sounds. Okay, all of these are MP3 files. All right, so now hopefully you have the assets. So good job. Now let's continue. Now what we're gonna do is every time you hit the hit button, what we want to do is just make sure the card pops up in your box. So this div over here to the left side, not the right side, not the dealer's one, but the U box or whatever. Okay, we want the Q card to pop up there. I'm just picking Q randomly. You can pick whatever you want, but we're just gonna work with Q. So in this, we're gonna do a few things, and I'm gonna walk you through it. Okay, so first, let's just create something that keeps track of a lot of the important variables. So I'm gonna add this all the way to the top, because this is where we're gonna be adding a lot of important things. So I'm gonna call this blackjack game, and this is going to be an object. Okay, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna create kind of like a U key that's gonna hold a lot of important details about you. So for example, we need it to hold this span tag over here, right, where the 0 is wrapped in a span tag. We want it to also, let me just hit inspect so you can follow me along. So you can notice that this 0 is in a span tag. So we want to put that, or at least if we don't put that, what we want to put is your box. Okay, that's important. And yeah, and the span score, because those are like the 2 important things. And then we're gonna put some other things in there too. Okay, so for example, we're gonna put your current score that you have. Okay, this score right here. So let's go ahead and do that. I will say score span. So this is referring to the span tag. And I'm gonna pass in your blackjack score. Okay, so this is the div, this is the ID for that score span, and later it'll make it easy to retrieve it. I will also add the key div, and this is gonna contain the your box ID. And then lastly, I'm just going to add score, and this is going to be 0 in the start. And then we'll do the similar thing for the dealer. Okay, and this will be dealer blackjack score, and this will be dealer box. That should be good. Okay, let's just highlight and make sure. So this says dealer blackjack result. Okay, hover over your blackjack score, dealer, dealer box and your box. Okay, that's good. That's good. All right. Let's go here. And by score, what I mean here is result. Okay, so let's just make sure we have that right, because if we go in our index.html, let me zoom in a little bit more so you can see easier. But if I go here and I type in score, there's actually nothing with the ID of score. So that's what it is, it's result. Okay. Make sure to put the commas here. All right, so we have this for retrieval, and then I'm also going to create these as objects, so this will make it easier. So I'm going to create a constant because these are not really going to change. So I'm going to create a constant, and I'm going to say blackjack game U. So this will allow us to access, so whenever I say U, it'll give me this object here. And then I'm going to create one for dealer. And all this does is it just makes it easy to access stuff later. All right, so let's go ahead and now what we want to do is make it so the cue card needs to show up, okay, when we hit. So let's go ahead and do that. So what I'll say is I'll say let card image equal document dot create element image. So remember, this is how we create the image element in HTML. And then I'm going to set that image attribute. So I'm going to say card image dot source, or set its source to the link of where that image is. Because if I go here, where that image is inside of static, and then inside of images, and then it's called q.png, I believe. Okay, all the way at the bottom there. So let's go ahead and make sure we got that. So I'll say static slash images slash q.png. Okay. And then I will say I need to add this to the right div. Okay, so I have the your box. So this is a your box div, and then this is a dealer box div. So I want to make sure that I add it to the right div. So for now, I want to add it to your box. Okay. So I'm going to say document.query selector, pass in that. So I'm going to say u div. This, again, remember, this makes it easier to access that div. Basically, this is just going to get replaced by this over here, your box. Okay. Let me put that guy. Oh, let me actually finish this one. So I'm going to say append child card image. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm taking this image that I created and I'm just appending it to this div. Okay. So the your box div, I'm just adding the image to this. And I'll save, I'll hit refresh, I'll hit hit. And when I hit hit, notice that the queue shows up. And when I hit again, queue shows up again. Let me full screen this. So every time I keep hitting it, notice that the queue keeps showing up, okay? So that's effectively what we want it to do. Now let's add the sound. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is I'm gonna go up here and let's add the sounds as well. So I'm gonna say const hit sound, because the hit sound is never going to change. It's gonna be the same. And I'm gonna say new audio static / sounds. Remember, it's in static. So the sounds, and it's actually a M4A file. So I'm gonna say swish.m4a. Okay. And just do that. And then I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna say hit sound.play. Okay. So now when I hit the blackjack hit button, all of this is gonna run. So refresh, hit, hit, hit. All right, pretty cool. So we hear that sound, and we keep seeing these cards just come up. And because it's a Flexbox, notice how once the queues finish going in that box, they go to a new line. So that's kind of the nice thing about a Flexbox. All right, so that's really good. But now what we want to do is create some kind of abstraction, because we're writing all of this code right inside of our blackjack hit function. And based on like a lot of the other things we are going to need to add to the blackjack hit function, it might become too complex. So what we want to do is like create separate functions, and each function should just do one job. Okay. So what we're going to do is create a show card function and pull out all of the code from here and put it inside of the show card function. And then blackjack hit can simply just call that function. Okay. So if ever the problem comes up in the card not showing up the right way, or the sound of the card not showing up the right way, we know that the show card function is the problem, okay? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create this function, call it show card, and what this function will do is, for now, I'm just gonna keep it like this. I'm gonna go here, take all of this out, paste it in here, okay, and simply say do show card, okay. All right, so now what's taking place is when you hit the button, all that happens is the same code still runs, but just in a slightly different way. I have the show card function, and all I do is call show card inside a blackjack hit. Okay, so I'm gonna refresh. Same thing should still be happening, okay? We haven't really changed anything. Now what we want to do is make it so the card can show up in your box, or the card can actually show up in the dealer's box, okay? So for example, you know, what if this was dealer div? Okay, so that's what so since later we want to show the card in the dealers as well, what we'll do is make this function a little bit flexible, okay? So instead of dealer, we'll just say active player, and we're gonna go in the argument is gonna take in the active player argument, show card. And so when you pass it in you or dealer, it'll just pick that and then select that guy's div, okay? And then we'll pass it that. So for example, if I give it you, save it, come here, refresh, hit, it'll put it inside of your box. And if I give this now dealer, and I go here and I hit, it'll put it inside a dealer's box. Okay, so now it's kind of happening more dynamically, and our code is already becoming more reusable. I'm gonna hit refresh, and for now we're just gonna pick you, okay, because that's what we want. All right, that's good. Now what we want to do is we want to create the deal function so that when somebody clicks deal, we want all of these images to go away, okay? we want, instead of having to refresh, we want to just be able to hit deal and then the images should go away. So let's work on that. So I'm going to create the function blackjack deal. Let your images equal document.query selector. Okay, and again, we're going to say your box here, and I'll do query selector all, and then pass an image. Okay, because what we're trying to do is every image that's inside of this. Okay, look, let me do it like this. So your box is this flexbox div here, right? And then any image that we have inside of this div, how we can access it with CSS is we can just say hashtag your box, okay, or the ID your box, and then drill down one level deeper and just say all the images inside of your box. Okay, so that's effectively what we're doing here. We're saying query selector your box and then query selector all images inside of your box. Okay, that's it. So this will just give us back a list of all of the images. Okay, so what I can do is I can console.log it for you. Console.log your images. Oh, whoops, my bad. All right, just like that. And also remember, we need to create an event listener. So what I'll do is I will go here and I'll add that event listener. Okay, I will say document.query selector, and we will say blackjack deal button dot add event listener, and then on click it should run the blackjack deal function. Okay, so now I'm gonna hit refresh. I'll hit deal. I'll go to console, and when I hit deal, look, it's returning to me a list. Why is it empty? It's because, well, there are no images. So let me hit let me hit deal, and now it gives me that one image item. If I go down, it shows me the URL of that image and all of that other good stuff right here. Current source showing me that. Let me hit deal, and now look, 1 2 3 4 5 images. 1 2 3 4 5 images. Okay, so that's so far so good. Now what we're gonna do is we're just gonna go ahead and remove one of the images. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just say, hey, remove. Because this is an array, what I can do is I can just say your images, grab 0th item from it, and then just do dot remove on it. Okay, and let's see if that does anything. So I'm gonna hit, and then I'll hit deal, and it removes that image. And then if I hit it again, it removes the first image, and then I do it again, it removes the first image, and then eventually it can't remove any more images. Okay, so again, when I hit deal, it's gonna remove this guy over here. Then when I hit it again, it removes that guy, and then it keeps doing that until there are no more items left in that array. Okay, so that's cool, but that has me doing it manually a lot, right? It has me constantly just manually hitting deal to remove each image. What we want to do is when I hit deal, we wanted to just reset everything. Okay, ultimately what deal will be doing is it should reset this back to 0, this back to 0, this text back to let's play. It should kind of set everything to 0 except for this. Okay, but for now what we'll have it do is just remove the images from your box. Okay, so now, because it sounds like a repetitive task, we should actually use a for loop here. So what I will say is I'll say 4 equals 0. It needs to loop the same number of times as the images. Okay, so this is pretty standard. I++ increment I. And then what I want to do is just for each image, just remove that image. That's it. Okay, so now if I hit refresh, hit, okay, it just removes them all, because all it is just an array. And then all I do is just keep going, indexing the ith image, and then just removing it. So it'll remove 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And if the array is 6 items, then it'll only go up to 6 times, and then that's it, okay? Cool. So that's looking pretty good. And now if we want to remove also the images from the dealer's box, we'll see if you can come up with that. I'll give you 5 seconds, pause the video, and see if you can come up with that. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, now I'm gonna go over that solution with you, okay? So I'm gonna go through that. It's gonna be basically the same idea. So I'm just gonna copy and paste this, and I'll say dealer images, and I'll go here, I'll say dealer box, and then that's just like that. I'll copy this, and then I'll paste it here, and I'll just simply say dealer images, and then same thing here, okay, dealer images. And now let's hit refresh, and let's give, when I hit, let's do another show cart, and let's do dealer. So now it should be putting cues in both of the boxes simultaneously. Oh, looks like it doesn't feel like doing that. Let's just give it dealer right now. Let's refresh. Okay, and so it looks like that part is working. That's good. And if I hit deal, it removes it. Okay, and if I make this U, hit refresh, hit, and I hit deal, it removes it. Okay, so it seems like that it's removing both of them on either side, and that's exactly what we want. Okay, so that's pretty good. Now we want to get into how the hit button works, the logic behind it. Okay, so we want to add some more logic to it, because this is pretty good, but it needs to pick a card randomly, right? Right now it's just picking Q. So what we want to do is show a random card when the user clicks the hit button. Okay, so that requires us to do a few things. It's not too much, but it requires us to do a few things. One, we need all of the different possibility of cards that we can have. Okay, so we're not gonna use 52 cards from the deck. We're gonna keep it pretty simple, and we're just gonna list out all the possibilities from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, Jack, Queen, King, Ace. Okay. So that brings us to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 distinct possibilities that your card can be, okay? And what we want to do is we just want to put that in an array. And then the beauty of that will be that it'll later allow us to choose randomly from that array, okay? So let's go ahead and do that. So I'll go to the blackjack game, and I'm gonna add it over here. Make sure you got these commas at the end, because otherwise you're gonna get syntax error. And I will say cards. So I'm gonna add in another key to blackjack game, and I'm gonna add an array here. And I'll add the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And remember, we have King, Jack, Queen, and Ace. Okay. Whoops, let's put a comma right there. So if you put a comma here, it won't give you an error. And the reason why I put that there is that later, if you want to add something to it, you won't forget it and make a syntax error or any kind of silly mistake like that and be annoyed. All right. So these are all the distinct possibilities that we have, and that's good. We needed to add that. Now what we need to do is have a way to randomly pick between this in this array, okay? So remember, we have done random stuff already, and it's pretty straightforward. So I'm just gonna call this let cards equal that, and when I say cards, it shows me this. And all random is remember, we gotta do this, okay? For random, we gotta make sure we pick a random card, and because there are 13 possibilities, I'm gonna multiply this by 13, okay? And every time is gonna pick a number between 0 and 13. Now what I wanna do is pick its floor. So basically what I'm gonna get is between 0 and 12 now, guaranteed, okay? 0 and 12. That's kind of what we want, okay? And between 0 and 12, including 0 and 12, that's total of 13 possibilities because we're including and counting 0. And the reason why we want to count from 0 is because we want to be able to index that array. Okay, so cards of that will always pick a card between 0th item in that array or the 12th item, okay, including 0th and 12th. So this way we'll never get an error, and it'll always pick something random from there, okay? Whoops. So that's kind of the point of that. And now we're just gonna kind of turn it into a function, okay? So I will say function random card, and I'll say let random index is equal to that math.floor math.random times 13, okay? And then I'm just gonna say return. And here's the interesting part. So blackjack game, I'm gonna access those cards. So right here, this array, and then I'm gonna access that array's random index, okay? So there. So that should pick a card for us randomly every time. Okay. So I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna say let card is equal to random card. Okay. And I'll simply do console.log card. Okay. Now hit refresh, I'll hit hit. And so every time I hit hit, it picks a card randomly, okay? So notice 6, 3, queen, 8, 4, K. Okay, so that's pretty good. Now all we need to do is make sure that it randomly then picks that image as well, okay? Because right now it's picking the card randomly, but it's doing that internally. What we want to do is make sure that it shows that random card on the front end. Okay, so right now we're kind of have a front end problem. We figured out how to handle the logic on the back end. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna move this kind of up here because it makes more sense for it to be up here. Because if you look here in blackjack, hit random card shows up kind of all the way to the top. So what I'm gonna do is I'm simply going to go here and notice that this part is hard coded to be Q. If I have it be 3 and hit save and hit refresh, if I hit, it'll show the third card 3. If I have it to be 6 and save and refresh, then it'll always show 6. And if I have it to be J, whoops, it'll always show J, okay? So what I want to do is make this random. Now, I can use string concatenation, but instead what I'm going to use is string templating. It's a lot nicer. So first of all, we need to change these single quotes with backticks like that. Okay, backtick right here. And then this J, I'm going to replace it with a variable called card and put a $sign here. Okay, so this essentially makes it this part, whole part a variable. And I'm going to have this function now accept another argument called card. And from here, this random card that we pick out, I'm just going to pass it in as the argument. Okay. So now show card takes in the card and where to show it to. So we're basically getting a random card here, and then we're deciding to show it inside of your box or the dealer's box. Okay, so I'm gonna hit refresh. I'll hit. Oh, where's the error? The error is coming in hot. Div of undefined. Okay, there we go. That was a weird error, but it's working now. Okay, you could choose to not have transparent cards at all if they annoy you. They don't annoy me that much. I kind of think they're cool. But if you want to just have all non-transparent cards, you can just simply look up the PNG files on Wikipedia or something and then just download them and put them inside your images. All right, so now we're randomly able to not only pick a card, but also show it on the front end. So that's all really good so far, okay? Now we're going to get into a lot deeper stuff, which is going to require us to show the current score when the user clicks the hit button, okay, and then update the score. So for example, when I hit, it should keep track of the 4 and then 14 and then the 19 and then, you know, so on and so forth. So we're going to move into that part of the logic in the next video. This video is already long enough, so that's it for this video. And in the next video, we're going to start working and continue on this project. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is up? How's it going? So up until now, we did the challenge, blackjack challenge, up until it can generate random cards on hit. Okay. Now what we want to do is we want to take it further and add the ability to add just more functionality to it. For example, like it should show the current score when the user clicks the hit button. So right now it's not showing the current score. If I full screen this, you can see it keeps it at 0, right? So let's go ahead and start working on that. Now, one of the things we're going to need for this is a way to tell each card what its value is. Right now, if I look in the code, right, we have a list of possible cards. And what this allows us to do is pick out and generate a random card. What we want to be able to do is also know what that card's value is. So for example, what's K's value, what's J's value, what's Q's value, and what's A's value. In blackjack, K, J, Q, King, Jack, Queen are all 10. Okay, so 10, 10, 10, 10. And then A, the ace card is either 1 or 11. Okay. In our case, we're going to have it pick randomly. But right now what's important is to map each card with its corresponding value. So that's what we're actually going to do now, okay? So I'm going to add another attribute. So I added a comma here. I'm adding another attribute, and we're going to call it cards map, okay? And cards map is essentially going to be, okay, 2 map to the integer 2, 3 map to the integer 3, so on and so forth, okay? 4, we're gonna have 5 map to 5, 7, and now we're gonna do king is going to be mapped to 10, or sorry, the actual integer 10. J will be mapped to 10. Q will be mapped to 10. And ace, because it can be 2 values, we're gonna give it an array, and it's gonna be either 1 or 11. Okay, just like that. There we go. What's that parentheses? There. All right. Cool. So cards map, we got that one. We got that one correctly. So each of these are now mapped out, okay? That's exactly what we wanted for now. Now what we're going to do is increment player score based on the card's value. So because we have cards map, now what we can do is whatever card we generate from here, we can pass it to this array, cards map, and if we generate a K, we give this dictionary a K, and it knows that the value is 10. Okay, dictionaries work with keys and values. If you don't recall this, just look back at the earlier lessons in this module, or the earlier lessons in the Profitable Programmer course from Python. All right, so let's go ahead and start adding the functionality of this. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a function called update score. Okay, we don't have it already, right? We don't. Good. Update score. And this function is going to take a card and an active player. Okay. And we are now going to, what we're basically going to do is get whoever the active player is and get their score. All right, so it's going to get, whether it's you or the dealer, it's going to get the score of that player. And we're going to increment that score by the cards map dictionary. And to get the value from the cards map dictionary, we have to give it a card. Okay, so this will give us this will evaluate to the cards map dictionary, and to access a value from it, we need to give it a key, and the key is going to be a card. Remember, the key is a card. That's why it's in a string, right? So KJ whatever. All right, and we got to make sure that obviously it's a function, so we got that right there, and that's essentially update score. Okay, that's what it does, and it just increments the player score. So for example, okay, if I gave blackjack cards map a J, it'll pass it as a key, J, and then this whole thing will evaluate to the numerical number 10. And then what will take place is this guy over here will increment by 10. So then it'll go to 10. Okay. Or this guy will increment to 10. So kind of tricky to wrap your mind around, but hopefully it gives you an idea of what's taking place. Okay. I can add the update score function in our blackjack hit. Update score, and I'm gonna do card, comma U, just like that. Now, what's going to take place is when I hit, it's not showing it on the front end, right? But it is updating the dictionary. So if I do console.log U and I get your score, because what I'm doing here is I'm passing in you as the active player. And if I save this and I refresh here and I hit, making sure that my console is open. Okay, you see that this is saying 15. 5 plus 10, that's 15. If I hit again, that's 18. Okay, because we got a 3. If I hit again, it goes 27. 35. So it's clearly incrementing that dictionary how we expect it to. So that's good. But right now it's incrementing it on the back end. We need to ultimately increment it on the front end as well. Okay. So we're going to write our show score function, which is going to take in an active player. And then what we're going to do is we're simply going to say, we're going to query select, query select the active player score span. So this thing here, and we're going to get its text content. Okay, and we're gonna set the text content equal to the active player's current score. Okay, I'm gonna save this. I'll refresh, I'll hit, and it's doing nothing right now. And the reason is because I actually have to do show score. Okay. Now let's refresh, hit, and ignore what happens right now with ace. The reason why that's happening is that we're passing it an array, so it's getting confused. But besides an ace, let's see what happens. 3 plus 3, 6. 3 plus 3 plus 8 is 14. 3 plus 3 plus 8 plus 2, that's 16. 6, 22, 29. Okay. So everything else is working well. The only one that's not working well is ace. We'll take care of that. Other things we have to take care of is what happens when it goes over 21, whatnot. Okay, so we have to take care of those situations as well. So what we're going to do is now we're gonna add bust logic. Okay, well, before we do that, we need to figure out what takes place and how it decides whether ace is going to be a 1 or ace is going to be an 11. Okay, so this part gets a little tricky, but follow with me here. Okay, so essentially what we want to do with our following if statements is this: if adding 11 keeps me below 21, add 11, otherwise add 1. Okay, that's how we're going to decide whether it's going to be an 11 or 1 when an ace is picked. So for example, if you're on 20 and you click and you get an ace, well then it should put you on 21 and not make you bust by putting you on 31 by giving you an 11. But let's say you are on 10 and then you click hit, well then it should put you on 21 and not put you on 11. Okay, so we're gonna say if active player and active player score, and if we increment the active player score by the card's value, okay, and if it's less than or equal to 21, then what we should do is, and what we need to do is this, okay, because what this is seeing is if the card is an ace, okay, and what we need to do right above this is make sure that we have our statement that checks if the card is an ace. Okay, so I just gotta make sure that the squigglies are correct. Okay, there. Okay, so if the card is an ace, then the following should happen. It should check if picking ace or picking 11, because in the array ace is either 1 or 11. So if you index this guy by 1, it gives you the value 11. If you index it by 0, it gives you 1. So what we're saying is that, hey, look, if I increase the player score by 11, this whole thing will evaluate to 11, and it's still less than or equal to 21, then I want you to go ahead and do that. Whoops, cards map card 1 there. Else, what I want you to do is increment the player's score by 1. Okay, so I can write 1, that would be a lot easier, but here I'll just stick to the data structure that we are using so we stay consistent. We'll do that. Okay. Okay, so if the card is an ace, and if adding 11 keeps me below 21, add 11, otherwise add 1. That's what this if else statement says. And then this else statement is saying, hey, look, if the card wasn't even ace in the first place, then just increment it. Then just increment the score. That's it. So now update score knows what to do when it gets an ace. So let's play the game till we get an ace. Hopefully we get it quickly. Okay, I just clicked away, but if you rewind the video real quick, it had king, king, and then when it picked ace, it showed 21 here, and not like 31. So that's a perfect case example of when it's 20, it realizes to go one up. On your own, you can keep playing with it, okay? Let's move on because it is working correctly. Now what we need to do is add bust logic to the show card function, meaning that when I bust, then show card function needs to essentially show that on the front end. So it should say like bust here or something like that, okay? So I'm gonna go to my show card function, and I will simply say if active player score is less than or equal to 21, and then wrap the whole thing in it. That's all. Because if the player score is less than or equal to 21, that's the only time it will show the new cards. Otherwise, it won't put on new cards, and that's effectively what we want. Okay, so let's refresh. So it's not showing the new cards anymore. Right, so as soon as you bust, now that I busted, if I keep going, so the bust logic is correct. Now we need to add this to show score as well, because show cards, so the cards stop showing, but the score doesn't stop. The score keeps going forever. So now we need to do the same thing for show score. So what I'm going to say is if the active player's score is greater than 21, then I want you to query select active player's score span, and then grab its text content and say bust. Just like that. And then what I want you to do is style that score span and get its color attribute and set it to be red. Okay, so now we're messing with a little bit of CSS as well. So if it's over 21, it'll say bust instead of the actual score with an exclamation mark, and then it'll also color it red. And then we'll say else just show the active player score. So now, so right when we bust, you can see that it doesn't show this anymore. And it also stops showing the card. So we have effectively added bust logic to showing the cards, and we have added bust logic to showing the score. Okay, so that's good. And another thing we need to do is make sure that deal resets the score and changes the text color back to white. All right. So we're going to go to the deal function that we were working on earlier, and we're gonna go ahead and change a few things. So it's already removing all of the images. That's good. Now we need to make sure that deal resets the score back to 0. Okay. So we're gonna go here. So it needs to reset the score internally. That's very important. And next thing we want to do, so let's hit refresh here, hit. Okay. Boom. As soon as I hit deal, it's going away, but this is staying at 9. So let's go ahead and work on that. Now what we want to do is query selector and grab that ID, grab that div, and then grab its text content and set it equal to 0. Okay, so effectively what we're doing is your blackjack score, which is this guy over here, we're setting its text content to 0. This is also known as active player score span, I believe. Or active player, right. So let's go ahead and work with this. Let me check my divs here. Okay, so these are result. Let me go back. So I believe this should be result and not score. Unless we have score somewhere. We don't. We have result everywhere. Okay. So I believe that was a typo on my end. And that's correct. Yep. All right. So we got that. And we essentially just need to do this guy one more time. Do dealer blackjack result. Okay. So now if I hit deal, hit deal. Cool. So it's right now not setting it back to 0. Is it because of being score? Let me double check. No, it's not because of that. Probably because I've misspelled it. There. Okay, so fix the spelling error there, and now it's working. Hit, deal, boom, goes away. Perfect. That's essentially what we wanted. And what else we have to do is make sure that when this is bust, and if I hit deal, you see how it says 0 but in red because it styled it. So we also need to make sure that we change the styling. So I'm going to do the same thing, query selector, and we're going to do your blackjack, your blackjack result dot style dot color, and we're going to change this to white. So that's hashtag followed by 6 Fs in CSS, and essentially the same thing here, but the dealers this time. Okay. and I'll hit refresh, boom, boom, boom. And if we have a bust and I hit deal, it goes away. Okay, fantastic. So we have covered a lot. In this one, we did quite a bit. We now show the current score when user clicks the hit button. We have added logic, so what happens when the card is an ace? Is it going to be a 1 or an 11? We also mapped all of the cards to their respective numerical values. This way, each card, we know what its value is, okay? And then we added bust logic to show card and show score. So what happens? So the cards basically stop showing after the value is more than 21. And for show score, we added that bust logic. Basically, after 21, it reads bust in red. And then we added more logic to the deal button. So now it resets the score in both of the divs to 0. And it also changes the color back to white of the score text after it goes to, and that's useful for after it turns to bust with the red color. All right, so thank you for watching this video. This is going to be it for this one. In the next one, we're going to start adding our second player, and then we're going to automate that and turn it into a bot. Okay, so that's it for this video. Thank you so much for watching. As always, I love your face, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back to the Profitable Programmer. Now, in this module, we're working on Challenge 5, Blackjack. We just got done completing what happens when you do reset or hit the deal button. So let's just play the game and see where we're at right now. I'm going to refresh this page, and we will do hit, hit, hit. Okay, I'll full screen this. And then now I will simply just hit deal, and you can see that it starts again and it resets everything to 0. Okay. At this point, we haven't added another player yet to the game, and so that's what we're going to start off with now. We're going to add a second player, and then later we'll work on turning the second player into a bot. Okay, so let's jump in. So I will say I'm going to create a dealer function in this case. So dealer logic. And I will say let card is equal to random card. And this will use our random card function to generate a random card. I will say show card, and then I'm going to pass in dealer. So now what I'm saying is show me the card on the dealer's side. Before, when we passed in the argument as in you, it showed the card on your side, okay, or the you side. So we're going to be doing that for the dealer. Now we're going to say update score. Now we're going to update the dealer score after the card shows up, and then we'll simply say show score of the dealer. Okay, just like that. And we need to make sure that this is connected to when you hit the stand button. So we'll go up top, and we'll just make sure that the stand button is correctly linked up to the right thing. So right now we don't have the stand button, as you can see. I will do this. Okay, and the middle one, I will turn that into stand. Okay, and when you hit stand, it should do black. Let's do dealer logic is the function that should run on click. Okay, I just added another event listener, but to the stand button this time. So this function should run. I saved, hit refresh. Let's full screen this and let's hit stand. Boom, card shows up. Boom, card shows up. Okay. And if I hit it again, now it said bust, and notice that I can't hit stand again. Okay. So let me try so I got a 19 here. I got an 18 here. I'm probably not going to go again. I'm going to get a bust. Cool. Now let's hit deal, and notice that all of the images went away on your side and the dealer side, and the score also reset to 0-0 on both ends. Okay. So pretty cool stuff so far. Second player is now sort of working. Okay, so if you kind of wanted to play with the friend, you can kind of play with the friend. Right now it's not keeping track of the wins, losses, and draws, but other than that, it's working. Now what we want to do in the long run is we want to compute who won the game, because our computer doesn't know yet who won the game between you or the dealer. So we need to teach it how to determine a win. For example, you as a human being watching this, you're like, hey, if I got a 18 and the dealer got a 20, or the other player got a 20, that means that I lost and the dealer won. Now, how do you know that? Well, you're like, hey, that dude got greater score than I did. 1, 2, he doesn't have a bust, and so that's what he won. Now, what if you both had the same scores? You would probably know that it's a draw, okay? Or if you both bust, it's a draw. So we need to teach the computer to compute the scores, okay? And then we want to show the result of who won, and then we want to make a sound as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and do a lot of these things. So let's create a function that helps us compute winner and return who just won. Okay, so who just won the game. So the function is going to be called compute winner, and we're going to declare the variable winner just here, and we're going to say let winner. The reason why it's gray is because we haven't used the variable winner anywhere yet. And we're going to say that if you, and the logic gets a little involved here, but I will break it down to you. Okay. So we're saying that if your score is less than or equal to 21, okay, then what should take place? So if your score is less than 21, then we need to take care of a few scenarios. We need to take care of the scenario where you have a higher score than the dealer, or when dealer busts but you are under 20, you're 21 or under. Okay, so there are a few cases that we need to take care of. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'll write this condition out actually, so it's in front of you. Okay, and now we're just gonna write this out programmatically. So I will say if you score is greater than the dealer score, or dealer, that's how you write or in JavaScript, or dealer's score is greater than 21, then what should take place. Okay, so if your score is greater than the dealer's score, or the dealer score is greater than 21, and our score, remember, is under 21 or equal to 21, then we automatically win. Okay, so here's what we need to say. We're gonna say print out you won. Okay, and we're gonna set the winner to be you. Boom. Then we're gonna say else if, got to be careful with the brackets. Just make sure that each open close bracket, or open bracket is closing the other ones. Okay, and I want to put a condition here, and I want to say else if your score is less than dealer score, then what should take place? So what we want to say here is we want to say, hey, you lost, because like, look, you're under 21 or equal to 21, and what took place in this case, okay, and the dealer score is greater than ours. And then here the winner is the dealer, okay. And then what we want to say lastly, at another else if, is basically what happens if both of your scores are equal, okay, but you're 21 or under. What takes place there? Well, here's what takes place there. Oops. And it's gonna make more sense once all of these are written and you can like slowly reason through each of these or look at them like as a big picture. It'll make more sense. That's what I find with these giant else if statements. All right, and then basically one is just say you drew. All right. Now we want to have something else. So I'm going to put another. So now I'm going to make an else if to this condition. Okay. What if you're not 21 or under, meaning you bust? What should take place then? So I'm going to write a little note above this, and I'll say condition when user busts but dealer doesn't. Okay, so now dealer doesn't bust but you bust, meaning you go above 21. So if your score greater than 21 and dealer score is less than or equal to 21, we're going to say that you lost. Okay, so that's one condition. We're going to say winner is equal to the dealer. And the next thing that can take place is another condition. And this condition is when you and the dealer bust. So what takes place when you both bust? All right. And at the end, we just want to say return winner. All right. So if you look at it from a high picture perspective, like bird's eye view, here's what takes place if your score is basically if you don't bust. If you don't bust, we have the situation where the dealer score is greater than your. We have to take care of a scenario where your score is greater than the dealer, or the dealer busts, okay? Because if the dealer busts, his score is greater than you, but you still win. So in this case, you win, okay? In either of those scenarios. What if you don't bust and your score is less than the dealer? Well, then you lose. And then what if you both are equal? You don't bust and you both are equal. Well, then that's a draw, okay? And then the other case scenario is when you bust, but the dealer does not. Okay, so that's why we say if your score is greater than 21, in other words, if you bust and the dealer does not bust, you automatically lose. Doesn't matter what the dealer's score is. And then the final scenario is when you and the dealer both bust. So if your score is greater than 21 and the dealer score is greater than 21, well, then that's also automatically a draw. It doesn't mean your score has to be the same like on line 260. All right, so we got compute winner. What we need to do now is we need to simply, I'm going to put a little winner is, I'm just going to put a little console log statement here, a print statement here, and we'll just give this a try and see if this is going to work as of now. So we'll go and we will say, now we can say compute winner, but it won't be able to show any result because we need to give compute winner to we need to give compute winner ultimately to something like show result so it can actually show the result. But let's try putting compute winner here and let's see what takes place. Compute winner, let's put it here, but it would make more sense if we put it somewhere where it only runs once and not like every single time. So it would make sense if maybe we put it in something like, you know, the deal button as like the thing that takes place first before everything else. So let's go in inspect mode here. And let's open up the console. Okay, so you got 21. The dealer got 18. Let's hit deal. And looks like it says you won. All right, and that totally makes sense. And now it says winner is you, so it returned the you object, okay, in this case. So it says you are the winner, and it remembers that your score is 21 and it's the winner is in the your box. Okay, so let's try this again. All right, now dealer bust, you got a 19. Let's hit deal. And looks like it says you won and your score was 19. Perfect. Let's try again. And this time when I hit deal, the dealer should win because dealer has 18 points and you only have 14. So let's do deal. And again, it says you lost and it says winner is, and it returned the dealer object that we created. Okay. Let's try making it a draw. That didn't work. That didn't work. Okay, that's technically a draw. Both people bust. Let's hit deal. And it says you drew, winner is undefined. And that's how we set this up to be. The winner is undefined, meaning the function returns no winner if it's a draw. Okay. And that later will allow us to catch who's a winner, whether we get a undefined winner or we get you or dealer. All right, so that looks like the compute function is working. Now let's basically add the message that says you won at the top, okay, when we play. So instead of in the console, it should say it here, like you won or you lost when you win. And it should also make the ka-ching sound. So for now, we're just gonna add the you won message, and it should and you lost and you drew message, and then we should make the ka-ching sound that goes with that. Okay, so let's go ahead and work on that. So we don't have a show result function yet. We're gonna make one now. So we'll do show result, and this is gonna take in a winner, and we'll work through this logic right now. But first we need to take care of adding the audio. So I'll go all the way at the top where we kind of define these constants for this game, and now we're gonna add, we added the hit sound. Now we need to make sure that we add the other sounds. So I'll say const add win sound, what it sounds like when you win. Say new audio static sounds cache.mp3, and we will add loss sound. Okay, where am I getting these from? Well, let me hit Command B, and simply if I go in my folder, I'll click static and I'll click sounds, and all of these sounds are here. If you don't have these sounds, make sure to go to the Blackjack assets lesson that I have, and you can download all of the assets that you need. So I now have my paths correctly there for all of the sounds. I just need to make sure that I add it. So I'm gonna say, I'm gonna declare two variables here, message and message color, and we'll simply say that, oh, this is a function. If the winner is you, then the message should be you won. The message color should be green, and it should play the sound just like that. Okay. Else if winner is the dealer object, then the message should be you lost. Message color should be red, and it should play this sound. And then lastly, message should be you drew, and the color should be black. And then we just want to make sure that we also update this thing. Okay, and so if I inspect this, you can see that the ID is blackjack hyphen result. So we need to take care of that. And I'll say document dot query selector blackjack result, and I'll do text content is equal to message, and then I'll also say document dot query selector cool. So now let's hit refresh on this, and let's also make sure that we add show result somewhere so it actually shows up. So we're gonna add show result here, and from the deal function we're gonna take out compute winner because that doesn't belong there. and I'm gonna hit refresh, we will do this, and okay, so right now you can see that it updates it immediately. It's not doing it correctly because it shouldn't say you drew, because that doesn't make sense in this case, right? That's all it says. It just goes you drew, but that's because we're not returning it the winner from compute winner, so it just defaults to saying you drew. But if we computed a winner, okay, and we wanted this to only run perhaps one time, and we put it here in blackjack deal. Let's give it a try now. All right, so it goes you won, and you can see that it make the ka-ching sound. Let's try it. Let's refresh the page and play again. So clearly dealer is ahead of you. Now let's hit deal. It goes you lost, and it makes a aw sound, as you heard. Let's try making it a draw. And you can see that it says you drew, okay? And it does not make a sound for a draw, just like we added in the logic. So it looks like that this is working correctly. Now, again, this is not something that should be in the deal function, but if you want to play 2-player, maybe put it in the deal function, but it looks like it's kind of working for now, okay? All right, good. So that's what we wanted to see, and it looks like compute winner and show result is working. Now, just in case the way I'm doing it is confusing you, is I can say something like let winner equal compute winner, right? And then I can say show result and then give it winner. All right, so that would be another way of doing this. So okay, what is happening here? Let's see. What did I do? And why is it, should the variable be different? Oh, it's a function, so I gotta do compute winner. All right, let's try it again. That makes sense. Perfect. Cool. Now, one problem we're having is it doesn't come out to be green. It's coming out to be a different color. So we need to make sure that all of our colors are coming out the right way. But we're going to do that later. For now, we're going to leave it without like adding a new color to it. Okay, so let's go ahead and work on the next part of this. Now, there's a lot that we need to work on. So I'm going to stop this video here, and in the upcoming videos, what's going to take place is we're going to add some bot logic to this game. I'm going to show you how to end the game and show the result. We're also going to show the players' wins, losses, and draws in the table on the front end. So here, where we have these wins, losses, and draws, I'm also going to show you how can we show the results here. How do the results get updated, okay? And that's going to cover a lot of the game. And then we're going to add a few more things. And then we're going to go from there. Okay, we're going to automate it just a little bit more. All right, that's it for this video. This was part 3. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Back to part 4 in the JavaScript module for the challenge blackjack. Okay, so far we worked on showing the results, meaning if I hit, stand, now dealer bust, you got 20, you have won, my friend. So if I hit deal, it should make the ka-ching sound and change this text to you won. Great. Let me hit refresh. Now, what we want to do is, because in our final version of the game, if you recall, the dealer is actually a bot, and that's played automatically, right? So when I hit stand, it keeps putting down one card at a time, and it takes place every increment till the dealer has something over 15. Okay, and then the dealer stops or stands, and then the score gets updated. So we want to add that bot type of logic, because ultimately we don't want the second player to be a human. For now, we want it to be a bot. Okay, so let's add some of that logic in. So for now, we're going to add very simple logic for the bot. It's still not going to be the bot playing, but how the win is going to be determined is how a bot would determine the win. So as a human being, if you're playing, think about some kind of strategy where after which number you would automatically come to a stop. Now, I don't know about you, but me, generally, if I'm ever over 15, I won't really hit again. Okay, so if I have a 16 set, anywhere from a 16 to a 20, I won't hit again. I just usually stop after I get something like a 16 or above. So we're gonna add that kind of intelligent logic. I mean, it's not that intelligent, but that logic, we're gonna add it for the dealer. All right, so we're gonna say, hey, if your score is greater than 15, we want you to kind of come to a stop, compute a winner, and then show the result. All right, and now the show result trigger, the show result function is going to be triggered if the dealer is greater than 15. And I'm gonna go and I'm gonna delete it from our blackjack deal function. So I just hit save, come here, refresh, hit, stand, and it looks like you won. All right. Now let's try again. Hit. I'm gonna stop here for the human. Stand. All right, you won again because the dealer bust. So dealer got 20, you got 10, dealer won. All right. So as you can see, what's taking place now is that the dealer, as soon as it goes above 15, it now computes who the winner is. Okay, it's taking place automatically. What eventually will take place is once we hit stand, dealer will keep playing the cards automatically. All right. So let's work our way to that. But now that we have the bot logic kind of added, okay, a little bit of it, what we need to do now is to show each player's wins, losses, and draws in the table on the front end. Okay, so this table right here. For that, we need to keep track of each win, loss, and draw. So let's go to the initial blackjack game object that we created all the way at the top. And let's make sure that we have a comma here. We do. And let's add wins. We're going to give that a 0. Started off at 0. We're going to add losses. Started off at 0, obviously, and draws to this game. Started off at 0. Okay. The reason why I put a comma at the end is just in case you want to add something new, you won't really get an error. But you don't need to add a comma if you don't want to. All right, so let's check it out. Let's go here. Let's hit refresh. I mean, it's not going to really show any change, so I don't know why I just did that. But let's go down and let's continue with what we're doing here, okay? Now we need to update wins, draws, and losses, starting with yourself first. So we're going to do it for the you object first, and then we'll go ahead and then do it for everybody, okay? So let's go and take care of that. So where is our compute winner function? Based on our compute winner function, since it can figure out who the winner is, we can also increment the result for that winner. All right. update the wins, draws, and losses. Okay, that's the main function of compute winner. So what are we gonna do? Instead of printing out here you won, what we'll do is we'll say go to blackjack game, grab the wins, and simply increment it for the, we're gonna increment the wins. Now the wins, draws, and losses are from your perspective. Okay, so it's not like we're doing dealer bracket wins or dealer bracket losses, or you bracket wins and you bracket losses. We're just doing blackjack game wins. If I'm incrementing the wins, that means those are human wins. If I increment the losses, those are the you or the human losses. Same thing that goes for the draws. Okay, so in this case where the winner is you, I'm going to increment the wins. Now where you lose, I will not decrement the wins, but instead increment the losses. Okay, where the dealer wins. And in a case of a draw, we will simply increment the draws. Okay, and we don't need this anymore here. Here I'm going to do the same thing where if I lose, simply increment it. That's it. And again, another draw situation, simply increment it, and that's it. Oops, my else ifs are a little funky. It should be indented. Or actually, maybe it should not be indented in the else if. So we'll keep it as is. Okay, cool. So that's what we have going on right now. This is looking good, and this is going to increment this part here. Okay, so what's taking place is our dictionary is getting incremented, our object, but we're not showing the results necessarily. Okay, so I can certainly print it out. So I can say console.log blackjack game, and I can say, yeah, just show me that for now. All right, every time we do compute winner. So let's hit stand. Where's the error coming from? Let's see, we're getting some error. Let's see what the error is. Now, if we ignore the error here, you can see that it's showing that you have one loss, and that's exactly what took place, right? You got one loss, dealer won. Let's hit deal. Let's play again. And now it'll say you got one win and one loss. Let's hit deal again. I'll try to make this a little bit bigger so you can see it clearly. But we got one. Let's hit stand again. So it says you lost. Let's see what it says in the console. And look, the losses are 2, wins are 1. So it looks like the keeping track of score is working really well. Now, obviously, if I hit refresh, and then we see it starts all over again. Losses are 1, wins are 0. So it resets the score. Now let's see where this error is coming from. Okay. I did comma here instead of dot. So let's go ahead and fix that. And now when I hit refresh, that is working. So you can see that this comes out to be green. Okay, that's essentially why the message color wasn't showing up. Now you lost is red, you won is green. Great, perfect. So that was my fault, but now it looks like the colors are showing up just fine. Okay, so that was a mistake I made in the last video, and that kind of carried over into this video, but now the mistake is fine. All I had to do is change this comma to a period. Okay, great. So that is looking good. Looks like the scores are getting incremented. But now what needs to take place is we actually need to show the results in this table here. So instead of always having to look in our console. Okay, so let's go ahead and take care of that. We're gonna go to our show result, and what we'll say is, hey, look, if the winner is you, then I want you to query select this guy over here. Okay, so what's this guy over here? Let's inspect it. All right, now again, if I click this thing that says select an element in the page to inspect it, okay, so you can also do, I believe, Command Shift C. If I hover over this, it tells me that this has the ID of wins, this has the ID of losses, and this has the ID of draws, and all of these are span tags. So when I change them, they're going to all change in line. Or if I add to it, it's all going to add in line instead of creating new lines. So I'm going to say query selector, grab wins for me, please. Text content, and I'm going to set it to blackjack game wins. Okay. So what this is going to be set to is the number of wins that's going to be inside of our dictionary or our object that we created for blackjack game, and where we're storing the wins. We have the key called wins, and it's going to output the value of the wins key, okay, over here. That's essentially it. Now the next thing that needs to take place, I am just going to simply hit Command Shift C to make it go away. And if you're on Windows, that'll probably be Control Shift C. And if it's not, then just Google it, my friend. Google is your friend. All right, so I got losses. Like, look, I got losses in all of these right here and right here, okay? And it's just going to show losses right here. And now I also need to show the number of draws. So what's going to take place, I'm going to copy this, paste it above here, change this to draws, and then change this to draws as well. Okay, and that's essentially it, my friend. I will hit refresh here. I'll do hit, and I'll do stand, and I'll do stand, and I'll do stand again, and I'll do stand one more time, and you can see that it says you won. Okay, and that it says, it shows me the number of wins right here. Okay, let's hit deal again. Let's start. Hit, stand, 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 stand. Looks like I won again. Looks like the computer won, or the dealer won. Looks like the dealer won. So you saw that was a draw, and it incremented the draw, right? Incremented the win. So it looks like a lot of this stuff is working correctly. Now, the only few things that are not working correctly, okay, the thing that I see that's obvious to me is where it says you won, okay? It's staying green even though we're resetting the game and starting again. What it should look like is when I refresh the page and it says let's play here, okay? So that's something we need to fix, all right? And then also some things that shouldn't take place are like when I click hit and then the player, the bot hits stand, I shouldn't be able to hit again, okay? After the bot hits stand, or you hit stand for the dealer, the user shouldn't get to go again. It should be over for the user, okay? And same thing, if somebody hits stand, they shouldn't be able to hit stand again once their turn is over, or once the bot's turn is over. The only button that should be available to hit is deal. And also another thing to keep in mind is you shouldn't be able to start the game off by clicking stand. You should only be able to hit stand now, okay? But you can hit after the user plays, but you shouldn't be able to hit stand when the user has not played yet. So we still need to dummy proof the game from human error. We still need to make sure that when we reset the score, that it changes it to let's play instead of whatever it is. Okay, so let's go ahead and check out how we can do that. So let's go to our deal function. Let's fix this guy right now. So I'm gonna go to our blackjack deal function, and all I need to do there is grab the address of this thing, and this is blackjack result, and all I want to say is like, look, just change that to whatever to let's play. All right, that's essentially it. So I'm gonna go here and I'll say document.query selector, and I will say blackjack result dot text content. First I need to change the text content to let's play. Okay, that's 1. 2, what I need to do is I'm going to say style dot color, and just make the color black. All right, so I'll just say black here, and hopefully that's good enough. So it says you lost. If I hit deal, it should say let's play again. It says you won, deal, let's play. Cool. So that's looking good. Now we have made sure that the reset button is working correctly. All right. But now we need to do a few other things as well. Like for example, if I do hit, you shouldn't be able to hit deal now. You should only be able to hit deal after the player hits stand. Okay, so again, you shouldn't be able to hit stand right off the bat. You shouldn't be able to hit deal right off the bat. The only button should be available should be hit. Now you should still not be able to hit deal because stand has to be hit. So then you should be able to hit stand. Now, once the bot plays all of his turns, which he will play after every few seconds automatically in a row, once you hit stand, then none of these buttons should work, and the only button that should work is deal. So how are we going to add in that logic? That we're going to be covering in the upcoming video. And also, we're going to be making the bot logic a lot more in depth and sort of automated, okay? So that's it for this video, and as always, I will see you in the next video. Hey you, welcome back to the JavaScript module. Now this is hopefully going to be part 5 of the challenge, and what we're working on here is we need to add states that control the flow of the game. Okay, so what do I mean by that? In our current version, I'm going to full screen it. Notice that after I click hit and then I hit stand, notice I can still go back and click hit. I should not be able to do that. Okay, once the user hits stand, you should never be able to go back to click hit again. So if I click stand, I should not be able to click hit. However, we can do that in this game. Second, notice that we can hit deal before everybody's turns are over. That also should not happen. Okay, we shouldn't be able to hit deal before everybody's turns are over. So deal resets everything. We need to make sure that all of the turns are over before we hit deal. Okay, so that's one thing that we need to fix, which is adding states that control flow of the game. The second thing we need to add is actually the bot player, because right now we're manually playing with the bot player by doing stand like that. What we need to be able to do is click the stand button and then the bot plays automatically. Okay, so for example, if we go over to the solution file index.html and I'll refresh this page, notice that if I hit here and then I do stand, the bot will play automatically. And the logic is that if you get over 15, then stop, okay? But notice what's going to take place. All right, and I can't hit again, okay? I can't hit, whoops, let me hit deal here to refresh this, okay? But what I want you to notice is after I hit stand, I can hit again, okay? And that's effectively what we want. If you want to go and further error proof it, you can also make it so the stand doesn't work anymore, okay? But if I hit deal now, notice everything goes away. But if I hit stand here, okay, and now watch this as well. If I hit deal now, it doesn't work. If I hit stand and if I'm clicking deal, notice it doesn't work. The only time deal works is once the turn is completely over, and now when I hit deal, it works, okay? So there's a lot going on there that's controlling the state and the flow of the game. And we're going to break that down. And if we have time in this video, we will also go ahead and create the bot that can play every second, okay? So let me make this a little bit bigger here. Now notice when I hit stand, watch what happens. It's playing a move every second, okay? And we want to be able to do that in our game. Okay, so let's get started on this guy. Where do we begin? Well, we need to add those states, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to add 2 new states in the game. One state that we're going to add is stand. And this will keep track of whether the stand mode has been activated or not, like whether somebody has clicked stand or not. The second thing we need to take care of and remember is turns over. So are all the turns over? Okay, that would mean that the hit and the stand button has been hit completely. All the turns are over, and now we can hit deal. Okay, and preferably when turns over should get triggered to true is after you hit stand, and once all of the stand turns are over, that's when you should be able to move on and hit deal. Okay, and it should activate turns over to true. All right, so we've done that. Now next step, what we need to do is we need to go to blackjack hit button, and what we want to do is hit button should only work when you haven't used stand yet. Okay, so now we need to wrap up all of the code in an if statement and make sure that that's the case. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here and we'll do if this is false, okay, then I want you to run all of this code. I'm going to delete all these print statements and add a little that there. All right, so what's taking place here? I'm saying that if the stand mode has not been activated, that's the only time the hit button should work. Okay, so that's what I've added here. Now I need to give this is stand a way to turn to true. And when should that turn to true? Think about it. Okay, it should turn to true when you click the stand button. Okay, so let's go ahead. Everything I'm saying, by the way, see if you can figure out yourself and be one step ahead of me. You don't have to be 100 steps ahead of me, but if you can be one step ahead of me, that can also be really, really good, and you'll get good practice that way. So let's go to dealer logic here, all right? And what I'm going to add is I'm just going to add simply and say set this to be true. All right. So as soon as you hit the stand button, then the dealer logic function runs. And what that function should do is change the stand state to true, meaning now stand mode has been activated. All right. And this is important. Another thing that should take place here is once all of the stand, once you hit stand and the dealer starts playing, when the dealer is done playing, what needs to take place is the turns over needs to change to true. Okay, so we need to alert our game that, hey, all of the turns are over. We're not going to add that here, right here, because then every time you hit stand, it's going to turn to true, and that doesn't necessarily mean all of the turns are over. But if you remember, what we wanted to do with our bot was like, hey, if the bot says we're past 15, that's when all the turns end, right? So this indicates the turns are over for our bot logic. So what we're going to do is inside of this, you know, wouldn't it make sense if we added it in here and said, hey, look, we want to do this. We want to set the turns over to true in here, all right? And then just show the result. That's it. All right. So with that said, I'm going to save this guy. And now let's take a look at what will take place, okay? We'll check out what is taking place with this. Refresh this. We're still not going to really find out anything unless we do some console.log statements in here. Let's do, so it shows me what the current state of turns over is, okay? And I'll hit inspect. Oops, little typos. All right, let's see what's going on here. There we go. I got some more room to work with. All right, let's hit stand, 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 and stand. All right, so now look, it says turns over is true. So that's it. That's doing what we expected it to do, and that's good. It's triggering it at the right moment. All right. And let's also take a look at, once I hit stand, can I go and hit the button hit again? Can I click the hit button again? Notice that the hit button does not work anymore. All right. And the reason why that's happening is I'm saying the stand mode is activated. Okay. And the stand mode is not false anymore. So this is important to understand how this is working. Okay, now we need to, so basically what we have done up until that point, right? With this function, what we did is we changed the state of the game to stand mode when you hit stand button. And once all of the dealer turns are over, we're going to signal the turns over switch to be on. That's what we're doing in here. Next up, what we're going to do is we're going to deactivate the stand mode and the turns over mode inside of the deal when you hit the deal button. All right, because we need to be able to hit those buttons again. And also the deal button should only work when both the users and the dealer's turns are over. So it should not work, like you shouldn't be able to deal right in the start, and you shouldn't be able to deal when only the user has played the turn or when only the dealer has played the turn. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. We're gonna go right here, and actually we're gonna go to our blackjack deal function. Where do we have that? Blackjack deal function right up here. And we're gonna say if blackjack game turns are over and that is equal to true. Sorry, Python, bad habit. Then I want you to do all of this stuff below. Okay, so what I'm gonna basically need to indent all of this. Let's see what's the easiest way. Cool. I just highlighted it all and hit tab. So this code should only work if this if statement is met. That's what we're doing. I'm adding that all in like a if block. Another thing that should take place is stand. That should be deactivated now, okay? Because like look, we just hit the deal button, so now blackjack game should be deactivated. And another thing that needs to take place is the blackjack game turns over needs to be deactivated, but that needs to take place all the way at the end, and so we're gonna do exactly that. I'll go right here and we'll do boom. All right. So this is very important because that's what's gonna help us like restart the game completely and have it so all of the buttons are working with each other, and then we're gonna go from there. All right. And then what we need to do is we need to go to the show result function, because there's one more thing we need to do, and what that is it should first check if all the turns are over before running and showing the results. So again, we shouldn't see the results until all the turns are over. Okay, so we're gonna do that. I'm gonna go right here. Turns over, and we'll say if these turns over is equal to true, then do the following. All right, so we need to put all of this in a nice little bracket, and I'm gonna take this and just indent it with tab, and that should be good. Okay, now we're gonna refresh this guy, and let's try playing it. So now if I hit stand, I shouldn't be able to hit again. Okay, good. I should be able to hit deal. So there's clearly something wrong with deal, or maybe not. Well, let's see. Deal, remember the turn is not technically over until this is 15 or above. That's the logic we gave the bot. So let's keep going. All right, so you heard "aw," and the results are shown once the turns are over. You can see that it says true for turns over, and now when I hit deal, it actually works. All right, so this is really great so far, and it's working perfectly. I'm gonna cut this video right here. The last part, we're going to work on it just by itself, and that's going to be part 6 of this training, and I'll show you how to add a bot. We're not going to go too much into the logic because it's going to be outside the scope of this course. we're going to be dealing with asynchronous functions and promises and some other fancy stuff. I'm not going to be breaking down too much of the code. And so this is really where the true learning ends. The next part is just a cool part that allows you to do this thing. Basically what's taking place is every second the moves are being played, and also the browser is not crashing. All right, this is something that's some advanced level stuff. So next video will just give you a little peek into some advanced logic and how it works, and it'll help us automate the bot. But again, we're gonna be doing that in the next video. Thank you so much for watching. That's it for this video, and as always, I'll see you in the next video. Hey you, welcome back to the JavaScript module. This is going to be part 6 of the training. Hopefully this is going to be the last part of the training. All right, we got to get this training completed. We're almost there, so good job for hanging in there. Now all we're going to do is automate the bot part of this program. Okay, so what does that mean? When I go over to my solution file, and let's say I hit and then whatever, and then I do stand, notice the bot automatically plays and the browser does not crash when it's playing and waits every second. I can still try to do other things. All right, I can still try to like hit and click other buttons, so it doesn't freeze my browser and it takes place. And there asynchronous stuff is taking place. Okay, so in the last video I ended it with saying like, look, we're gonna get into asynchronous stuff, and it's gonna get a little bit more advanced just to give you a taste of it. But the point of this video is not going to be breaking down any code. It's mostly I'm just gonna do it, you're gonna follow along, and you're gonna be like, oh cool, like there's this crazy advanced thing I just did. And if you want to take the liberty to look into it, great. If not, like, look, your program is pretty much already done. This is just an icing on the cake and gives you some insight into more advanced stuff, okay? But definitely not necessary for you to learn right away. So now I'm going to go back to our file where when I hit stand, it doesn't work automatically. I'm going to hit refresh and let's get to it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our bot, which is in the dealer logic. And what I need to do is add like a while loop here. Okay, so the game should be taking place inside of that while loop. All right, so I'll say, because the bot needs to play all its moves, so I can say something like while dealer score is less than 16 and blackjack game is in stand mode, meaning somebody has clicked the stand button, well then in that case I want you to go ahead and let's say do pretty much all this stuff here. Whoops, what did I do? All right, I'm gonna go here and make that. I will indent this line of code. So this stuff needs to take place inside of a while loop. So basically, instead of this statement taking place, which normally took place after I just kept hitting stand, so I will pretty much delete this guy. I will unindent all of this stuff. I don't need this guy anymore. And let's see, we don't need this guy. Cool. All right, that's looking good. It's looking good. All right, let's see. Now, we just want to make sure that this is gonna be working completely fine. All right, so we're just gonna go ahead and make sure that that's taking place, that the game is working fine even at this point. So we'll see how it looks. I'll hit refresh. Okay, so you can see how when I hit stand, it does a while loop and it plays all its moves pretty much instantly, right? Let's play again. Let's play again. Let's play again. So you can see that the computer is playing his moves instantly, and it's not actually waiting for its turn like we want it to, right? We want it to wait for its turn and play its move after every 1 second. Well, here's what we're going to do here, okay? This is the part that gets a little advanced. We're going to come and create a sleep function, which is going to be a promise object, okay? So again, bear with me here. It's going to be called sleep. It's going to take in sleep in milliseconds. And we're going to do return new promise object, and it'll be like a function. This is also like function notation. And we'll say do this, set timeout to resolve, and then given some milliseconds. Okay, cool. And then another thing we need to do is after creating that sleep function, we need to turn this function dealer logic into an asynchronous function. So first step is writing async. Second thing that we actually need to do is we need to go down here and just say await sleep 1000 milliseconds. All right, let's come over here, refresh. I'll make the page full, hit, and let's hit stand. Okay, cool. Let's try to break the code. So that looks like that'll work, right? Let's hit it, do it again. Cool. Let's hit and then stand and then try to hit again. Notice that I can't click hit and it won't hit a card again. Okay. Let's do hit, and then when I do stand, let's try to do a deal. Notice it doesn't work until the turn is over, and then I can hit deal and it works. Well, there was a lot that we covered there. There was a lot that took place. We broke it down as much as we could. The only part that is might be slightly mysterious for you is the part with the asynchronous stuff. But like I had stated, that was going to be a little confusing. But all we're doing here is I'm creating a sleep function, and then I just call that sleep function. That's it, okay? And the asynchronous part, the reason why that's important is so your code is not running linearly. Meaning, if you ran this code linearly, then that means that every second the computer is waiting. What it would do is the whole browser would freeze for that 1 second. So the user would not be able to scroll up or scroll down or click another button like hit or hover over anything else. It would literally be like looking like a rainbow circle of death, where the computer on a MacBook, you know, that means it's not working or frozen. And that's usually what would take place in a browser. But when you do asynchronous function, then what's taking place is it's not running it in this queue-based system where it's one line of code and then it waits for that to be completed and goes on to another. It means it's running the lines of code pretty much at the same time, okay, asynchronously, and it's not waiting for the first line to run and the second line. Okay, so that's it. The project is completed. If there's something you want to add to it, go for it. But other than that, the blackjack game is completed. So congratulations. Give yourself a pat on the back. Just go through it again, kind of in slow motion, and see if the code makes sense to you and you understand overall how we did it. Like maybe even try to create it from scratch again. Okay, I'd recommend that. But other than that, that's it. Thank you so much for watching and completing this challenge. As always, I love your face, and I'll see you in the next video. Did you understand? Okay, so let me actually go to this link and let's see if it takes us here. All right, cool. So you copied this one, and did you try to go through it at all? Did you try to debug it at all, or no?
No. I figured, I'm just gonna wait and go through the other one. and just cycle back when the video's out. But no, I did not go through any of the code.
All right, so let me go to this website first of all. So there's this website called randomuser.me, okay? And on this website, you can generate lots of random users, and it gives you an API for all of them. Okay, and maybe we can even cut this part out and turn it into a video for this module. So I'll just explain it right now. So each person you have here, it just generates random APIs for them, which is super useful. And their APIs might look like the following, like this. You've seen stuff with APIs before, right, Ron? Like what the JSON data structure looks like.
Yep.
So in Python, this would look like a dictionary with keys, and each key being a giant list of dictionaries.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we have this giant list called results, and inside of it, we have gender, name, title, first, last, and you have access to all these things. That random person's location. So it might generate random people, like it might generate Donnie or me or completely made up people, but that look real. And using them, we just wanted to make this website have all these people's faces on them. So you saw the end result, right, Ron?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So what we're doing is if you go to their API page, you can actually query it. You can specify a parameter. So this question mark in URL means you can specify like a specific argument. So what we're doing is I'm going to this API link, but except for give me the entire API, I'm saying, yo, give me the first 10 results. Give me 10 random users. Does that make sense so far?
Yep.
All right. So now when I go to it, it's going to give me, let's just say, give me one random user just so we can understand what's going on. All right. Give me one user. Her gender is female. Her name is Miss Ravina Dings. She lives on 2714 Hoogte Alberstram in Zealand. And this is all the information we have about this one person. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I do 10 people, then obviously we're going to have 10 people. All right. So you can see we have a bunch of people if I keep scrolling down. All right. So that's essentially what's happening here. So I got 10 users. Now, when I got 10 users, I just go, there's something called promises in JavaScript. So all basically I'm doing is I'm getting the URL. So to get the URL is just as easy as me saying fetch URL. First of all, I made this variable called URL right here. I'm saying fetch that URL, which is this one. And then I'm saying turn that data into JSON data. All right. And then what I want you to do is, that's why it says dot then. And then I want you to do this stuff with it. All right. So this stuff might include things like creating an image. So you saw their faces on the HTML page, right, in the end result.
Mm-hmm.
So this part is basically showing their faces, and it's creating those elements in JavaScript. For any of you guys who went through the JavaScript module, did we ever talk about things like document.createElement?
Yep.
Yep. So essentially we're creating image elements on that page. We're populating the image elements from the data that we got earlier. I'm creating, first of all, I'm creating a div for each author. So if you look at this part, what I'm doing is I'm iterating through each person I got. I just called each person an author. It could just imagine like our profitable shortcut group of 10 people, and I can iterate through each of the people. So one of the people might be Donnie, another one might be Aditya, another one might be you. So this part is just looping through that. Then I'm saying for each of us, for Aditya, I want you to create a div. Then I want you to put his face in there, an image. And then I want you to put a little paragraph, create a paragraph element in there as well. And then what I'm doing here is you see this p.append child?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm doing here is this paragraph element that I created for Aditya, I'm saying to that paragraph element, I want you to add some stuff. And the stuff that I want you to add is his first name and his last name. So it should basically say under his picture, it should say Aditya and whatever his last name is. What's your last name, Aditya?
Vaticanal.
Monticanal?
Vaticanal.
Baticanal.
Yeah.
All right. I'm butchering it, but Baticanal. So Aditya Baticanal. All right. That's what it will say. It'll have his picture, Aditya Baticanal. Okay. Here, I'm just making the image larger. To the, I created a div, and to that div, I'm appending the image that I created. To that same div, I'm appending the paragraph that I created. And then all I do is I'm just going query selector, and to that entire giant HTML page, I am also adding, I'm adding that entire div that I created right here on line 352. Once I add to that div, once I added Aditya's image, and once I added Aditya's name and everything, then I go and add it all the way to the bottom of that page. And that's essentially it. Did that hopefully that confused you?
No, I was following along perfectly. So then with regards to Ajax, is that like something very specific for JavaScript?
Yes.
Like I heard that term.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
Okay.
But you can still use it in Django. So you can write JavaScript code in, you can write Ajax calls and JavaScript calls in your Django code.
Okay. And really the purpose of that is just to make sure that everything's asynchronous, right? So then your thing's not freezing. Is that the whole point to this thing there? So well, then while it's going through getting the
So
API.
just to explain to everybody what asynchronous means is I'm going to share this. Wait, I was sharing my screen the whole time, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, that would have been massively confusing. Okay, cool. Awesome. So for everybody, this is another reason, Donnie, why coding is helpful, right? Because if you load every picture ever on this page is going to freeze. But because there's something called Ajax, notice what happens, okay? On the right-hand side, you guys see this bar over here? On the right-hand side, I will draw an arrow right there, that bar. Once I go all the way down, more pictures load. But those pictures aren't there already. So as I keep going down, more and more pictures keep loading. You guys see that? This is Ajax, okay? This is happening because of Ajax. Otherwise, it would try to load the whole page and the whole page would crash. So let me stop sharing. Facebook does the same thing. Most of the websites will do the same thing, and it helps you make these asynchronous calls. And if you remember, we did in Blackjack, we had to do asynchronous calls. Otherwise, the cards and the music and all that stuff wouldn't play at the same time. It would try to do it one step at a time, and then it froze.
Yeah, I was playing around with that too, and I actually saw the differences when without the asynchronous calls.
Okay, perfect. Yep.
If you are interested in becoming a web developer who can also become a freelancer and charge what they are worth, in the description below, I have put a link to a webinar training that's over an hour long. That training gives you all the pieces that you need to know to go from being a beginner or to an advanced, and what's the roadmap to becoming a six-figure developer or a six-figure freelancer. I think you're gonna get a lot of value out of it. My team and I worked really hard to put that together. That's gonna be in the description below.